Chapter 21. Other. Professor Gu Hak-jun. My mentor. If you want, you can audit classes at the university where I work. Of course, my classes are free, and he'll make sure you can attend other professors' classes without much trouble. He was essentially a good person. His humble dignity and morality stemmed from his intelligence. He was much wiser than someone like me. Thus, upon hearing his words, I settled things amicably with the lover I had been with for 6 years and secluded myself in my room, cutting off from the world and myself. I then buried myself in the world of writing and agonized for a long time. What did Professor Gu Hak-jun think of me? In my opinion, you don't seem to need financial support. You've almost sold out the first edition of 50,000 copies, right? From my experience, you should receive a little less than 100 million won. I haven't seen your contract, so the exact amount might be different, but if the company is paying you too little, feel free to contact me. Anyway, now you don't have to worry about tuition fees while attending middle school, high school, and university. Congratulations. Did he consider me his favorite student? Or did he see me as a parasitic orphan trying to cling to a wealthy family? In my long contemplation, the answer to this question often changed. Generally, when I was sober, it was the former. When I was drunk, the latter. What was the real reason Gu Hak-jun pushed me away? Was it to prevent 2 young people from heading down a difficult path as a cultured intellectual? Or as a father, did he make a tough decision to prevent his daughter from suffering a lifetime of poverty and contempt due to a rash mistake made in her youth? These 2 guesses eventually disappeared into an eternal maze. Not long after, Professor Gu Hak-jun passed away in a traffic accident. At the funeral of my mentor, I lingered for a while. Then, seeing the swollen-eyed face of my former lover from a distance, I fled like someone guilty. That was the end of our connection. But child, it would be a huge waste for you to just attend a nearby humanities school and receive a regular education. I'm not saying that regular schools are bad or inferior. It's just that a special child like you needs that plus alpha. I'm not sure if you'll need my recommendation, but I'll write one for Bikak Arts Middle School. I know the teachers there very well, and if you go to that school, everyone will like you. And after school, how about learning writing from famous novelists? My friends also want to see you. But within the strange flow of time, I traveled back in time to the past. The dead regained life, and severed connections were reformed in a new way. But what about me? What am I? Is the 22 years of unhappy life Moon In-seop experienced in my memory my past or previous life? Is the 12-year-old genius author Moon in an extension or a reset of my life? How should I view Gu Hak-jun? With resentment? Longing? Regret? Joy? Sorrow? Guilt? I don't know. Really, I don't know anything. I felt as if I had returned to the times when I sat alone in a dark, cold room, enduring loneliness. It was very cold. Ipi to other. The boy was wrapped in a blanket. Just that made Gu Hak-jun have a very good first impression of the boy. His second daughter always walked around wrapped in a blanket too. To be exact, it wasn't the blanket she liked, but the character on it. So much so that she would even cover herself with the character blanket in summer, always getting scolded by her mother. By chance, the blanket Moon In-seop was using had a character his daughter liked. A yellow furry creature called Ryan or Chunsik. TL. Ryan/Chunsik. Could it be that even a genius likes fluffy animal characters appropriate for his age? Surprisingly cute, it gave him a human touch. Gu Hak-jun, being a master of conversational skills, took note of this common interest, preparing to use it as a joke to build a closer relationship with the boy whenever the opportunity arose. However, it seemed the reason Moon In-seop wrapped himself in a blanket was different from that of his daughter. Child, are you all right? Gu Hak-jun stopped explaining his offer of support. The boy was trembling under the blanket. His eyes lacked focus. At a glance, his state resembled a panic attack or shivering from the cold. In-seop, what's wrong? Bang Jong-ah half rose from the living room sofa and gently wrapped her trembling hands around Moon In-seop's shoulders. Ah! The boy, who had been drifting in the past, returned to the present. Moon In-seop reassured Bang Jong-ah and Gu Hak-jun, who were looking at him with concern.
Don't worry.
It's nothing serious. I just felt a momentary tightness in my chest and my heart constricting. Actually, on my way to and from school these days, a few scammers have been trying to take me to secluded places. Are you really all right? I'm not exactly fine, but what can I do? It's not the first time that people are trying to take advantage of a kid who made a lot of money on TV. Hearing the sharp words of author Moon, Goo Hak-joon felt a bit stunned, but also sensed his last doubts fading. He hadn't directly confirmed whether the child was a genius, but at least the broadcast didn't seem staged. Well, child, it's good that you've made up your mind, but living in such an environment seems a bit risky. What do you think about living in the dormitory at Baikak Arts Middle School? Goo Hak-joon made this suggestion and then nodded to Bang Jong-ah, saying, "It's not a criticism of the orphanage, but it's difficult for public care facilities to protect each and every child," seeking her understanding. And Bang Jong-ah, overwhelmed that a renowned university professor was nodding to someone like her, who hadn't even graduated from college, waved her hand saying it was all right, making a fuss. While this was nothing unusual in the context of Korea's social class system, for some reason, Moon In-seop found it slightly distasteful. After all, in terms of caring for others, Bang Jong-ah was far more sincere than Goo Hak-joon. So Moon In-seop intended to say this. "First, I would like to express my gratitude, Professor Goo Hak-joon. I am truly impressed with your intention to nurture future talents as a leading figure in the Korean literary world, coming here to take care of a novice author like me. However, I am afraid that accepting your sponsorship offer would change my daily life too drastically. The teachers and friends at New Light Spring Orphanage are like family to me. Leaving them behind to suddenly enter a boarding school is somewhat burdensome. Similarly, if I accept the sponsorship and become practically your student, starting literary activities, it would mean more social activities. But I don't think I am mature enough as an author yet, and being young, I foresee many difficulties in such activities. I am really sorry to respond like this after you've come so far, and I hope that someday we can meet again under better circumstances. Thank you." But as he looked at Goo Hak-joon to say this, the moment their eyes met, Moon In-seop felt something welling up inside him. So, the words that came out of the boy's mouth were completely unexpected. "So, Professor, you are willing to sponsor me just for my talent, without really knowing who I am?" "It's not exactly like that. No, actually, you're right, Professor. Then what would you do if one day my talent disappeared?" Goo Hak-joon was at a loss for words. The boy had hit the nail on the head. Goo Hak-joon came to see Moon In-seop not to take care of a child, but to nurture a newcomer in the literary world. To him, the boy said, "Right now, before your eyes, is not a freshman just entering university, but a sixth grader in elementary school. You suggested that this child leave the orphanage and enter a dormitory, offering to provide tuition, educational environment, and connections, and promising to protect me from the harshness of the world. You say it's sponsorship, not adoption, but from my perspective, this is closer to adoption. Aren't you almost proposing to raise me? But if the reason is not love, but talent, it will be a big problem later." Goo Hak-joon, startled, tried to deny it, but eventually nodded, as Moon In-seop's words seemed to see right through his heart. "You want to take me fishing, invite me to your house for dinner, introduce me to your children, sit with me alone in a room for hours talking about writing, and proudly introduce me as your student in front of your acquaintances, right?" The boy chillingly hit the nail on the head regarding Goo Hak-joon's true intentions. Goo Hak-joon felt as if his dark desires were being exposed in the light of day. It would have been different if it were just the two of them in the living room, but the presence of the childcare teacher, Bang Jong-ah, doubled his embarrassment. However, his admiration for the boy grew. After all, where did this boy's insight come from? Was this truly a talent given by heaven? Yet, as Goo Hak-joon's fondness increased, the boy looked at him with cold eyes. "Really? How shallow. Child. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't come with that intention." Watching Goo Hak-joon, who had once relentlessly pursued him in his past life, now desperately pleading, Moon In-seop felt an indescribable and somewhat guilty pleasure, though he wouldn't admit it. So, he finally brought up even Goo Hak-joon's hidden weakness, stabbing him in the heart. Even while reading your representative work, The Altruist, I felt it a bit. You have a slight tendency of self-importance. How did you know? Did you think that, as a famous novelist, I would be honored to follow you upon your visit? What makes you think I should abandon my current environment and rely solely on you? Before long, Bang Jong-a, her face flushed red, covered her mouth, deeply engrossed in the melodramatic drama unfolding before her. So, when Moon In-sip suddenly stood up, she felt a tinge of disappointment that this situation was coming to an end. I'm sorry to respond this way after your long journey, but it seems difficult for me to accept your sponsorship. Please return safely. With that, the boy left resolutely. But Gu Hak-jun couldn't let the boy go just like that. To lose someone who could discern his deepest psychology from just one novel, Moon In-sip's talent was beyond Gu Hak-jun's imagination. Child. No, Moon. Just listen to me for a moment. However, despite Gu Hak-jun's desperate call, the boy paused for a brief moment, giving him a fleeting look, and then resolutely walked out of the living room. It was summer. Asterisk. Ki-hoon Hyung, do you have a cigarette? You want to die? I craved a cigarette that day. Leaning against a tree in the orphanage yard, I looked up at the sky. I remember leaning against this tree and looking at the sky on the day I returned to the past. White clouds drifted by, and the fresh sprouts on the branches swayed gently with every breeze. Birds spread their wings and followed the wind, and the planet I stood on was also orbiting in its path. Even though it's natural for things to flow according to set rules, I found myself going against the flow of time. What exactly is talent? Why does it change the way people are treated so drastically? I wasn't even a real genius, just a novelist who traveled back in time. So, it wasn't that people were fascinated by a genius. Rather, they were excited by their social consensus to consider this guy as a born genius. The world is in such a state. The sudden wealth and fame only attracted scammers, not seeming particularly valuable. The happiness I truly wanted was left behind in the gaps of time. The only thing that seemed to remain was writing. I should write. Writing on the manuscript paper seemed like it might somewhat untangle my complicated feelings. It was then, as I was about to head to the study room. Ding! A message arrived. It was from Lim Yong-wook. An ominous message. So much so that I unconsciously read it aloud. Don't be surprised by anything that happens from now on. What does that mean? The answer soon came rushing at me from all directions as people from the orphanage hurried to inform me. In-sip. On the internet. You've been accused of school violence. Asterisk. A post alleging that Moon In-sip, famous as a child prodigy novelist, had committed school violence appeared on the internet. It was based on records of a school violence committee meeting, claiming that Moon In-sip falsely accused 3 students, instigating them to be beaten by bullies from the same orphanage. Naturally, public opinion did a 180-degree turn from before. A torrent of fierce criticism poured in. As always, what? Another school violence case. I knew it would come to this. I had a feeling just by his face. I'm staying neutral for now. Neutral? LOL, he's real trash. This was nothing unusual. How many celebrities had fallen due to school violence revelations? I was just another name on the list. Originally, the plan was to bribe a couple of parents of the school violence victims and put them in front of the camera. But that would have made it too easy to find out that Yang Sung-jun was behind this. It would be a big problem inside the company if it became known that Baikak Publishing was interfering with Baikak Entertainment's business. So, it would have revealed that this school violence case was entirely fabricated? Exactly. So, I did my best to prevent it. Lim Yong-wook smirked. Publishing Planning Department's Deputy Kim received that smile. Well done, Deputy Kim. No, I just followed your instructions. Deputy Kim repeated to Lim Yong-wook the same words he once said to Yang Sung-jun. It was a betrayal. He betrayed Yang Sung-jun and sided with Lim Yong-wook. His expression still not entirely bright, it seemed that Deputy Kim still felt uneasy about this fact. Lim Yong-wook quickly caught on to the psychology and subtly encouraged Deputy Kim. Yang Sung-jun, that guy is really ruthless. How can someone send an elementary school student to their doom without a second thought, just for the sake of his company life? Haha, TSK. He's still the same, sending the entire publishing management task force to ruin. It's just heartless of people from the same company. Lim Yong-wook was naturally gaslighting Deputy Kim. This is like falling into his own trap, isn't it? That's right. Don't worry too much, Deputy Kim. Lim Yong-wook gently smiled and patted Deputy Kim's shoulder. They'll take care of everything. After soothing Deputy Kim and sending him away, Lim Yong-wook did not forget the fact that someone who had betrayed once could betray again. Pretending to be weak. No matter how much they pretend to be good, such people eventually cling to the stronger party, like bats. They know too well that the strong write history. That was the realization Lim Yong-wook had after 2 years of commuting to the underground parking lot. If you have power, you can justify the process. You have to win first. Strike before being struck. And so, he struck. Lim Yong-wook instigated Deputy Kim to throw the bait of Moon In-seop school violence at Yang Sung-joon. And Yang, cornered to his limits, took the bait. It's over. Yang Sung-joon wasn't a good boss. In the end, someone who climbs by stepping on others is bound to get caught in their own karma. Lim Yong-wook briefly wondered if he might end up the same way. But then he organized his thoughts and decided to finish what needed to be done. Senior? Yes, it's me. I think it's time to release the details of the investigation. But there's a saying that even if you know 1,000 miles of water, you can't know the heart of a person. Could it have been said for no reason? The little ball that Yang Sung-joon shot into the air was rolling in a strange direction. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When public interest in Moon In-seop was at its peak, Yang Sung-joon triggered the controversy of school violence. Then, as soon as Yang Sung-joon stirred up the controversy, Lim Yong-wook would immediately release a counter-article to label him as trash. Simultaneously, he would reveal that Bike Hack Publishing was attacking Bike Hack Entertainment, leading to Yang Sung-joon's downfall. That was Lim Yong-wook's plan. However, Lim Yong-wook wasn't an expert in public opinion wars, and his response was too swift, causing the fire to die down prematurely. What? It wasn't true? I knew this would happen. I thought the rumor was suspicious. I'm staying neutral for now. Neutral? LOL, people like you are the ones who kill. However, the real controversy erupted from an unexpected place, with a phrase Yang Sung-joon mentioned while spreading the rumor acting as the fuse of the bomb. 100 million won. The public focused on the money. Moon, the author, made 100 million won. A primary school student earning 100 million won? Is the book that good? Making 100 million won with noise marketing. That's a bit off. Here, the fact that Moon, the author's book, won 16 literary awards at once became a problem. Were those awards bought with money? Buying one might be a trick, but buying 16 doesn't make it art. The reason Moon, the author, was attacked was not because of practices like debut fees, but ultimately because of jealousy. The logic that one shouldn't profit from an unhealthy route to debut gained traction among the jealous people. Yang Sung-joon, furious at the realization that he had nearly been played and killed by Lim Yong-wook, decided to make the most of the opportunity given to him. These damn bastards. Get in touch right now. Now was the chance. It was time to show these young fools who mocked the literary world a proper lesson. Yang Sung-joon made such an appeal, proposing to the entire literary world to bury Moon In-seop. But isn't there a saying that you can know 1,000 miles of water but not the heart of a person? Around that time, the elders of the literary world had a slightly different view of Moon In-seop. Why would we lose a valuable talent in the Korean literary world? Chapter 22. Other. The mornings at Bike Hack Entertainment are chaotic. It's not because the employees are particularly lively. After all, a person who has just arrived at work is biologically indistinguishable from rice cakes, green onion kimchi, utterly exhausted, or zombies. TL, if you don't understand the part about the rice cake and green onion kimchi, it's the author's way of comparing office life as repetitive and lacking uniqueness. The noise in the mornings at Bike Hack Entertainment is due to the crowd of people swarming around the building entrance. Fandoms and entertainment reporters camp out from early morning, creating noise whenever a celebrity enters or leaves the building. This has become so routine that the employees sitting in the lobby CAF, sipping their morning coffee, have started a small game of guessing who the visitor is based solely on the sounds coming from the entrance. Today, as the commotion at the entrance erupted, the employees in the CAF chuckled and chatted in small groups. The decibel level is quite high. Could it be a superstar? Hey, Deputy Manager Nim. Don't you know that idol fandoms are always intense? If they see their favorite, they scream without caring about anything else. No. It sounds more like the voices of reporters asking questions than young people. Maybe it's a top actor who was going into production recently. Well, since I didn't hear Appa Dash, it seems like it might be a woman. Could be a young man. The age doesn't matter for the title Appa. It's all about the face. The employees around the table mentioned various celebrities' names, even betting small amounts on their coffee bills. But then, isn't the noise getting louder? The bustling murmur grew louder and nearer until it was evident inside the lobby. Why? Did the fandom break through the entrance? Again, what are the security guards doing? Seriously, can't even enjoy coffee in peace in the morning. Idol fandoms breaching the entrance and invading the building is a serious incident. Fans excited to meet celebrities can act impulsively and unpredictably. They might hide in bathrooms and then sneak out to explore Bike Hack Entertainment, or they might enact a spy infiltration mission to meet their favorite actor, or deliver a gift box containing a dead mouse, 1 month postmortem, to an idol they dislike, or seek bloody revenge on a producer who messed up their favorite girl group's management. Having experienced such incidents, the employees of Bike Hack Entertainment promptly began to evacuate in an orderly manner upon seeing signs of a fandom invasion on the first floor. However, when they emerged from the lobby CAF, there was no sign of an idol fandom having invaded the first floor. Instead, the employees of Bike Hack Entertainment themselves had transformed into a fandom surrounding someone. There, just one picture. So cute. The employees from the CAF frowned. What? How disgraceful. Getting excited over seeing a celebrity in an entertainment agency? And they call themselves proud employees of Bike Hack Entertainment? Let's go see for ourselves. Sure. And what the employees who arrived at the scene finally witnessed was the most controversial figure at present. A character unlike any other in the Korean entertainment industry. Bike Hack Entertainment's top earner for the first half of the year. And the youngest genius author. This Moon In. He's so tiny. Is that young kid really Author Moon? I really enjoyed his book. Hey, let me take a picture too. Author Moon In had visited Bike Hack Entertainment. EP2 other. The first time I visited Bike Hack Entertainment, I was stopped at the entrance, but the second time I was stopped even before I could enter. It wasn't the security guards who stopped me, but the reporters. Are you really Author Moon In? Yes. What do you think about the recent school violence controversy that was exposed online? I've been hit, but I never hit anyone. Is it true that you've written 16 novels? Yes. What are your future plans? Go home, write, and sleep, I guess. Not that, like additional TV appearances. Maybe. Not really sure. I wonder how long I was surrounded by reporters. Fortunately, the security guards who had blocked me last time instead pulled me out from the crowd of reporters this time and guided me into the Bike Hack Entertainment building. But as soon as I entered the huge lobby, which I had only glimpsed before, adults who caught sight of my face widened their eyes in surprise and surrounded me like zombies. Can I take a picture here? Author Nim. I was deeply moved by your book. So small. Is it him? Really? That kid? Oh my. Such baby skin. Wow. Such a young kid wrote a book, seriously? Who is this kid? Could I possibly ask for an autograph here? Hey kid. Do you know VMT? They're a boy group. Maybe you could do a YouTube channel together. Hey team leader Kim, don't do business here. I cried while reading your book. I was so overwhelmed that I almost lost my senses. Just then, someone dispersed the crowd and issued a stern warning. Look here, folks. Don't you have better things to do this early in the morning? In a white suit and black sunglasses, it was CEO Baek Sung-won. From upstairs, I saw the lobby has been noisy for almost 5 minutes, so I came down, and what do I see? Crowding around a child, what are you all doing? However, not many people paid attention to CEO Baek Sung-won's words. Most employees awkwardly avoided his gaze and fled as soon as he approached. Only a few department heads and deputy managers, who couldn't escape because they were high-ranking enough for CEO Baek Sung-won to match their names, faces, and positions, were caught and lectured. But when they returned to their departments, they would probably exaggerate CEO Baek Sung-won's lecture 100-fold, 1,000-fold to their subordinates, so in the end, didn't he get his message across to everyone? While I was thinking about this, CEO Baek Sung-won, having sent the employees back to their workplaces, reached out for a handshake with a sly smile. "Hey, Author Moon. Long time no see. You've become a complete superstar since I last saw you. It's all thanks to you, CEO. Ha ha ha. Look at you, even knowing how to socialize. All grown up. What brings you to our company? Looking for the publishing department? Yes. Do you know where the publishing management department is? It's on the 12th floor. Thank you. Sure." CEO Baek Sung-won waved his hand in response to my thanks and then strode off somewhere. Is the 12th floor considered decent in a 15-story building? Anyway, it must be much better than the underground parking lot. Riding the transparent elevator to the 12th floor, I could see downtown Seoul clearly. Nice. Although the person next to me gave me a strange look, I safely arrived at the 12th floor and set out to find the publishing management department. Let's see. Hayrace Management Team 2, Hayrace the storage room, Hayrace the business support team, and here is. Found it. Excuse me. As soon as I entered the office of the publishing management department, the employees were startled and looked at me. It was somewhat fascinating to me that all these people were involved in work related to me. After looking around the office for a moment, thankfully I saw a familiar face. Editor Baek. Oh my. Author Moon Nim. Baek Seol, who was chatting with someone near the utility room, was surprised and approached me. Her spiky hair was neatly arranged, making her look quite different. What brings you here, Author Nim? You didn't even contact us. I'm sorry for showing up unannounced. It's not about receiving an apology. I would have come to meet you if you had informed us. Surely you didn't come by subway? I took a taxi. Recently, there are a lot of suspicious people targeting me. Oh dear. And that's probably because of someone who's now trying to escape the office, hiding their face with a file folder. Startled, Lim Yong-wook, who was trying to sneak out of the office with his face hidden behind a file folder, froze on the spot. Stop right there. Insiapa. Chief Nim. I looked up at Lim Yong-wook with a cold gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Lim Yong-wook's smooth scalp. What exactly is going on here? I can explain everything. Why are critics and literary elders fighting over me? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The whole story of the incident was as follows. Yang Sung-joon, the head of the publishing planning department at Baikak Publishing, had obtained Moon In-seop's school violence disciplinary record and planned to release it at the peak of Moon's popularity, aiming to send Lim Yong-wook plummeting down. However, the school violence record turned out to be completely fabricated, and Moon In-seop was not at fault. In fact, the information had been provided by Kim, an agent who had been swayed by Lim Yong-wook. These bastards! Yang Sung-joon grinded his teeth while reading the official refutation posted by Lim Yong-wook's side. According to that statement, wasn't Moon In-seop originally a victim of school violence? It was the school that unfairly labeled Moon In-seop as a liar to side with the parents. Naturally, the controversy stirred up by Yang Sung-joon fizzled out before it could even catch fire. But that was okay, since the fact that Baikak Publishing was interfering with Baikak Entertainment's business could involve higher-ups. Yang Sung-joon didn't use Baikak Publishing's line but instead reached out through third-rate tabloid media using his personal connections to blow up the school violence issue. The problem was that Lim Yong-wook, who received the information from Kim, reported it to the higher-ups. Eventually, the fact that Yang Sung-joon attacked Baikak Entertainment became known within the company. Then, Kim Sang-guk, the head of the publishing business division, conveyed this message to Yang Sung-joon. Chief Yang, This incident went too far. I hear it was a project directly intervened by the CEO of the entertainment division. I think maybe you let personal feelings mess this up too much. It meant that everything was going to be blamed on him. These bastards. When was it ever right to leave Lim Yong-wook, who muddies the waters, alone? And now they're saying it's all my responsibility? That can't be. Yang Sung-joon hardened his resolve and began to figure out how to survive this situation. Then, as if heaven was helping him, a troubling movement in public opinion was detected. One of the rumors carelessly spread by the tabloid media under Yang Sung-joon's orders became the catalyst. Literary awards bought for money, earning $1 billion? Elementary school author earning money is too easy. Literature? Difficult. Money? Easy. Based on this simple logic, the rumor spread rapidly online. It was an unforeseen event. Lim Yong-wook's publishing management department quickly issued a corrective report. It wasn't that author Moon earned $1 billion, but the combined sales of physical and electronic books were around $1 billion. And that $1 billion was shared between the publishing house, bookstores, and the author. Then netizens quickly came to this conclusion. The average royalty for an author is usually 10%. An elementary student pulled in $1 billion? In just 1 month? Moon In-seop, 13 years old. 6th grade in elementary school. Salary, $1 billion. It was a very powerful phrase. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It's human nature to begrudge a little when someone on basic livelihood assistance eats expensive tonkatsu. Let alone an orphan earning $1 billion in a month? There were certainly no few people who couldn't accept that fact. And there were not a few people who found it repugnant to begrudge such a person. In fact, even more so. And so the war began. People jealous that an orphanage resident is making a lot of money. Don't you feel a bit shameful? It's not about begrudging an orphanage resident making money, but the issue is the reason behind author Moon's novel's success. Promoting that he won 16 literary awards and then turns out he bought those awards. Do you see that as normal? People bought it because it was written by an elementary student. What value is there in insincere literature? It's just pointing out that earning $1 billion through loopholes is wrong. Unexpectedly, in this public opinion battle, the side attacking Moon was more dominant. The side defending author Moon had no weapons, while the attackers did. That weapon was expertise. The logic to attack author Moon was already in place, held by critics well-versed in literature. Those who wanted to attack Moon simply had to use that logic as it was. And several critics were now in a position where they could no longer coexist under the same sky with author Moon In-seop. This was all because of Baikak Publishing. Why the hell isn't Yang Sung-joon answering his phone? Oh Min-sang irritably tossed his phone onto a plush sofa. Critic Oh Min-sang was a central figure in the recent controversy. To be precise, he was forced into it. To understand why he was pushed into this battle, one must go back a bit. Before it was revealed that author Moon was a minor, Baikak Publishing's planning department had officially enlisted a number of critics to denigrate him. Critic Oh Min-sang had been at the forefront of this. He was the closest to Baikak Publishing. Thus, he attacked author Moon using the pretext of purchasing literary awards even before it was revealed that author Moon was a minor. And after it was revealed, he continued to criticize him, claiming there was no authenticity in literature written by an elementary student. He was also the most active in pushing the ghostwriting controversy. But recently, the true identity of author Moon was revealed through a broadcast. The result was disastrous. Oh Min-sang had become the worst critic, seen as someone who envied and tried to undermine a genius author from an unfortunate background. Damn it, if it weren't for that bastard Yang Sung-joon. Being a critic is an ironic profession. Though known for educating the public, to succeed as a critic, one must align precisely with the public's taste. This is similar to a politician. Instead of proposing policies and having voters choose their favorite, they only present policies that voters are most likely to favor. Thus, while a critic must evaluate cultural content with expertise, different from the public, their conclusions must align exactly with the public's thoughts. This enables the public to read the critique and think, exactly my thoughts. I am so smart. Being a critic was about providing that satisfaction. That was the truth Oh Min-sang had realized in this industry. That's why he became a loyal servant of Bikehack Publishing, which effectively controlled the industry. But now, even mighty Bikehack Publishing was being outplayed by an elementary school author? Caught in that fight, Oh Min-sang nearly got hit by the stray bullets and was close to being finished. The moment Moon In-seop's identity was revealed, Oh Min-sang felt as if the sky was falling. Now, he had to go all the way. Either Moon In dies or Oh Min-sang does. One of the two. Since this was all due to Yang Sung-jun's doing, Oh Min-sang, grinding his teeth, continued to cooperate with Yang Sung-jun, diligently producing reasons for the public to dislike Moon In-seop. Chief Yang, why aren't you answering your phone? Sorry. There's a situation at the company. It's quite chaotic here. How are things on your end? We're still pushing the narrative that author Moon succeeded through unfair means, but the response seems to be cooling off. Initially, the literary award scandal was linked to literary magazines, and those are media people. Even third-rate tabloids seem reluctant to bite the hand of their own industry. What about the books? Just criticize the books. This guy and his casual tone. Even though thinking this, Oh Min-sang responded politely. There are 16 books. How can we review and critique all of them? And if we just disparage all of them, how will people view us? It's too blatant. So, you're just going to keep repeating the same thing like a parrot and whine? To catch these bastards, we need to land a big fish and finish them off for good. Oh Min-sang wanted to retort, then why don't you do it? Why are you giving me a hard time? But he kept his mouth shut and listened to Yang Sung-jun attentively. These kids are basically whistleblowers, aren't they? Exposing the debut fee scandal and then becoming popular by cannibalizing others in the same industry to make money. Yes, that's right. Sigh. They'll try to make some calls. Sorry for raising my voice. I'm just out of my mind right now. Totally out of my mind. No, it's understandable. You must be very tired. But about these calls you mentioned? In response to Oh Min-sang's question, Yang Sung-jun listed a few names. They were the elders of the Korean literary circle. You're really gonna contact them? They were already annoyed with me asking who the hell this Moon In is. If I ask them to add a bit to the conversation, they won't refuse. Then things will really go smoothly. The moment the elders move, the literary world's opinion will turn against author Moon. Many novelists have mentor-mentee relationships with these elders. In other words, it declares Moon as the public enemy of the literary world. Moreover, most of these elder novelists also double as critics. To evaluate novels, one must know about them more than anyone else. If these elder novelists, who have chaired various famous literary award committees multiple times, start criticizing author Moon, many people will begin to suspect there's no smoke without fire. Even if a wave of sympathy arises and author Moon continues his writing career, if the elders share the blame, Oh Min-sang will be much freer from criticism. Oh Min-sang finally felt a sense of relief. Then I'll trust in you, Chief Yang. Okay. Indeed, though Yang Sung-jun might have an irritable character, his connections born from experience were undeniable. And in this narrow field, connections were everything. A few hours later, Oh Min-sang received a text from one of the elders. He checked his phone with a face full of joy, and then froze. Critic O, I dare offer you a piece of advice. Do not use too harsh criticisms. TL. Critic O equals Oh Min-sang. *****. Initially, when the sacred annual spring literary contest was tainted by a crazed egotist. When some lunatic bought 16 literary awards and boasted about it. The entire literary world was united in anger. The dignity of our literary world has hit rock bottom. Drag out that heinous villain immediately. However, since Moon In-seop turned out to be a young person not even of legal age yet, and displayed his 16 novels skillfully in front of numerous people. In the midst of widespread acclaim, the elders of the literary world also began to change their view. He seems to write quite profound and sincere novels. Young in age, but a literary figure with considerable depth. How could such a young talent emerge from under the tutelage of such a rude and ignorant person? For decades, the Korean literary world, which had preserved the country's bright traditions amidst the tumultuous history, was being pushed back by OTT from the West and web novels leading with sensationalism. Finally, after decades, a true talent capable of standing against foreign influences had emerged in the orthodox literary world. Initially flustered and angry, the elders of the literary world soon developed a different desire. If I could teach that child my martial arts, no, my literary skills? However, hesitant to change their stance too obviously in front of others, they did not openly speak up. Just then, a master of a prestigious literary school, Mr. Gu, stepped forward among his peers. This child's talent is real. Mr. Gu, in his youth, had roamed the world as a knight-errant, making the Korean literary world known even in distant lands of the West. His reputation was so esteemed that he was often mentioned as a potential leader of the literary world. Now, this highly respected figure admitted to being humbled by a mere child not even of age. That Moon-in recognized the inner demon of my heart just from reading one of my books. They say a truly talented person can understand 10 things from one. Then what should we call that child? A genius. Exactly. A true talent bestowed by heaven. I stake my name on that guarantee. The literary world is a place where people dedicate their lives to upholding the meaning behind their names. When someone so renowned stakes their name, who would dare question it? Then suddenly, a bizarre letter arrived from Baikak. It was nothing other than a proposal to make author Moon-in the public enemy of the literary world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So now famous critics and novelists are having a keyboard war on the internet because of me? That's what's happening. This is insane. Complete mess. As I frowned and covered my face with my hands, Lim Yong-wook, unable to hide his regret, hesitantly spoke to me. Sorry. The controversy on the internet must be hard on you. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. They'll try to sort it out as quickly as possible. How do you plan to do that? The more successful we are, the more disadvantages someone in Baikak Publishing faces. Right now, that person is marked by the higher-ups of the group. They have a lot of bad karma, so they'll be kicked out soon. What kind of bad karma? They buried me in the underground parking lot. Oh dear. What am I even talking about to you? Lim Yong-wook seemed a bit embarrassed that he had to bring up such sordid matters to me. I diverted the topic of conversation for his sake. By the way, the internet keeps talking about money, money, money. How much am I supposed to receive that it's causing such a fuss? Didn't you see the email I sent you? No. Lim Yong-wook glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then whispered to me quietly. 1.2 billion. My mind went blank. My mouth dropped open. Lim Yong-wook, finding my reaction amusing, continued with a smirk. Authors usually get an average royalty of 10%. But you're getting 15%, a bit more. Your star power contributes a lot to the book sales. But still, that's an enormous amount of money. The ebooks sold incredibly well. It's a record-breaking success. Lim Yong-wook playfully poked me in the ribs. Congratulations. You're rich now. I sat there in disbelief. This was more than all the wealth I had accumulated in my previous life. And then it hit me. What talent really is. What public attention really means. Why so many people are desperate to capture the public's interest and become obsessed with talent. It all seemed to finally make sense to me. But I didn't feel entirely good about it. Thinking about how much suffering I had endured without this money, I couldn't be completely happy that it was now in my hands. Could this really be considered money earned through my efforts? No. Excluding my autobiography, the other 15 books had already been published in a time that might be my past life. TL? Autobiography equals cause of death. And back then, Executive Director Lim Yong-wook incurred only losses for the company, earning a barrage of curses. As a result, my novels were not individually published later on, but rather compiled into a single book with small print as a series of connected stories. But one thing was clear. It's the same writing. The same writing, but the response is different. This was revealing an all too stark truth. that all the love and attention I was receiving now was somewhat illusory. Professor Gu Hak-jun's changed attitude, the frenzy people showed, it's all a mirage. At least that's what I think. Money earned with fake talent. Then, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Excuse me, Chief. How much will I receive next month? Well, the second printing hasn't happened yet, so it won't be as much. But probably close to 10 million won? Now that I think about it, that's more than my salary. Damn. What if we do this? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Critic Oh Min-sang hadn't slept well for several days. He was torn between the instructions from Yang Sung-jun to attack Moon-in and the orders from a respected industry senior not to. However, there was only one option available to him. Once you're on the tiger's back, you must hold on and not fall off. If he hesitated now, he would be completely buried. He had already published numerous critiques attacking Moon-in, and as long as Moon continued his writing career, those critiques would forever haunt him. He couldn't change his stance. Ironically, this was when Oh Min-sang, as a critic, was receiving the most attention. Those who envied and disliked Moon-in's success were rallying around him. And attention translates into money. Changing his stance now would only make him the next target. He had to keep moving forward. He had made up his mind. And that resolve was shaken that afternoon. It was because Moon-in announced he would make a statement to the press. What is this about? Oh Min-sang waited anxiously all day for the press conference at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., Moon-in appeared in front of Bikehack Entertainment's building. Oh Min-sang watched the live broadcast on YouTube. He had a very ominous premonition. Moon-in said on the screen, "Hello, I am the novelist Moon-in." The boy, bowing his head to the camera among adults, looked very small. But his words were far from childish. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the overwhelming love showered upon me. Thank you. Oh Min-sang's only encounter with Moon-in had been through a special program aired on BMB. And there Moon-in Sip appeared as a precocious, world-weary child. But now, speaking in a polite tone and neatly dressed, he truly seemed like an adult. The difference in appearance and demeanor lent him an odd, almost mystical aura. However, I find it difficult to accept being called a genius. I am not a genius. I was just born with an intellect roughly equivalent to an adult's. I think by the time I'm 20, it'll be no different from others. Moon-in continued with his inexplicable speech. And as the talk progressed, Oh Min-sang's anxiety grew. When receiving such undue attention, I sometimes wonder what talent really is. It seems somewhat unfair that an innate factor, beyond one's control, determines a person's acquired life. Fortunately, thanks to God's grace in bestowing me with talent, I've achieved great success at a young age, but I doubt whether this is entirely due to my effort. Oh Min-sang was probably the person most focused on this press conference. His life depended on it. Thus, he could anticipate what was going to be said next. Not that. Please not that. Moon-in, of course, couldn't hear Oh Min-sang. The boy continued at his own pace. When I think about it, my upbringing at New Light Spring Orphanage, thanks to director Moon Chung-jae and teacher Bang Jong-ah, and my brother Ki-hoon and numerous other brothers and sisters, made me who I am. No, please, stop it. And the environment I grew up in was possible thanks to the warm-hearted sponsors who supported New Light Spring Orphanage. Please just stop. So I've decided. The statement Oh Min-sang hoped would never be made was finally spoken. I intend to donate the book sales revenue of 125 million won to child care facilities nationwide. Chapter 23, Other. Bikehack Publishing Planning Department. Yang Sung-jun, the department head, arrived at work with bleary eyes. He hadn't slept a wink all weekend. Naturally, it was because of Lim Yong-wook. That damned guy. He persuaded a young author to donate a whopping 100 million won. Now, author Moon has acquired a reputation akin to a second coming of Jesus. Of course, just as it was with the real Jesus, once the public gets bored, they'll probably stab Moon-in Sip with their metaphorical knives, but at least for now, no one can touch Moon. Yang Sung-jun felt like he was in the dark. If the literary elders had taken his side, it might have been different, but those bat-like old men are now on author Moon's side. It was all about money. There was a frenzy of essay writing academies among parents, and this month's publishing market sales skyrocketed. Broadcast station PDs, sensing the boom in literary fiction, were showing signs of inviting famous novelists to variety shows. For such trivial reasons, the literary dignitaries betrayed Yang Sung-jun. It was incomprehensible. But as things have escalated to this point, the thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be, am I the one who is wrong? No, I haven't done anything wrong. Yang Sung-jun shook his head in shock. All of this started with Lim Yong-wook's nonsense. If that guy hadn't exposed the practice of debut fees, none of this would have happened. The debut fee practice was a livelihood corruption for minor literary magazines barely scraping by. But Lim Yong-wook and author Moon betrayed the industry insiders for a bit of popularity. So, the very success of author Moon is wrong. Yang Sung-jun, as a member of Bikehack Publishing, representing the Korean literary world and publishing industry, had a duty to thoroughly crush those traitors and set things right. This is not a petty self-justification. Until very recently, many people agreed with this opinion, even the literary elders. But if those cowardly old men have betrayed justice for the taste of money, then he alone must restore order. From now on, there will be no mercy. Lim Yong-wook, and even Deputy Kim, will be utterly destroyed, left out on the streets. Author Moon? That young guy has some room for leniency. He was just played by Lim Yong-wook. Once everything is over, he will mercifully take him in and guide him in the right direction. Yes, that will do. Now, what should I do? Maybe it's a good idea to snatch author Moon away before kicking out Lim Yong-wook. Perhaps by offering a large sum of money to the legal guardian, the orphanage director. Or should I spread rumors that Lim Yong-wook is exploiting author Moon? Should I protest to Bikehack Entertainment for meddling in publishing when Bikehack Publishing exists? For that, I would need the help of Chief Kim Sang-guk. While thinking such thoughts, Yang Sung-jun headed to work. But the atmosphere in the office was a bit different. Instead of standing up and bowing their heads in greeting as soon as the department head arrived, the subordinate employees collectively looked down, avoiding eye contact with him. What's going on? No answer came back. Yang Sung-jun, feeling an ominous premonition, headed to his desk. The desk was gone. The desk that was fine until yesterday was gone. Yang Sung-jun knew very well why. He also knew very well what would happen next. If he asks Chief Kim Sang-guk what this is about, he'll probably be told it's just a waiting order and to come to work as usual. He would still receive his salary and maintain his position as department head. But there would be no place for him in the office. Instead, his subordinate would take over his duties with the treatment of a department head, and he would have to spend all day in the break room, receiving the scornful looks of other employees. Naturally, he would eat alone, and even when he went to the bathroom to pee, everyone would pretend not to see him and avoid him. Is this how it felt? He didn't realize when he was taking away others' desks. But now that it's happening to him, he understood. Felt absolutely terrible. That's why he laughed. Hey. Yang Sung-jun stood in the middle of the office, laughing for a long time. IP2 other. Bikehack Group is a chaebol corporation. This means it's a family-owned business conglomerate. It's a structure where various business sectors are dominated by one family. In the case of Bikehack Group, it was naturally the Beck family. However, typically, such family control is limited to direct descendants. Even among direct descendants, there are disputes over management rights, so at the top of a chaebol group, there's usually only one emperor and his crown prince. Therefore, CEO Baek Sung-won, who led one affiliate despite being from a collateral branch, was in many ways an exceptional case. This was because Bikehack Entertainment was a company built from the ground up by CEO Baek Sung-won. He wasn't just some golden parachute from the headquarters. He was practically the founder of Bikehack Entertainment. TL. Parachuting term is used when someone get a job/post etc. with connections. That's why he was confident even in front of the CEO of Bikehack Publishing. Are you saying that your side has been harassing our kids? In a private room of a Chinese restaurant in Bikehack Hotel, CEO Baek Sung-won, munching on sweet and sour pork, protested. The CEO of Bikehack Publishing smiled awkwardly and shrank back. A salaried CEO can't stand up to the Beck family. What are you talking about? Haha. Your publishing company keeps creating negative press about our company's celebrities. Who? That young kid? Yes, Author Moon. The CEO of Bikehack Publishing, of course, knew the whole story. How could he not know about the biggest issue in the publishing industry in the first half of the year, especially when it happened in his own company? However, the information he had was biased, fed to him by Chief Kim Sang-guk of the publishing business. Of course, he had a rough understanding of the actual situation. But the CEO of Bikehack Publishing pretended not to know. From what I heard, Lim Yong-wook, who was demoted from our side, bore a grudge against Yang Sung-jun, the head of the publishing planning department, and stirred up trouble. That's correct, but it started when Lim Yong-wook took Author Moon's manuscript to be published and was rejected, so he went for independent publishing. Oh, is that so? Yes. There's even a recording. Lim Yong-wook is a tough one. The CEO of Bikehack Publishing didn't bother to point out that Lim Yong-wook hadn't disclosed the detailed background of the author when he brought in the manuscript. There was no need to. Compared to Author Moon's talent, the ensuing buzz, and the public's frenzy, a mere editor was just a small cog in the company's machinery. The CEO of Bikehack Publishing apologized with a pleasant smile. Haha, I am sorry about this. Then CEO Baek Sung-won also let it go amiably. No, it's fine. That's not why I brought it up. The CEO of Bikehack Publishing asked, knowing what was coming. Then what brings you here? It's just that, don't you think it's odd for Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment to keep clashing like this? There needs to be some coordination from above. Then we'll take care of that Yang Sung-jun guy right away. Thank you. Then from now on, let's publish Author Moon's books through Bikehack Publishing. I mean, it doesn't make sense to print books using someone else's printers when there's a publishing house in the same group, right? Haha, we'd be grateful for that. That's how Yang Sung-jun's fate was decided. In his absence. Yes. Now that we're done with business, let's have a meal. The sweet and sour pork here is really good. It's easy on the stomach too. CEO Baek Sung-won, you just found out? I'm a regular here. Did I try to show off in front of an expert? Haha. Speaking of which, with the presidential election coming up, the headquarters. That's how the CEOs of Bikehack Entertainment and Bikehack Publishing strengthened their ties and parted ways. This was the reason for Yang Sung-jun's desk's disappearance the next day. Yang Sung-jun was fired. As soon as his desk was removed, he wrote his resignation and left. It seems he didn't have the confidence to endure 2 years in the underground parking lot like Lim Yong-wook did. Lim Yong-wook heard the news almost in real time. His contacts at Bikehack Publishing were texting him updates as if they were live reporting from the scene. He couldn't concentrate on his work all day. Even as it was time to leave, Lim Yong-wook sat blankly at his desk. The red sunset streaming in through the window filled the office, but he remained still. Employees from Bikehack Entertainment, not needing to be wary of their boss mood, had all gone home, but Baek Seol, the only one who respected Lim Yong-wook's authority and knew his personal affairs, looked at him with concern. Manager, are you okay? Baek, you go home. I'm fine. Okay. Baek Seol retreated, thinking that Lim Yong-wook was feeling the emptiness of revenge. But the emotion Lim Yong-wook was experiencing was similar yet slightly different. Why don't I feel happy? No. To be precise, it is somewhat enjoyable. That damned Yang Sung-jun, who schemed behind the scenes and blew up the publishing management task force team, got kicked out of the company. Having thought of nothing but revenge for 2 years in the underground parking lot, naturally he felt it served him right. But it wasn't as satisfying as he had thought. Why is that? Lim Yong-wook went up to the rooftop, craving a cigarette. How about making it into a movie? It's just an indie film anyway. Still, Akane could. He has a wife syndrome. Keep it down. Wow. On the rooftop, Bikehack Entertainment employees gathered in small groups, chatting. Of course, Lim Yong-wook didn't know any of them. Somehow, whether at the publishing company or here at entertainment, he seemed unable to escape being a loner. So, Lim Yong-wook chuckled and went to an empty railing to lean on. He took out a cigarette. In front of him, a forest of buildings reflected the red sunset with their entire bodies. The earth was more dazzling than the sky. So Lim Yong-wook looked up at the sky and lit his cigarette. The smoke from his mouth turned red as it rose into the sky, smudging into the clouds. Sigh. This forest of buildings was a jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the weak die without being able to protest to anyone. Yang Sung-joon and Kim Sang-guk were the strong ones, and Lim Yong-wook and his senior were the weak. It started right from their college diplomas. When Yang Sung-joon crushed the Publishing Management Task Force project, no one reprimanded him. Even though he attacked someone from the same company, they said the victim was to blame. The world's rules favored the strong. Weak people like Lim Yong-wook should just sit quietly and die. That's what everyone wanted. But he survived. He survived. Phew. All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind. Where were the team members who scattered after submitting their resignations? Did they really open a chicken restaurant? What will happen to Yang Sung-joon now? Will he really end up opening a chicken restaurant? What should be done about Chief Kim Sang-guk? Should he be forced to open a chicken restaurant? But the first thought that came to mind was, the emotion he was feeling now was not as enjoyable as he thought. TSK. So, was Lim Yong-wook unknowingly sympathizing with Yang Sung-joon? That would be truly chilling. Fortunately, every time he remembered Yang Sung-joon's face, he felt like vomiting, so it seemed his subconscious wasn't sympathizing with Yang Sung-joon. Then why wasn't he feeling happy? Lim Yong-wook quickly realized the reason. It was because he had recently experienced a joy so great it was incomparable. It was stirring up the Korean publishing industry with Author Moon. Although it started as a means for revenge, at some point, it became more significant than revenge. Purchasing 16 literary awards to challenge the literary world, manipulating public opinion, revealing Author Moon's identity to the world. Every time he thought about all these events, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, who else in this field has ever done such crazy things? Putting everything on the line to chase a dream was indeed a heart-thumping experience. By the time his thoughts reached there, the sun had already set. Right. Tomorrow a new sun will rise. There's still a long way to go to show Moon In-seop's writings to the whole world. Now that they were on a good track, they needed to get him on variety shows and carefully select from the pile of incoming CF commercial film offers. Just then, an unexpected voice came from behind. You're still at the company. That's fortunate. In-seop? Why are you here? Moon In-seop had shown up on the rooftop of Bikak Entertainment. The boy was holding a brown document envelope in his hand. I came to give you something, but I got held up at the subway station in front. People were asking for autographs. I'm a bit late. But luckily you haven't left yet. Really? What are you giving me? Is it a gift? Maybe? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I am 8 years old. I don't really have a name. I live in a house where people who have left their homes gather. It's similar to a temple. They are called runaway families, or in English, runaway families. Abbreviated, it's runaway fam, TL. Well, I left it as it is instead of removing the English part to keep it original. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Damn it. Lim Yong-wook cursed without realizing it, and immediately forgot that he had just cursed, and questioned Moon In-seop. He was not in his right mind. What the hell is this? This is my next work. When did you even write this? Always. Now that he thought about it, the kid hadn't been attending school and was always holding on to manuscript paper. But to have already written the next work. Regardless of whether it could be published, releasing a new work now would completely mess up the original schedule. In-seop. Author Moon. Lim Yong-wook desperately tried to persuade him. We just made a generous donation, and the current trend is very good. If there's an invisible wave in public opinion, we've just caught it. Understand? Yes. We're riding the wave, so your books will sell very well for a while. Do you know how many variety shows want to have you? And the number of CFs that have come in is astounding. Textbooks, desks, headphones, pencils, brands, insurance, books, it's no joke. Yes. So, let's plan for about 3 months of activities variety shows, talk shows, interviews, autograph sessions. All the books you've published until now will sell like hotcakes. Everyone in the world will be reading your writing. Yes. So can we postpone the next work a bit? If we publish it now, it will totally mess up the work schedule. Publishing a book is no ordinary task. And we still don't know how people will react to your next work. Moon In-seop took a moment to process the situation. So you're saying let's do the broadcasting appearances first instead of publishing the book? Yes. I don't want to. For the first time, Lim Yong-wook saw Moon In-seop as a child, almost like a primary school student. His refusal was so firm that it reminded him of the popular phrase, "What are you going to do?" And then, an utterly unexpected remark followed. What about the CFs? Yes. What do you want to start with? Textbooks? Tutoring? Milk? Me? Do CFs? Yes. Why? Because we need to make money. Just as Lim Yong-wook was about to continue persuading him, he realized that the boy in front of him was the same one who had casually donated 100 million won. A cold sweat began to run down Lim Yong-wook's slick head. What means did he have to persuade Moon In-seop? Could it be none? Lim Yong-wook felt darkness enveloping him. Chapter 24. Our family is poor, so everyone has to earn money. But our family can't find proper jobs. When I asked my mom, sister, and brothers, they said it's because we're too young. Our family doesn't do such despicable acts. We sell real love. But people in the world think that's even worse. So, the world is stupid, but our family is smart. The smartest in our family, our mom, taught me a lot. She told me that if you go to an orphanage, bad men forcibly take your love, that if you go to school, bad kids beat you up, that our maternal grandparents were really bad people, and that real family is not given by heaven but something you choose to make. All these teachings came from my mom. Of course, I didn't understand. Not only because mom's words were too difficult, but also because she always did things that didn't make sense. She says selling love is not wrong but a matter of pride. Yet at night, she would hold me and weep, saying she didn't know when things went so wrong. She tells me orphanages and schools are really bad places, yet she gets scolded by our family leader, the fam leader brother, every time she says she wants to send me to an orphanage or school. But the most incomprehensible behavior was this. One day, the fam leader brother said there was someone who wanted to buy my love. He said if I sold my love, we could make a lot of money. I agreed. I was happy to help mom, and according to mom's teachings, selling love was a matter of pride. But then, wasn't it my mom's face that turned pale? She hurled every swear word I had ever heard at the fam leader. But after the fam leader hit her a few times, she eventually agreed to sell my love. And that night, she called the police. Terrifying police invaded our family's sanctuary. They hit, smashed, and arrested everything. Even as I cried and begged them to stop, the intimidating, cap-wearing police frowned more and beat, twisted, pressed, and pinned my family against the wall, making them unable to move. In the midst of this, I saw the fam leader wielding a knife. He stabbed Mom. Traitor. Mom looked at me and said, "Run." I followed Mom's last teaching and ran. I bit, scratched, and shook off the hands of the police trying to catch me, and ran out of the house straight ahead. The sky was dark. The city was lit, and the back alleys were dark. White and black mixed, appearing gray. I ran into the gray city, into the darkness of the alleys, into the darkness of the city, into the darkness of the world. EP2 other. How can we publish this? Lim Yong-wook sighed. Lim Yong-wook, who had been listlessly burying his head in the desk, stood up with veins popping on his smooth scalp and complained. Lim Yong-wook, as if tearing at his hair, which would have been grabbed in handfuls if he had any, had a fit. If the employees of the publishing management department had seen this, their already non-existent respect would have plummeted. But fortunately, only Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol were in the meeting room. At Bikehack Entertainment's publishing management department, just as the employees didn't trust Lim Yong-wook, who had rolled in from Bikehack Publishing, Lim Yong-wook also didn't trust his own department people yet. The fact that author Moon has already written his next work is a crucial secret that could change the direction of the department's business. The content of that work is an even more important secret, and the manuscript processed into an electronic document is an even more more important secret. Therefore, Lim Yongwook decided to discuss this matter first with someone he could trust. That's why Baek Seol is sitting opposite Lim Yongwook. But isn't this okay? Baek Seol argued, while flipping through the manuscript with a serious expression. Of course, it contains some provocative elements, but isn't this within the permissible range in literature? Compared to the books I like, this is nothing. Books filled with stabbing, burning, eating, tearing are all over the place. Not just in terms of brutality but also in terms of affection. Isn't that because your taste is a bit too gore? It's about detective novels. Anyway, I think the subject matter doesn't matter. I haven't read the whole book yet. But, anyway, Deputy Baek does have a point. Unlike dramas and movies that stimulate the senses, novels are a medium of text. Brutality and sensationalism are not as immediately apparent. Thus, novels are relatively free from censorship. Moreover, the brutality and sensationalism in literature tend to be dismissed as art. Just like how a striptease and the Venus statue show the same thing but are perceived differently. In this social consensus, novels enjoyed a broader freedom of expression compared to comics, movies, and dramas. But in Lim Yongwook's view, Moon in Seop, or rather, Author Moon, is an exception. In Seop, no, Author Moon will be subject to stricter scrutiny than typical literature. Why? His current popularity isn't as an author, but as a celebrity. Baek Seol, our combined paperback and ebook sales haven't even reached 1,000,000, right? Yes, but they will probably sell much more in the future, right? Anyway, less than 100,000 people have actually bought and read Author Moon's books. Considering one person might buy all 16 volumes, the number is probably even lower. But how many people do you think know and support Author Moon right now? A lot more. Baek Seol realized it then. Moon in Seop was enjoying clearly more popularity than his book sales. A quick calculation ran through Baek Seol's mind. The first variety show he appeared on had a 4.1% rating, so if we consider 300,000 viewers per percentage, that's over 1.2 million people, or at least 900,000 if we think conservatively, plus over 2 million views on a YouTube clip the day before yesterday. And considering internet opinions and recent news, more than 5 million people have at least come across Author Moon, and among them a highly interested group of 1 million, most of whom likely have a favorable opinion. Lim Yongwook was a bit taken aback by this quick assessment, but he didn't show it and nodded seriously. Yeah. The social attention Author Moon is receiving now is not as a novelist but as a celebrity. And not even a proper celebrity, but rather a fascinating ordinary person who appeared on a variety show. What should we do? Should we publish a better book? What are you talking about? People don't read books. Do you think publishing more will change their perception? Then how can we improve his image as a novelist? Stick a fountain pen in his ear and go around on variety shows. Baek Seol looked dazed and wanted to deny the reality. But Lim Yongwook thrust the harsh reality at her. When I see it, if this gets published as is, parents will be up in arms. But we can't ask for the content to be changed. That's right. So we should get everything done while the image is still somewhat good. CFs, variety shows, and all that, make him the nation's little brother, and then publish the book. At best, do broadcasting activities and publishing simultaneously. I wonder if our department can handle that with our manpower, but if we're prepared to die trying, we might be able to do both broadcasting and publishing at the same time. But that's not the problem right now, Baek Seol. Lim Yongwook spoke with an expression as if carrying the fatigue of the entire world. He doesn't want to shoot CFs at all. Who? Don't tell me Author Moon? WHY. Asterisk. There's a saying about the azure dragon to the left and the white tiger to the right. It's a term used in feng shui, but it's also a slang for having strong subordinates by your sides. But the phrase pastor in the left, priest in the right was not reassuring at all. What a talent like Joseph, at the chapel of New Light Spring Orphanage. The two religious men holding my hands were competitively showering me with praise, both excited in front of the Christian newspaper journalist. Such a shining talent within our New Light Spring Orphanage, nurtured under the Lord's guidance, is truly a blessing and a testament to the Lord's miraculous work. Thank you, Pastor. The real gift from the Lord isn't the shining talent, but a kind heart. I am more blessed and proud of Insip's excellent talents, and even more so, of him growing up with Jesus' love, sharing what he has with his neighbors. Thank you, Father. At New Light Spring Orphanage, the pastor and the priest visit alternately every other week. Thanks to Director Moon Chung-jae's flexible religious view, which freely navigates between Protestantism and Catholicism in accordance with the Peace of Westphalia of 1648 recognizing religious freedom, both sides visit. It's probably not because he's trying to get donations from both sides. However, on special days when both the pastor and the priest visit together, it always ended like this. Pastor Kim. But it's not talent, it's lepton. I know, Father Choi. I misspoke for a moment. Maybe you should study the Bible a bit more? Oh, really, this guy? It's not guy, it's Father. Ah, stop nitpicking. The two religious men were actually close friends. But being close is one thing and arguing is another. Today, another religious war began. Complimenting talent and then butting in saying that the heart is more important, making people petty? Really strange character. Talent also means ability, but the root word is also a unit for measuring money. Isn't it? It'd be better to be more careful with compliments. That's what I mean. Are you saying I'm not careful? Our Pastor Kim is good in many ways, but not the most cautious. Just like when you dropped your fishing rod by the stream. No, why does that matter now? I've never seen someone who couldn't find a rod in water that barely reached his knees. It was up to my waist. As the two were arguing, I, bewildered, tugged on the sleeve of the newspaper journalist, who was stammering with his camera. Did you finish taking photos? Oh yeah, they'll be going now. Please write a nice article. Thank you. I ran away, pretending not to hear the journalist asking for a little more interview. Honestly, I think it's enough to be held up for 4 hours since morning without being able to write. And since we've taken all the photos for the newspapers of both denominations, there seems no reason to be held up any longer. It's time to go right. However, as soon as I stepped out of the chapel, the general public filling the orphanage yard spotted me and rushed over. They resembled zombies spotting fresh meat. Not the slow ones, but the running zombies. Oh, there he is. It's Author Moon. Hey, please take just one picture with my child. I ended up running away, pretending not to hear. Sign this, please dash. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Summer Bible School at New Light Spring Orphanage is a special day. It's a festival where local residents also participate. Because of the talent feast. The word talent originally referred to a unit of currency in ancient Greece, significant enough to be the origin of the word talent for ability. However, the talent used in New Light Spring Orphanage is a type of virtual currency. It's like a well-done stamp. Teachers give coupons for good deeds, and that's what talents are. And during the talent feast held twice a year, these talents can be exchanged for actual goods. And that's today. The Summer Bible School Talent Feast. But as with virtual currency, when various circumstances intertwine, it becomes chaotic. The root of all problems starts from holding the talent feast together with the community-sponsored bazaar. The teachers struggle to save some of the orphanage's budget by using the items donated to the bazaar for the talent feast. However, the bazaar is a separate event from the talent feast, selling donated items to local residents. As a result, the orphans sell the free items for money, and the locals buy good items cheaply. So far, so good. But what about holding the talent feast amidst all this? Talents, cash, goods, and orphans, festival-going locals, sponsors. On the same day, at the same place, 3 elements are exchanged by 3 economic entities. Moreover, the pricing of goods completely deviates from the law of supply and demand due to artificial factors, and those managing the market are minors, lacking in fairness and professionalism. Therefore, New Light Spring Orphanage's talent feast and bazaar become a place rife with betrayal, intrigue, embezzlement, and fraud. Hey, do just one job with me. How can a wolf pup get under a dog? That rascal Moon Chong-seop, how much is he pocketing by exchanging talents and cash? What a ruthless guy. Leave it. He's the only one close to the administrative head. We'll need to deal with him eventually when he becomes useless. Bro, Changseop's kids have stashed 6 boxes of stuff behind the warehouse. How about we take it? If we bring it out now and sell it right away, no one will know. We must do it now. Proceed. At this time, New Light Spring Orphanage is full of economic criminals. From small thieves who pilfer a bag of snacks while running errands, to mid-level thieves tampering with the talent box, to big thieves exploiting the system for fraud. The scale is not small. Older residents typically pilfer tens of thousands of won, and the more cunning ones often manage to take away over 100,000 won. Of course, the teachers know all this, but they just let it be. Partly because it's the busiest time with all the visitors, but also because it's almost the only time the poor orphans get to handle money. This year, it's even more special. Because of me. The number of visitors who came to see me has more than doubled. Actually, looking down from the second-floor window, it seems almost 10 times more. People were swarming like bean sprouts. Looking down, only their bean sprout-like heads were wriggling closely together. My goodness! I was surprised that so many people filled the wide yard, but I was also a bit scared by the fact that most of these people came to see me. Why though? Why would they specifically come to the orphanage's talent feast just to see a kid who appeared on TV? What exactly is making them so enthusiastic? I just couldn't understand this thing called popularity. It's almost to the point where normal life is impossible. Then when can I write? While I was thinking this, Ma Ki-hoon came looking for me with his subordinates. What's up? Why are you holed up in the corner of the second floor? I've been looking for you for a while.
Ach, Ki-hoon him.
Hey, I have something to ask. Have you ever signed any books? No? None? Okay. Ma Ki-hoon muttered to one of his tough guys on his right. Take care of it. Yes, Hyung. I choked on my drink and coughed as I got up. What does that mean? Somebody's selling your signed books. They say it's Author Moon's orphanage selling Author Moon's books with Author Moon's signature, and they've jacked up the prices too high. But I thought there's some kind of law, right? All book prices should be the same. The fixed book price law? Yeah, that. The fixed book price law. The tough guys beside Ma Ki-hoon inserted an admiring interjection, applauding his broad knowledge. I replied with a bitter expression. How's the bazaar going? It's record-breaking. Seriously record-breaking. We're making money like crazy. As soon as the goods are put out, they're sold immediately. So the talent market is completely dried up. That's good. Good? We might be making money, but the troubles are just as big. Since morning, all sorts of things have happened. It's really exhausting to deal with this madness for 2 more days. The bazaar event spans over 3 days. Hey, some politician was looking for you. Came to take photos? But why are you hidden in the corner of the second floor? I was dragged to the chapel since this morning. Spent hours taking photos and interviewing, stuck between the pastor and the priest, feeling tense. I'm already exhausted. That's because you lack physical strength. Why don't you exercise? Should I help you? It'll pass. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Director Moon Chung-jae and the self-defense group led by Ma Ki-hoon, no major incidents occurred at the Talent Feast Come Bazaar event. Of course, being run by kids, every year there are 1 or 2 crazy ones who, while others embezzle 50,000 won, go for 500,000 won and turn the orphanage upside down. But even that, in a broader perspective, was just another part of our daily life, nothing too special. The real trouble happened on the 3rd day, in the evening when all the events were over. All the money had disappeared from my wallet left in my room. It was theft. Chapter 25. I am Kim Hyun-min, student number 11 in Class 3, Grade 1 at New Light Spring Primary School. My name, meaning wise and intelligent, was chosen by my parents, hoping I would grow up smart. But sometimes I wonder whether my name means I should grow up to be smart, or if it implies I have no choice but to be smart. Upon entering primary school, I had to attend one more academy. These days, writing is considered important, so it's a composition academy. Now, I am enrolled in 7 academies. When I said it was too much, my mom told me that compared to her friend's son, this was nothing. So, I asked her why she didn't adopt her friend's son instead of raising me. That was the first time I got hit. I was so angry and sad that I ran away from home. Until I returned successful, I vowed never to seek out my mother, who shattered my pride. And 3 days have passed. Mom dash. I miss my mom. While running away in tears, I looked for her, but she was nowhere to be seen. Instead, scary men were chasing after me. It's because I didn't know there were rules even in begging. Hey, aren't you gonna stop? Hey, you thief. Of course, I was partly to blame for stealing a coin box placed in front of a homeless person, driven by extreme hunger. I didn't expect to get slapped the moment I touched the coin box, although the homeless people I saw on TV all seemed pitiable and kind. Angry, I ran away with the coin box, but now I regret it as it seems I will soon be caught. If caught, I'll surely be dragged to some place like the Squid Game. Scared and looking for my mom while running away, someone waved at me from a back alley. This way. My body moved on its own. I ran towards the alley from where the voice came. In the shadowy alley, someone of a similar size to mine grabbed my hand and started running. Follow me. I ran, tightly holding the coin box, following this stranger. We zigzagged through the twisted back alleys and hid in a room on the second floor of an abandoned building. Fortunately, no one followed us, and only after a moment of catching our breath did I start to calm down. In front of me was a girl who appeared to be about my age. She wore a beanie and carried an old backpack. I first noticed these two items because as she took off her beanie, her hair cascaded down, and she took out a water bottle from her backpack and handed it to me. Here, drink. You shouldn't drink water offered by strangers. It's common sense you can learn from just watching Netflix dramas. But when I came to my senses, I was already gulping down water from the bottle. I handed the bottle back and asked a question. Who are you? Who are you? Me? I'm Kim Hyun-min, student number 11 in class 3, grade 1 at New Light Spring Primary School. How old are you? I'm 8 years old. As I answered, the girl extended her hand with a smile as if saying, I win. I'm 10 years old. I don't really have a name. I didn't dare ask why she didn't have a name. Instead, I shook her hand. It wasn't because she was 2 years older, but because of the strange feeling emanating from her, an aura that she wrapped around herself. This feeling was like the intimidation I felt in front of delinquent youths, and the awkwardness of not being able to adapt to her unrestrained way of being. I can't explain exactly what this emotion was, but at that moment, I was definitely facing something unfamiliar. Anyway, that's how I met the girl. Our journey began like that. Ipi to other. The rules of the orphanage differ from those of ordinary homes. While the main goals for normal children are growth and education, the essence for children in an orphanage lies in survival and unity. It means that loyalty is more important than morality. You can see this in how Ma Ki-hoon, filled with a sense of chivalry but lacking in wisdom and morality, is the leader of the orphanage. What is this chivalry? It's not something you can clearly define with the mind, but rather with the heart. However, I can give examples. Lying to a volunteer to get some pocket money? That's acceptable. Snitching on a friend who got pocket money by lying? That's not acceptable. Getting into fights at school? That's acceptable. Running away without helping a friend in a fight? That's not acceptable. To an outsider, the orphanage might seem like a den of beasts, but these are not rules set by teachers. They are the unspoken rules followed by the kids. There is no one to defend orphans in this world. Therefore, orphans must protect themselves. Their method is force, and their spirit is chivalry. Because they need to stick together to survive, they overlook friends' immoral acts. We are all people within the same fence. Conversely, that's why it's absolutely unacceptable to commit evil acts against fellow orphans. However, fighting is okay. Fight all you want and then make up. But stealing is not okay. It leaves a bad taste in the heart. The orphanage's pocket money isn't much. It's rare for kids to save up a significant amount. So, stealing another kid's money? From that moment, the orphanage becomes a battleground for all against all. It means the basic system begins to collapse. And throughout the ages, threats to the system have always been treated as treason. And treason was punished by death. Which bastard did it? Before the teachers could intervene, the orphanage's seniors were furious. The enforcers responsible for the orphanage's discipline were fiercely searching for the thief. Come out nicely when we're talking nicely. Well, let it slide if you confess honestly. Turn yourself in. Go away. Forget it, you bastard. Hey, you damn thief. Don't get caught. If you get caught, I'll kill you. Even adults' legs tremble when they are brought to the police station for stealing. People are generally bad at lying. How much more so for a child? The culprit was found out in no time. I did wrong. I did wrong. The culprit was a girl in the same grade as me. She was someone who openly showed jealousy towards me. Why did you? I'm sorry, I did wrong. The girl, dragged before Ma Ki-hoon and the other enforcers, tearfully returned the money to me. Adults usually don't entrust large sums of money to children, but I had been entrusted with a significant amount. Since I couldn't have a card, it was all in cash. I was just going to hide it for a while and then return it, but the amount was so large, I got scared and couldn't say anything. I'm sorry. But the amount wasn't the issue here. What shocked the orphanage's social order was not the amount, but a matter of trust. However, I was too bewildered to even feel angry. After all, I am a 23-year-old adult. I was just about to persuade and forgive her. Everyone, attention. Ma Ki-hoon, after consulting with the student council teacher, came up with an official punishment. In the presence of key figures in the orphanage's student society, Ma Ki-hoon solemnly announced, "To the sisters' room." Wah! My goodness! To the sisters' room. That meant spending a night in the room of a senior several grades higher. It was a punishment derived from the fact that kids are more afraid of seniors than teachers. Since it was a punishment involving everyone, the reactions of the other orphans were enthusiastic. It's been a while. Hey, it'll treat you well. Look forward to it. Hey, damn. Send her to our room. I made 200,000 won during the 3-day bazaar. But how much did she make in one go by stealing Inseop's wallet? She's a real thief. The perspective on stealing money from a fellow orphanage resident, rather than someone outside, was never positive. Amidst the relentless mockery directed at her, the child who touched my wallet burst into tears. However, no one sympathized with her. The laughter and mocking only grew louder. Amidst this, I recalled, from a memory of my past or perhaps a previous life, the image of a boy surrounded and ridiculed by peers. It was mostly from my high school days. These terrible memories involuntarily moved my body. Stop it. Everyone dash. I stood with my back to the sobbing child. The laughter of the orphanage children stopped. Is this something to laugh about? Is it funny to punish and hit each other among fellow orphanage residents? Someone yelled at me. The student council teacher said she stole money, so she has to go to the sisters' room. If she stole money, she should be made to write a reflection or stand with her hands up, not sent to the older girl's room. Does that even make sense? I appealed to the orphanage children. You all know what happens in the sisters' room. Surrounded by older girls, a year or two older, they make her act like a thieving cat, make her kneel and face the wall until they decide she's been punished enough, and when she tries to sleep at night, they pinch her sides with their big toes and giggle. This is nothing more than perpetuating violence. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned solemn. I continued with momentum. Is it fair to receive such a punishment for stealing a little money? Is it right to resolve mistakes immediately with violence? I will talk to the student council teacher and try to change it to a reflection. She's just a 6th grader in elementary school. It's natural for a peer to feel jealous. Orphanage teachers usually don't hit children directly. There are some who do, but it becomes a problem if it's discovered. That's why punishment in the orphanage is often carried out by fellow residents. This violence, unofficial yet official in nature, was the norm. Thus, there wasn't a single one among us who hadn't been hit by a senior. Violence was being passed down like this. But now it had to change. I spoke fervently with this sentiment. I understand how she feels. A gloomy boy who used to just read books in a corner suddenly becomes a famous author, appears on TV, and makes a lot of money. It must have been irritating. I felt a jolt of surprise behind me. Aren't we all in similar situations? When we go to school, other kids use smartphones, but we can't. If we want to buy something at the stationery store, we have to ask a teacher for money. But suddenly, a kid who was bullied at school starts spending big money. It can make you feel like you're less than them. She probably didn't do it out of greed for money. These days, she must have felt a relative sense of deprivation, unable to bear it, and took my things to comfort herself. In such frustrating feelings, one might reach for a friend's wallet. Thud. Ma Ki-hoon put his hand on my shoulder, interrupting me. Stop it. What? Damn, stop it. Damn it, please. When I turned around, the girl had already collapsed on the floor, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably, far more sorrowfully than before. The older girls, who until moments ago were eager to torment her, were now comforting her instead. In the end, the girl received consolation from the older girls and entered the sisters' room. I watched this scene with a dazed expression. The other children, as if they had lost their steam, shook their heads disapprovingly and dispersed. As they left, they dropped remarks at me. You're the worst one, you bastard. No, I didn't mean for this to. That guy is seriously scary. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This happened. I confided in Lim Yongwook across the table, where 2 cups of coffee were placed. However, Lim Yongwook responded with a puzzled voice. What does that have to do with not shooting a CF? Even with this level of popularity, I can't live properly, so if I shoot CFs and appear on variety shows, getting involved in the entertainment industry, will I be able to lead a normal life? Won't it just reduce my writing time? It seems a lot has happened at the orphanage for you to say you're too full. That's actually what you really think, right? Yeah. That's refreshingly honest. Even so, I wasn't in a normal situation. New Light Spring Orphanage always had volunteers coming and going, and often hosted events with outsiders. Do I have to experience this kind of trouble every time? Moreover, I shared a room with 3 others. Naturally, I couldn't lock the door. So, another kid could just walk into my room and even steal money from my wallet. Explaining these circumstances, Lim Yongwook made this suggestion. Insip, how about this? The company can provide you with a studio to live in. If that's too burdensome, you can just commute to the studio. Or we can even find a place just for you. I checked, and it's possible with the signature of a legal guardian. They'll help you. That's a generous offer, but I'm still not sure about the CFs and variety shows. This is driving me crazy. Lim Yongwook ruffled his scalp with his fingers. He continued to persuade me with an exasperated expression. Okay, deal. Let's do publishing and broadcasting activities simultaneously. Will you shoot the CF then? No. Insip, if you keep ignoring my persuasion like this, I'll run out of options. Please just shoot the CF. Okay? Money and fame are not that filthy and despicable. You should earn when you can, so later you can write elegantly. Isn't it better to be melancholic in a Han Riverview penthouse than lamenting life in a tiny room? I could understand Lim Yongwook's frustration. He must be wondering why I'm refusing when he's offering wealth and fame. But I know that money, popularity, and fame are illusions that can crumble at any time. I have experienced everything in the world changing due to an uncontrollable providence. Suddenly, one day, the whole world went back 10 years. Since that day, I sometimes feel this fear. Is there a guarantee that what happened once won't happen a second time? Even if I live for another 10 years, couldn't everything suddenly disappear and revert to the past? I am the only human who has experienced being in the grasp of an absolute providence, so powerful it could be called a deity. Even the Pope might not be as certain of God's existence as I am. He believes in God, but I have experienced God. And this providence could revert me to the past at any moment. It felt like having a gun pointed at my head every second. In a way, I am like Sun Wukong in the palm of Buddha's hand. I live on the palm of a deity. The moment it clenches, I am doomed. Every time I think of this, I feel a chilling fear that penetrates to my bones. Unconsciously, my grip tightened on the blanket. The way to overcome this fear is simple. Focus not on the world around me, but on the world within me. Money and fame can disappear at any time, but my writings will remain forever. Where? In my heart. I think, therefore I exist. As long as I exist, my writings will forever remain in my heart. Even if I were to go back 10 years, the writings I have done will still remain within me. Thus, writing is truly my everything, the driving force that keeps me alive. Only through dreams, not gold or fame, can a person truly live. I shared this realization with Lim Yongwook. Still am hesitant about the CF. Come on, Dash. Lim Yongwook's face turned red with frustration, having been rejected more times than he could count. Boo-hoo. Like a once-boiled octopus, Lim Yongwook calmed himself with deep breaths. Feeling sorry, I cautiously watched his reaction. Meanwhile, Lim Yongwook, sensing that enough guilt had accumulated in Moon In-seop's heart, began to reveal his premeditated action. With a resigned sigh, he said, then there's no helping it. If you truly want to focus on writing for the sake of artistic integrity over popularity, I must respect that. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I apologize. You must have been very confused transitioning from a normal life to something resembling a celebrity. We might have lacked in mental care. No, it's more my fault. Hey, let's not compete over who's more sorry. Just take care of this one schedule for me. If it's not a CF, this guy is relentless. Still trying to get around doing a CF? But he won't win this one. Inside, Lim Yongwook cunningly smiled, but his face showed no trace of greed, only a gentle smile. Then he threw a bait that no creator could refuse. They say 'cause of death is being made into a movie? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What is this? Cause of death? Child actress Kim Bile frowned at the script handed to her by her manager. Why a movie script suddenly in the middle of shooting a drama? Surely they're not expecting her to shoot both simultaneously. Is this my next project, manager? No, it's not that, but it seems like you'll have to shoot it soon, probably next week. What dash? Kim Bile's eyes widened in disbelief, and her manager began to coax her gently. Hey, it's just a short film. Written by a currently famous author, based on a novel, right? The fans will definitely watch it, so it's a safe bet. Think of it as a side job. But still, how can we shoot this immediately? Just look at the script. There's hardly any dialogue. It's less than 20 minutes, a one-person play. You just sulk in a room alone. You commit suicide at the end, but how can I do this in the middle of shooting a drama? What about the emotional continuity? Instead of slowly convincing Kim Bile, her manager opted for a quicker and more straightforward approach. Failing an order directly from the boss, not just the department head, was absolutely not an option. Hey, Kim Bile. When a manager, who was more than 10 years older and at a team leader level, frowned and looked serious, Kim Bile, who had been aggressively questioning, instinctively felt intimidated. Instead of scolding her further, the manager relaxed his shoulders and let out a defeated sigh. Never mind. What right do I have to scold you? Kim Bile couldn't retort back and just looked down, feeling completely cowed. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing when you did nothing wrong? It's all my fault. My fault. But I thought I had found a good project for you. Concerned about your filmography. If it's too much for you, then there's nothing I can do. Oh well. Who am I to tell you what to do? You probably know this industry better than I do. If you don't want to do it, then don't. It's your call. The manager, having used every gaslighting tactic, finally hit Kim Bile's weak spot for the final blow. Kim Bile, a child actor, 16 years old. She was at an age where the child in child actor was beginning to fade away. She had to either successfully transform her image to become just an actor, or be forgotten and become a former actor. And she wanted to remain an actor, because that's what her mother wanted. They'll do it. Really? Good decision. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I want to quit acting. Kim Bile lay sprawled on the sofa in the waiting room of the movie Cause of Death, like wilted kimchi. It was stressful to ask for a day off from the drama crew, and the situation of rushing here straight after school without even changing clothes was also stressful. Having the script thrown at her by the manager last week was stressful, and the fact that she still hadn't quit acting was a whole other stress. Where did it all go wrong? First, she genuinely enjoyed acting. But over time, she realized the more seriously she took acting, the less it became a joy and more a soul-eroding chore. How could she enjoy that? Now, she was just enduring in this industry for the childish reason of not wanting to disappoint her mother. It's not like she could start studying again at this point. Life was just hard. Too hard to live. Everything felt futile, and she felt like she was slowly rotting away. Just then, the door to the waiting room slid open. What now? Kim Bile's voice came out sharp. She feared it might be someone important. Her heart sank at the thought. But fortunately, the person who peeked his head through the door was a very young boy. Kim Bile felt a bit bitter about having to be mindful of every word she spoke, even to higher-ups. So she spoke sharply to the bewildered-looking junior staring at her. What do you want? Huh? Aren't you going to say hello? That was their first encounter. Chapter 26. When it rained, they took shelter in park pavilions or shopping malls. Fortunately, there was a small park in a nearby apartment complex, so the two hid under a tiled roof made of wood. The boy, gazing up at the gray sky overlooking the gray city, expressed his belated curiosity. Why don't you have a name? The boy asked the girl who was fixing a guitar. It was a guitar picked up from a nearby garbage dump. It's not that I don't have a name. I just haven't decided on one yet. What do you mean? The girl answered without taking her eyes off the guitar. It's not that I never had a name. Yirim, Haesol, Minji, Bom, Jihai, there were several. But those were just names I gave out to people at the community center or free meal services whenever I moved neighborhoods. My family called me Hey You Daughter. Why? It wasn't just me. Everyone's names changed. Night solicitors and girls in the entertainment business all use aliases. We sold water, so we changed our aliases frequently too. Eventually, we just stopped calling each other by names. What are night solicitors and what is the entertainment business and water selling? The boy didn't know these terms, but every time he asked what they meant, the girl would smirk mischievously and dismiss him, saying it was too early for him to know. And as if it was the most natural thing, and pitying herself for knowing such things too early, she would tease the boy for a while but then suddenly show a sad smile. The boy hated that. So, this time, before the girl could show a sad smile, he changed the topic. Why do you carry that guitar around if you can't even play it properly? The guitar the girl picked up was more of a begging tool than an instrument. She would squat in crowded places with the guitar, making only ting-ting sounds. The boy simply couldn't understand why she would carry around a guitar she couldn't play. That's because, what? People tend to throw more coins when I have a guitar, compared to when I don't. Even if you're not playing it? Yeah. Why though? Maybe because someone who appears to be doing something seems more appealing than someone doing nothing. After finishing tuning the guitar, the girl finally looked up at the boy with a mischievous smile. Great. Where do you want to go tomorrow? I want to see animals. What kind of animals? Cute ones. Then let's go to the mountains. Okay. EP2 other. Bike Hack Entertainment. Bike Hack Entertainment has a nickname. It's known as The Factory. The nickname was given because it produces celebrities and works just like a factory. Naturally, Baek Sung-won, the CEO of Bike Hack Entertainment, automatically received the nickname Factory Manager. An artist creates art, but a factory manager does business. Baek Sung-won's interest in Moon In-seop was not because of artistic insight but due to a business perspective. That is, the reason Baek Sung-won stepped in to sort out the issue and fired Yang Sung-joon, the department head at Bike Hack Publishing, was not out of consideration for Lim Young-wook's circumstances. It wasn't because he personally cherished Moon In-seop either. It was because of money. It seems like a good time to start doing business. Now that author Moon's popularity was on track and he was relatively free from controversy, there were endlessly many ways to make money using author Moon. An author who, despite being a primary school student, published 16 short and medium-length novels and debuted on the 9 o'clock news. It's impossible not to love him. Moon In-seop already had what could be called a fandom, albeit small in scale. Baek Sung-won knew well how to expand the scope of this fandom and at the same time, make a business out of it. Media mix. That is, film adaptation. Proceed. Yes. The moment CEO Baek Sung-won snapped his fingers, the factory employees, who were only waiting for his command, started moving like machines, adhering to a precisely defined process. Which novel should be adapted into a film? Cause of Death, which became famous through Goo Hak-jun's review. How long should the movie be? A short film to be released before the issue cools down. And the shooting? Mobilize our own production team and start cranking up immediately. What about casting? To market it as a meeting of young geniuses, choose the most famous among our child actors. Make it happen by next month. Sir, even for a short film that schedule is too tight. You have 1 month. But, 1 month. Yes. Of course, CEO Baek Sung-won knew that this meant there would be no room to care for the quality of the work. But does putting effort guarantee quality? Does mobilizing experts to accurately adapt a novel into a film, hiring famous actors, refining the script, and increasing the number of filming staff ensure that the movie will make a profit beyond its break-even point? No. Although Baek Sung-won is doing business in this field, the essence of the entertainment industry is art. And art is not about numbers. It depends on people's hearts. Hearts are fickle. In other words, box office success is random. Then, isn't it beneficial to produce as much as possible? Of course, the CEOs of competing entertainment companies point fingers at Baek Sung-won's philosophy. A CEO from a suit background, who knows nothing about art, is muddying the waters in this field, relying only on the backing of a large corporation. And Baek Sung-won answers like this. What's that? I can't quite hear the words of small business CEOs who have a lower market cap than me. Bike Hack Entertainment, led by Baek Sung-won, was performing well enough for the main Bike Hack group to comfortably keep a distant family member as its CEO. It means they're making a lot of money. So, within Bike Hack Entertainment, CEO Baek Sung-won's philosophy is considered the light and the truth. Therefore, the production site of the movie Cause of Death was also economically and rationally organized. This meant that the set was shabby, and the staff wandered around like zombies. 2 people arrived at such a set. Lim Yong-wook and Moon In-seop. Somewhat different from what I expected. Lim Yong-wook could automatically tell what Moon In-seop had left unsaid. The atmosphere of the shooting site and the quality were definitely not a pleasant sight. What's going on? Sweat dripped down Lim Yong-wook's sleek head. This means that the strategy of showing author Moon the process of his novel being made into a movie to get him interested in activities in the entertainment industry becomes pointless. The following strategies, subtly introducing him to variety shows for movie promotion, and the project to make author Moon a big shot in the entertainment industry, also face difficulties. Just wait here for a moment. They'll find out what's going on and come back. Saying so, Lim Yong-wook went to find the director and started talking with a serious expression. Moon In-seop was left standing alone in the middle of the shooting site. The boy scratched his head with an awkward expression. Excuse me. He stopped one of the passing zombies. It was a zombie staggering with a camera as big as its own body. Where is the lounge? I don't know, I want to rest too. Mumbling something incomprehensible, the zombie just passed by. What was he supposed to do? The boy set out to find the lounge himself. It would have been nice if someone had recognized him and offered help, but not everyone knows who the CEO is, let alone Moon In-seop. Fortunately, since this was the Cause of Death shooting site, someone recognized the original author. A mid-level staff member allowed the boy to stay in the waiting room. Even that was with a lukewarm attitude, knowing but not a fan. Yes, well, you can stay over there. Thank you. The boy opened the door of the room marked waiting room with a white paper attached by a permanent marker. Being short, he had to raise his hand high to turn the doorknob. A little head peeked through the slightly open door crack. Inside, there was someone, but the words "excuse me" couldn't escape his mouth. The boy froze solid as ice. What's this? Because a woman, looking as venomous as a viper, had sharply turned her head to glare at him. The boy felt like a mouse in front of a viper. And for good reason, because she was wearing a school uniform. He shuddered. It wasn't his body trembling, but a fear that his soul remembered. Inseop was weak against girls in school uniforms. Not in a romantic sense, but in a physical sense. The reason for this is, well, it's indescribable. For reference, he becomes even more withdrawn if they wear heavy makeup, smoke cigarettes, shorten their skirts, or look tough. The reason for this is, well, it's indescribable. Anyway, the girl in front of him fit all the criteria except for smoking. She even looked a bit like she might smoke. But his intimidation was only momentary. It was just a brief flinch from recalling unpleasant memories. The boy was about to regain his composure and open his mouth to politely greet her. But the girl was faster. What are you? Don't you greet people? Aren't you supposed to greet your senior when you see one? Trauma switch. Hello, senior. The boy's waist bent at a 90-degree angle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So, it's really too much. This company. Yes. Look at it now. They say it was last week, but just 3 days ago they threw at us a script, and on the day of shooting they add another actor. Is that normal? Anyway, these writers treat actors like script printers, right? Isn't that so? That's right. It really suffocates me to think that a young kid like you has entered this tough path of a child actor. They praise you as a genius or whatever just because a kid can squeeze some tears out. But you need to know, that's not acting. It's just crying. Moon In-seop was sitting modestly next to Kim Bile, listening to what acting is. What philosophy should a child actor have? And so on for quite a while. Just as a signifier moves towards a signified, acting must move towards mimesis. How? By continually honing and refining technical techniques. It's a kind of cultivation. But method acting? There's none of that. What technique does it have? Isn't it just self-hypnosis? Right, it's garbage. Yes. But why do people who don't even understand acting keep talking about method acting? I really don't get it. Isn't it just moving around intoxicated with self-delight? Not even knowing what they're doing? Why is that considered superior to people who have honed their acting? Yes. You're being shuffled around because you can squeeze out some tears, right? Everyone around you is calling you a genius, but if you stop there, it's really the end. You might as well quit early. And don't believe what adults say. You're not a genius. So you need to study. Effort is much more important than talent. Got it? Yes. And you know what? When I went to LA for a location shoot, listening to stories he barely understood for dozens of minutes was dizzying. How did it end up like this? Surely, the first meeting was very impressive. Literally, the impression was intense. Just kidding, just kidding. Why are you so nervous when I told you to greet? Is that so? When someone glares, they may look as venomous as a viper, but the moment they relax their expression and smile, they suddenly become as gentle as a rabbit. A novelist who lacks material is always looking for inspiration by observing others. I realized she had a very characteristic way of expressing emotions compared to ordinary people. It went beyond personal characteristics, approaching a level of trained skill. She was an intriguing person whose exaggerated gestures were ingrained in her actions. As I was lost in thought, she snatched away the blanket. Do you like that blanket? Independent Illinois give it to you. And thus began the investigation by the self-proclaimed senior, Kim Bile, who had taken my knee blanket. How old are you? 6th grade. 13 years old? Which agency are you with? Bike Hack? Yes. So you're a junior from the same company? It was around this time that she started treating me more warmly. What about your parents? Where are they? Excuse me? Aren't they at the filming site? No. Why? Are they busy? Not particularly. Just TSK. Still, sending a kid to the filming site alone, huh? Kim Bile clicked her tongue slightly, then with a somewhat softened demeanor, tapped the seat next to her on the sofa. Come sit here. They'll tell you a good story. And so, 30 minutes passed. Kim Bile unleashed an endless stream of stories, like a dam had burst. She started with complaints about the company, which operated haphazardly despite being a large corporation. to stories about CEO Baek Sungwon's personality being not just blunt but bordering on hysterical. There were grievances about stalkers and malicious commenters, criticisms of inconsiderate producers, and from theories of acting to lamentations about the reality where method acting is regarded as first-rate. The conclusion was this: don't act. Just don't. After venting her stress for a while, Kim Bile finally seemed to take an interest in me, who had been used as an emotional trash can. She pointed to the notebook tucked beside me. "What's that? Independent Illinois give it to you." "No need," she retorted, taking my notebook and starting to read it with a hue of interest. "What's this? A script? Why does this script read like a novel?" "It's actually a novel." But no answer came back. Kim Bile was already engrossed in my book with a serious expression. That expression gave off a different vibe from before. She looked like an actress who had just received a script. Of all the behaviors I had observed, this seemed the most genuine. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Outside, the sounds of the filming site could be heard faintly. In the waiting room, apart from that, there was silence, only the sound of breathing and the rustling of pages being turned. How much time had passed? Kim Bile put the book down and said, "Is a road movie? A road movie?" "Yes, like Kikujiro, Little Miss Sunshine, Bonnie and Clyde. TL. All these are real movies." "What's that? You don't know? How about Suzum?" TL. Suzum anime. That too, I'm not really sure. Man, this... Hey, how can you be an actor if you don't watch movies? I haven't had the luxury to go watch movies in my life. Wow. Kim Bile was as shocked as when someone says they don't mix intestines in their pork soup. Moon In-seop tried to calm Kim Bile's anger by waving his hands and explaining. "I may not know movies, but I know what a road movie is." "Oh? Tell me what it is." "It's a narrative that focuses not on the destination, but on the journey to it." Pass. Kim Bile, as a self-proclaimed senior, gave Moon In-seop a passing grade on his understanding of the genre. Then she evaluated the story contained in the notebook she was holding. This is a decent road movie. Is it?" "Yeah. I've seen lots of scripts and movies, you know? So now I absolutely don't cry. But this one got me a bit teary at the end." Moon In-seop, caught by the term teary, inquired in detail. "Which part made you feel teary?" Well, it's..." Kim Bile strained her brain, trying to squeeze out a critique. Though confident in acting, she wasn't strong in criticism. However, she couldn't show her inferior side in front of a junior, so she mobilized all her knowledge to come up with a critique. "The two travelers are complete opposites, aren't they? The girl has no name, no parents, and no place to return to, while the boy has a name, parents, a home, everything. The wandering of these two children through the city had a certain feel to it. And then, both kids are young, right? So, the way they describe our everyday lives through the eyes of children was unique. How many contradictions there are in the life that adults pass by without a second thought. It was a bit like travelers wandering through the Middle Ages while looking at the stars." "Ah, good. And then? Well, the girl, despite being from a runaway family and in the worst situation, is free and happy, while the boy, who is in a normal situation after running away, is unfree and unhappy. This contrast makes you think about where happiness comes from. What makes a person truly free? I didn't realize this while reading, but now that I'm talking about it, it came to me. But why doesn't the girl have a name?" Moon In-seop responded to Kim Bile's musing. "Because a name is something given by others." "What? A name signifies a person, like the title of a novel. But she has no one to give her a name, no nest, no roots, so she has no name. But conversely, it means the girl is trying to build her own nest and life from scratch, making her own name, so she is already in a state close to completion as a human being. The girl without a name has dreams. That's why she is free." "Really? Of course, there's no such person. So the girl is somewhat of an abstract character, an almost utopian figure. So when the boy looks at the girl, he sees someone who has what he lacks. Someone incomplete seeing someone complete. Because the boy is ordinary, like us. And it might be hard to see this as a road movie because the two have different destinations. For the boy, this is a deviation, a journey before returning home. But for the girl, wandering is her everyday life, her existence. Why? Just because she was born that way. Moon In-seop returned to the initial question. At which moment of these two intersecting lives did you feel touched? Kim Bile was a bit frightened by the boy's gleaming eyes pressing towards her. What's with this kid? His gaze is strange. Kim Bile leaned back with an awkward posture and responded. I'm not sure? You don't know? Why? Well, being touched is just being touched. Anyway, go over there. Don't stick too close. Only then did Moon In-seop realize he had been leaning too close to Kim Bile. The boy regained his composure and straightened his posture. My apologies. Anyway, it was a satisfactory answer. This novel has a certain moment unique to it that cannot be found in other novels? Kim Bile answered hesitantly. Yeah. I was a bit touched by the last scene. How was that touching? Was it good? Well, it was good. Then that's enough. Kim Bile suddenly realized she had been completely wrapped up in the pace of the boy in front of her. Before showing her bafflement, there was a question she needed to ask first. But who wrote this? I did. Ah, come on. Don't lie. Kim Bile laughed, telling him not to joke. Moon In-seop looked at her with an expressionless face. In the silence that followed, Kim Bile's smile gradually faded. You wrote it, didn't you? Didn't you? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After finishing the conversation with Lim Yong-wook, the director opened the door to the waiting room. The director smiled upon seeing the two people in the waiting room. Ah, it's great to see the original author and our actor together. Having two young geniuses together makes for a wonderful scene. Actually, for the promotion, we're planning to pair you two together, so it's good to get acquainted early. The director looked back and forth between the two, sitting at opposite ends of the waiting room. Have you two had a lot of conversations? Moon In-seop answered. Yes. Kim Bile answered, her face reddening, almost on the verge of tears. Yes, we did. Chapter 27. People of the past believed that beyond the sea, there were cliffs. I feel the same way. My world was entirely comprised of school, private institutes, and home. Thus, the nameless girl was the one who taught me about the world. It was as if someone had told me about the existence of a vast continent beyond the horizon. We roamed freely in this vast world. I felt the warmth of the blazing sun trickle down my cheek through the leaves while searching for squirrels in the mountains. On cool, moonlit nights, when the air whirled menacingly between the buildings of the city, we spent the night at a warm-hearted fish cake vendor's cart, enveloped in its savory scent. We sneaked into a huge palace guarded by fearsome soldiers under the cover of darkness to play hide and seek, and we even stayed in a quiet rural village for a week to try our hands at farming. On nights when the full moon rose, we walked barefoot on the endless sandy beach, and in the heart of the city, we chased after cats that we encountered, running through the neighborhood. When we ran out of money, the girl would go to crowded places and clumsily strum her guitar strings, while I danced merrily beside her, collecting coins. We wandered like the wind, stopping in the sunset, laughing with our noses wet from the rains sent on rainy days, and treasured every moment of our daily life as precious happiness. This journey, which was nothing more than a brief runaway, became my everyday life, my life itself. I often thought I wanted to wander the world with the girl forever. After the green summer passed, and the colorful autumn passed, on the day the first snow fell, the girl said to me, "Let's go back home now." It was not a joke. Winter is dangerous. If you sleep outside during winter, you'll die. I need to go to a shelter for runaway teens around this time. Our journey was like an adventure out of a romantic fairy tale. When the harsh reality of a shelter for runaway teens suddenly came up, I felt as if I had been doused in cold ice water, waking up from a dream. Why don't we go together? If you enter the youth shelter, they must contact a guardian. You can't enter the shelter without agreeing to that. Rather than being dragged there later, it's better to go there on your own 2 feet now. Suddenly, I thought, the girl could have deceived me into going to the shelter, then left me in the care of adults to send me back to my parents. If that had been the case, my heart wouldn't hurt this much. Why are you forcing me to make a choice? The girl weakly smiled and replied, "It's too sad to leave the trajectory of your life in someone else's hands. You need to choose whether it's something happy or sad. That's the only way you can have your life." It was a difficult thing to understand. I didn't want to understand. I wanted to dream forever. So I ran away. "Hyunmin." The girl hurriedly called my name and ran after me. As I turned to look at the girl chasing me from behind, I carelessly stepped onto the roadway. A truck was coming at that moment. I wished I could die like in an anime and go to another world. Dying seemed better than going back to my mother. I closed my eyes as I heard the horn sound. And then, something warm wrapped around my body, and our journey came to an end. EP2 other. Cut. The director shouted cut. It meant the scene was successfully completed. Then we move on to the next scene refreshingly. That's the norm. This filming location was an exception. "Excuse me, director." The lead actor and the only actor of the movie Cause of Death, Kim Byle, cautiously spoke to the director. "Can we shoot it one more time?" "Huh? Why?" "It's an important scene. It's the scene where I come to the realization that my decision to commit suicide wasn't because I was weak, but because of the enlightenment that it was the people who had tormented me all this time. It's too difficult to express this without dialogue, just with facial expressions, so I don't think it came out well just now. We should reshoot this scene since it seems like it didn't come out well." Typically, this is what a director would say to an actor, or when top-tier actors are putting their utmost effort. However, this shoot was neither typical, nor was Kim Byle a top-tier actor. So the director responded like this: "It's fine. Just lay some music, add a blur, and shake the camera a bit to get the right feel." "But director..." "Haha, it's a scene that can be covered with direction, so you don't need to worry too much. Who has the accurate eye? Me, the director, or you, the actor Kim Byle? If the movie Cause of Death were to be described as a dish, it would be pasta served in a high-end restaurant. Not the ingredients, but the interior, image, and location determine its price. The success of the movie Cause of Death didn't depend on the quality of the film. It had to be shot and released as quickly as possible before the issues surrounding Author Moon subsided. The pasta just needs to be basic. The same goes for this movie. There's no need for conversations about whether this spice or that spice was used for decoration on the noodles, whether the broth is made from meat or vegetables, how the plating is done. Such discussions are unnecessary. Quickly, tastily, and impressively. That's all that's needed. Anything more is a waste of labor. That was the director's judgment. But Kim Byle thought differently. What is this? Rushing the filming is one thing. Drama scripts can proceed at the speed of light when it comes down to the wire. But okay signs are being given even in situations that clearly should be NG. TL. Okay is given when a scene is good and NG, i.e. no good is given when a scene needs reshoot. Something's off. Kim Byle, having studied direction to improve her acting skills, quickly realized the thoughts of the director and staff. Could it be? The novel Cause of Death is about a novelist who, after being diagnosed with lymphatic cancer, goes through internal turmoil before ultimately committing suicide. Thus, the movie Cause of Death is a 20-minute monodrama where a single actor must carry the narrative through facial expressions and actions in a single room, without dialogue. The difficulty of acting is very high, but the difficulty of viewing is even higher. So, whether Kim Byle acted well or not, most of the audience probably wouldn't even notice. To the untrained eye, it's just an actor crying, throwing a fit, grabbing a knife, walking out the door, seeing the snow fall, and then committing suicide. But how can we shoot it so carelessly? No matter what, this wasn't right. Even if there's a guaranteed fan base that will buy movie tickets regardless, the movie shouldn't be made and released in such a shoddy manner. Creating such a movie and then marketing it with lies like, "Two young geniuses meet. The fantastic chemistry between two young talents," is unacceptable. Critics would immediately dismiss it as pathetic. Kim Byle wondered what the director was thinking to carry on with this, and her question was answered just before shooting the last scene. Kim Byle, "It's an important scene, so it'll give some direction." The director's thought was this: the highlight of the novel Cause of Death is when the protagonist, after deciding to kill his enemies with a knife, gains enlightenment upon seeing the world covered in white snow. According to a review by Professor Gu Hak-jun, a master of the Korean literary world, this part elevates the novel to another level. It's not about personal vendettas, but about the agony of a human facing the providence of the world. Therefore, the movie's highlight also had to be this part. Actor Kim. Let's show some madness here. Madness? The director prided himself on mastering this industry. In his view, audiences are crazy about madness. They think it's artistic to cry while laughing, to break things, to self-harm, or to scream. It's the same psychology that considers songs with lots of high notes as masterpieces. Critics go crazy over a highlight that bursts out after a long silence. If there's something at the end, they don't call the dry parts boring but defend them as a build-up to the highlight, and they think audiences who say the movie is boring are ignorant. It's the same mentality as those who pride themselves on being gourmets, who don't say the bland, expensive food unique to certain hotels is bland but defend it as bringing out the natural flavors of the ingredients. So, how to bring out the flavor of the movie Cause of Death? The simple. Make the beginning unbearably boring. Then pack all kinds of direction, OST, and overaction into the last highlight. This ensures a minimum quality that anyone can recognize. What comes next is predictable. Audiences who enter the theater filled with affection for the movie through the novel will leave the theater filled with pride that they've watched a seemingly profound movie and post online that it is a masterpiece. Then the critics, whose job it is to explain why this movie is a masterpiece, will elevate the film with all sorts of reasons, even mentioning merits the director himself didn't know. That's why the marketing budget for this film was astronomically higher than the shooting costs. This wasn't just the director's plan but the strategy of Baikak Entertainment's film business division. So, the director directed Kim Bile like this. When you're looking for a kitchen knife at home, could you breathe really heavily, kind of like a beast about to run wild? Just like this. A beast? Stride around smashing things. Laugh weirdly, you know? Like Heath Ledger's Joker. Seems like we need to show a madness-filled appearance? Heath Ledger? Kim Bile thought, he's talking nonsense. But what could she do? If told to strip, you strip. This might have been different at another filming location, but this place was a shooting site run by a production under Baikak Entertainment, and it was under the scrutiny of not just CEO Baek Sung-won but also the film business division and the publishing management department. Kim Bile, an actress affiliated with Baikak Entertainment's actor management department too, couldn't possibly put on airs here. Corporate life is this tough. But the fact that Kim Bile, only 16, was cast as the sole lead in a short film based on a popular novel, despite not matching the age or gender, was also thanks to being under the shadow of Baikak Entertainment. The problem was that Kim Bile's opinion wasn't reflected at all here. Since her debut as a child actor, Kim Bile's acting career was controlled by her mother. Her mother was her manager, financial advisor, stylist, and most importantly, her mother. The fact that Kim Bile hadn't exploded yet, despite being put into such a crappy shooting like a marionette on strings, was because she was a veteran who knew that once she was marked as a troublemaker, she wouldn't survive in the entertainment industry. That professional spirit killed the inner teenage girl. Let's do this professionally. Professionally. Kim Bile gave her best despite the unreasonable demands. She didn't understand why such an unfunny emotion like madness had to suddenly emerge, but since the director asked for it, she acted her best. She controlled her muscles to hold the knife with trembling hands, managed her breathing to create an anxious atmosphere, and used her gaze to reveal a madness-filled humanity. Thus, the last scene was shot in a long take of 3 minutes. Wait a minute. It wasn't okay. But NG. Actor Kim, do you want to take a look? Kim Bile checked the last scene she filmed, which was also the highlight of the movie. It was a mess. The breathing was all wrong. That wasn't madness but closer to excitement. The gaze was overly exaggerated, and the movement was too distorted. It seems like our actor Kim Bile, still being inexperienced, shows some unrefined aspects. The director repeated the same explanation he had given earlier. Kim Bile let it go in one ear and out the other. This wasn't the problem. It was a very, very complex issue. Firstly, the genre of the drama Kim Bile is currently filming is a daily sitcom. Asking someone who has been shooting comedy up until a few days ago to perform such acting is why her body couldn't adapt. Secondly, the emotion of madness does not exist in the original novel. The protagonist of Cause of Death maintains a calm and logical attitude throughout. The logical dilemma coincides with madness only at a glance. It's not that the protagonist's character overflows with madness. Thus, the sudden introduction of madness twists the entire context of the narrative. Thirdly, this filming set was too shoddy to handle a 3-minute-long take. From the set props to the artificial snow falling from the sky. Acting seriously in such a background creates a disconnect between the setting and the characters. That was Kim Bile's answer. However, the director's answer was different. Okay, actor Kim, let's regroup and go again. 3 minutes passed. It was NG. 3 minutes passed. It was NG. 3 minutes passed. It was NG. Kim Bile produced a total of 7 NGs. Dozens of staff members, including the lighting operator, sound department, cameraman, cinematographer, assistant director, etc., witnessed Kim Bile's 7 failures. Now, it was all because of Kim Bile. Why is this happening? The director, assistant director, and cinematographer muttered among themselves before reaching a conclusion. Should we just use it? Let's do that. Somehow fix it in post-production, whatever. The crew is also exhausted. We have to go shoot an idle music video tomorrow. We need to conserve energy. Let's do that, then. After all, sales would be determined not by the quality of the work, but by the original fandom and the marketing department's efforts. Thinking this, the director compromised and shouted, "Okay, cut. Good job, everyone." But Kim Bile was still young. Child actor Kim Bile, 16 years old. An age not good at compromising. Why? Actor Kim? Kim Bile's fingertips trembled slightly. Her professionalism was speaking. The moment you nag the director to reshoot the last scene, you're finished. But that professionalism also said, the moment you don't speak up about reshooting the last scene, you're finished as an actor. I don't know what to do. It's driving me crazy. So, Kim Bile pretended to be crazy and said, "Can we reshoot the last scene?" The director, assistant director, and cinematographer looked at Kim Bile with the same expression, implying, "Kim Bile, what on earth are you talking about?" Immediately after, the director smirked with a twisted smile, and the assistant director asked Kim Bile for understanding with an awkward smile. "Actor Kim, I understand that you're not satisfied with the quality, but the director has judged it to be a raw gem that's sufficient for refining in post-production. Is that so? Your passion is great, but we've done enough shooting for today, okay? You get it, right?" The cinematographer interjected, trying to smooth over the director's ruffled feelings with some conversation. "Director, you've worked really hard today. I don't think madness is quite right." Kim Bile shouted out with courage. That courage was met with stares. The lighting operator peeking to see if the equipment was broken, the sound department collecting the boom mic, the cameraman helping with odd jobs after setting down the camera, the shocked cinematographer, the assistant director with a resigned expression as if foreseeing what was to come, and the director's gaze filled with anger. "Hey, you, what are you? Director, please calm down. Look at this, really," the director shouted. "Hey Dash." As someone who shouts cut. Every day his voice was very loud. Kim Bile involuntarily flinched and tightly closed her eyes. "Who are you to dictate what should be done with the footage? Do you know more about movies than me? Who doesn't know there's a quality issue? Well, cover that with editing. A young kid who can't even understand words, making a big deal out of nothing." Kim Bile also lost her patience. "How can you release this as a movie? What? I know my acting the best. This is completely messed up. How can this be okay for the most crucial scene? Are you serious about what you're saying? Please give me a little more time to study the work. I received the script just 3 days ago, so I haven't fully internalized it yet. Just 1 day. No, even a few hours to slowly ponder. Isn't that what being a professional is? Excuse me? Being professional means doing your job well regardless of the circumstances. You're being paid a lot. That lighting assistant over there doesn't even make minimum wage. But both you and he are in the same situation of having hurried into this shoot. The director boldly omitted the difference between the difficulties of an actor who received the script 3 days before shooting and the filming crew who were rushed into the shooting schedule. If I cater to everyone's individual circumstances, we'd never finish shooting. Even though it's less than 20 minutes. Do you think it's easy to shoot an entire film in one day? I know it's hard. That's why I let it slide even when you caused NG 7 times. And I said we'd make it look decent in post-production. Is that so hard to understand? But, still, that's an illness you have. Art sickness. Everyone else is struggling with their schedules, but you're the only one making a fuss because you're not satisfied? Grow up. TSK. Kim Bile couldn't bring herself to say I'm sorry, but it's not my fault. It's wrong because you're talking nonsense about madness or whatever. She was pressured by the glare of the middle-aged man staring her down. She bowed her head. So sorry. At that moment, Lim Yong-wook, with a friendly smile, grabbed the director's shoulder. Excuse me, director. Haha. Please calm down a bit. Our author Moon has something to say. What? Author Moon approached with an expressionless face. As everyone looked at the boy with stunned expressions, the boy at the center of attention said, I don't think madness is quite right. The director slapped his forehead and tightly shut his eyes. This is why hierarchies are important. If a 16-year-old dares to speak up, then a 13-year-old also dares, doesn't he? But author Moon was not part of this industry, so the director's authority didn't apply to him. Thus, the director responded with a slightly softened tone. Author Moon, this is an important business matter for adults. Business? Did you just say business? The boy, draped in a blanket, shrugged indifferently. If it's not about art but business, then the conversation is easier. I will not agree for the Publishing Management Department's secondary rights to be shared with the Film Business Department. Chapter 28. TL. Narrator's POV. It's chilly. It felt like a dagger was piercing his heart. Lim Yong-wook felt as if Moon In-seop's gaze was piercing his chest. I didn't know I could be beaten like this either. In a shadowy corner of the filming site, Moon In-seop and Lim Yong-wook continued their emergency meeting. Whenever Moon In-seop shot laser-like glares, Lim Yong-wook would hastily make excuses. The folks from the film division assured me they'd pick something spectacular. It's not my fault. It's the company that's messed up. Seo Baek Sung-won poisoned the company with his crappy philosophy. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Eventually, Lim Yong-wook surrendered. Only then did the young man relax his expression and sigh. Even amidst this, the filming site was indiscriminately giving okay signs without questioning. How could this happen? That's what I'm saying. Normally, for a novel to be adapted into a film, the author's consent is required. Then, the publisher and the production company engage in a tug-of-war to finalize the rights agreement. However, Baikak Entertainment was not a publisher but a clear entertainment agency. Their business approach was much more flexible and agile. Thus, upon Seo Baek Sung-won's orders, the film division immediately obtained the secondary copyright from the Publishing Management Department and outsourced it to an in-house production to start filming. However, for a fair contract, Baikak Entertainment's agreement clearly specifies the original copyright holder's right to refuse. They wouldn't ask for permission every time to keep the business flexible, but they made it so that the original author could cancel it if they wanted to. Naturally, it's difficult for the weaker party to stand up to the stronger one. Realistically, that's difficult. Big corporations are really petty. But you're an exception. This clause was actually included in the contract to avoid having to obtain permission every time they wanted to slap an idol's face on stationery. But the case of author Moon was different. The original copyright he held was not music produced with the company's help, but a work purely created by himself. You don't have to step in yourself. Just say the word. Shall we flip it? Wouldn't that make me look bad? There are unspeakable, sinister methods I can use to drain the film division folks dry. Sigh. but there were too many complications to barge in and create chaos. Wasn't the shooting already underway? To interfere as if I could make a difference and invalidate their efforts, I was not that remarkable. MC's POV start here. I am not a genius, just a novelist who, for some unfathomable reason, has traveled back in time. No matter how much they were screwing up the movie in real time, they were, after all, carrying out the tasks assigned by the company. And I didn't particularly feel that the movie was mine. What I truly owned was my writing, not some movie that imitated my work. With such mixed feelings, I watched from a corner of the filming site as the movie was being messed up in real time. Eventually, an incident erupted. How can you release this as a movie? Are you serious about what you're saying? Please give me a little more time to study the work. I received the script just 3 days ago, so I haven't fully internalized it yet. Just 1 day. No, even a few hours to slowly ponder. And my hesitation ended. The scales of my heart tipped. It was difficult to sabotage the production people's business out of my personal greed. But pushing the back of a comrade who steadfastly wants to pursue art was an easy decision. I knew better than anyone how lonely the path of those who give up everything for art can be. If it's not about art but business, then the conversation is easier. I will not agree for the publishing management department's secondary rights to be shared with the film business department. EP2 Other, TL. Narrator's POV. What is that supposed to mean? The filming site was engulfed in astonishment. From the youngest staff member to the assistant director, everyone was shocked and turned their attention to the director. Their gazes carried a plea for him to do something about the situation. This damn kid, the director, who suddenly became the center of attention, opened his mouth with an expression that couldn't accept the situation. Author Moon, what are you saying? Are you asking to overturn the shooting now? Moon In-seop answered shortly. Yes. This isn't some child's play. It's not a joke. It's art. The emotion of madness does not appear in my novel Cause of Death. The protagonist doesn't suddenly become the Joker. I cannot accept such a movie. The assistant director beside him covered his face with a hand, sighing deeply, while the director of photography went to the staff and shouted, "Did you come here to gawk?" as he herded his subordinates. And the director, in his extreme anger, paradoxically regained his composure. The director glared at Lim Yong-wook and pointedly said, "Explaining this to a primary school student is the utmost courtesy I can afford." Lim Yong-wook nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. The director glared at Moon In-seop, muttering word for word as if chewing them. Let me enlighten our young author friend who seems not to understand. This is neither a joke nor art. It's business. An adult matter. BICAC Entertainment's film division decided to adapt your novel into a movie. It was the CEO's directive. So, after completing the feasibility study, the people from WC Production took the outsourcing job, cranked up, and hastily organized dozens of staff members. The directors and screenwriters worked overnight to transform your novel into a movie script, and the sets, as shoddy as they may seem to you, were made with days and nights of effort. We even contracted one of the best CG teams in the industry, and the music for this movie was specially composed. Dozens of adults poured their time and effort into this project. And now you're saying you want to scrap it all because it doesn't suit your taste? You're really a spoiled brat who doesn't consider others at all. Does the world seem so easy to you because you succeeded at a young age? Do other people's efforts look like nothing to you? The assistant director flinched at the unexpectedly harsh words, and Lim Yong-wook swallowed his saliva. But the young man facing the director just shook his head as if disgusted. I want to pursue art, but you keep talking about business. Don't nitpick. Why are you interfering with the movie when you're not even a screenwriter? Does a novelist like you not know the difference between a script and a novel? So, whose merit are you selling this movie on? Those words pierced the director's chest like a dagger. Let's talk about the business you love so much. This movie is being made based on my novel for my readers by exploiting me, isn't it? The director couldn't answer. Moon In-seop pressed on. You're making this movie to drag me around on variety shows, aren't you? to shoot it as cheaply and quickly as possible, to grab my novel's fandom by the collar, drag them to the theaters and make money off ticket sales. And then you'll cover the incentive payouts and the staff's daily wages with that money, won't you? But you won't listen to my opinion? Only then did the director realize he had made a huge misunderstanding. Was it really? The image of Arthur Moon as an old soul was not fabricated. Before him stood a real genius, not a star manufactured by someone's intent but a star shining on its own. He was a person on a different starting line from himself who couldn't even make a proper movie and was just a salaried worker in an entertainment agency's in-house production, doing what he was told from above. Unable to recover from the shock, the director remained silent, and Arthur Moon delivered his ultimatum. All right, then let's not quarrel like children and proceed in the manner adults do business. Chief Lim? Lim Yongwook responded unusually politely to the call. Yes, Arthur Nim. What will my royalties be next month? Since the second printing sold out entirely through pre-orders, including ebooks, it will be between 100 million and 170 million won. Please tell CEO Baek Sung-won that I will invest 100 million won in this movie. Deduct the money from my royalties. Yes, Arthur Nim. This wasn't an actual order but a bluff to show what could be done. Only then did the director fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. Not just the possibility of Moon In-seop becoming an investor, but the very fact that this situation could reach CEO Baek Sung-won's ears was a significant threat. It was clear whose side he would take. How about that? As an investor, I can have a say, right? Shall we really go through with this? Eventually, the director conceded. Tell me what you want, Arthur Moon. Are you suggesting we start all over again? Let's not do business, but art. And what about this so-called art? What do you mean? The sole actor of this movie asked for a chance, didn't they? A chance to showcase their art. Moon In-seop pointed at someone. All eyes in the filming site turned in that direction. Me? It was Kim Bile. ****. In the waiting room for the cast. Alone in the room with Arthur Moon. Kim Bile, sitting across from him, stuttered nervously. So, what am I supposed to do? You asked for a chance. You said you wanted a few more hours to think about the work, so I gave you that opportunity. Did you really confront the director because of that? Kim Bile awkwardly added formal speech at the end of her sentence. It was hard for her to speak informally to someone who had just demolished the director in such a manner, author or not. Yes? Speak comfortably, Kim Sun-bae. Earlier you were spilling even the unasked stories. That was because, as Kim Bile hesitated, Moon In-seop clarified the situation. We can't start filming the movie from scratch, so let's try to salvage the last scene. How confident were you to ask the director to reshoot? No, I just thought madness wasn't right. Yes, speak comfortably. But Kim Bile was worried about something else. What if I still can't do the last scene right? What do you mean? It would be regrettable. This has become too big to end like this. That's been the case since you confronted the director. I just helped so that the actor and director could talk amicably. I must have been crazy. I was crazy. As Kim Bile clutched her throbbing head, Moon In-seop provocatively suggested from the side. If it really doesn't work out, you can still go apologize to the director and run away now. Since the director's grudge is against me, Kim Sun-bae would just be considered a small fry, right? I can't do that. Kim Bile gritted her teeth, determined. Having regained her composure, she asked, Are you really the author of Cause of Death? Yes. Then, can you help me with interpreting the role? Certainly. Then start with this. Kim Bile took out the script and placed it on the table. Her finger pointed to a section marked with a red circle. There's this scene where I go out the front door and face the world covered in white snow. Is that the last scene of the movie? Yeah. Forget about the nonsensical talk of madness. I prepared for this part based on Professor Gu Hak-jun's interpretation. I had a separate acting practice originally. So you confronted him to show and prove. Not exactly like that. Kim Bile's script was filled with notes. White snow covers the dark world. The providence of the world covers the hearts of humans. It's not that people are evil. The world is. Hating one another is meaningless. Therefore, Forgive everything. Kim Bile emphasized the notes by circling them with her finger. This right here, Kim Bile asked, after setting out with a knife to kill those who tormented him, realizing that it's not people who are evil but the world that's made this way, and then forgiving everything? So what expression should I wear? Moon In-seop thought hard, trying to recall. He couldn't remember the expression, but it was certain that there was crying. However, there was an even clearer imagery than that. It's not forgiveness. What? Kim Bile was puzzled. But since the author's interpretation was more important than Gu Hak-jun's, she set her doubts aside for the moment. It wasn't my fault that I suffered, nor was it their fault for tormenting me. I just resigned to the fact that the world is made this way, a world made for people to torment each other. So many things are determined before we are even born. In what era, with what skin color, with what personality we will be born. Whom we will love between men and women. What kind of parents we will have. What legacy we will receive. Even what name we will have. The moment I realized it was just that kind of world, all resentment, hatred, and pain became pointless. Kim Bile isn't just living under her name. Therefore, she couldn't just let these words pass by. Complex thoughts arose. But first, she had to do the job laid out in front of her. To complete this story. So it wasn't forgiveness but resignation? Just falling into a pit of despair and committing suicide? Moon In-seop replied. No, it was salvation. What? Deciding to stab and kill your enemy with a knife means giving up on your humanity. It's giving up on being human, not by the action but by that resolution alone. But then it turns out the world was at fault, right? There's no need to hate myself, no need to hate others, no reason to stab anyone, it was all the world's fault. That's why I could peacefully end everything. To escape from this hell. Moon In-seop concluded his answer and fell silent. That was the ending of Cause of Death as the author envisioned it. Not forgiveness, not resignation, but salvation. Salvation from this hellish world. That was the reason for death. Silence continued. Kim Bile quietly broke the silence, murmuring, "That's such a sad thing." Tears streamed down Kim Bile's cheeks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The protagonist of Cause of Death stepped out the front door. Holding a knife in one hand, facing the skepticism of numerous staff and the camera's LCD screen, he stepped out to face the world as white snow fell. In a black world where people hate each other, white snowflakes quietly settled down. The snow was divine providence. The colorless, odorless providence was bleaching everything white. Kim Bile looked up at the sky. She truly faced God, and she smiled peacefully, relieved and melancholic. Like someone who has accepted everything. She smiled that way. At that moment, the puzzle was completed. The director, watching through the camera, was caught in a strange illusion. This peculiar experience was conveyed to everyone on set. Cheap artificial snowflakes swirling in the sky transformed into heavy, real snow. The shoddy set became the cold refuge of a novelist. The black powder smeared around Kim Bile's eyes turned into dark circles wrought by time. What was merely an imitation at the hands of the actors morphed into an ideal through their performance. The acting that was required, the scene that needed to be captured, was encapsulated. Cut. And so, the filming ended. The movie was completed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. TL. POV from MC's novels MC. Everything proceeded as it was destined to. It was determined before I was even born. I was rushed to the emergency room of a nearby hospital. Upon receiving the news, my mother hurried over and admitted me to the best hospital in Seoul, and after a lengthy surgery, I managed to survive the crisis. But for the girl without a name, there was no one to send her to a good hospital. She remained in that hospital. We were separated, unconscious, led away by the hands of others. Half a year later, when I regained consciousness in the hospital bed, my mother, fearing I might run away again, refused to tell me about the girl's whereabouts. Another half-year passed, and when I was barely able to walk, I visited the hospital where the girl had been admitted, but there were no records of her. Time passed. I grew up. I achieved good grades, entered a good university, found a good job, and lived an ordinary life. My mother looks at me and smiles as if seeing a perfect work of art. In the tranquility of such a daily life, memories gradually faded. The splendid palace where we played hide and seek in the early mornings turned out to be the Apgujeong Hyundai department store, and the soldiers chasing us were actually security guards. The mountains where we searched for the world's cutest animals were actually Mount Guanak, and the mystical sand beach under the full moon was a beach famous for overcharging during the summer. The fishcake vendor, who once seemed more magnificent than Santa Claus in my heart, had become someone who earns less than me and doesn't pay taxes, and the concert hall where the girl and I danced and sang to collect coins was actually Yongsan Station Exit 1. I laugh at such memories, thinking how absurd they were, and feel melancholy as the girl's face blurs in my mind, living through this cycle. Thus, my runaway adventure became just a deviation of my childhood. The life I once yearned for no longer exists, leaving only a short period of wandering that lasted less than a year. But sometimes, when I see sunlight filtering through the leaves, feeling its warm touch on my cheek, reminiscing about the exaggerated happiness we talked about all day, I deeply miss that sensation. That became my reality. I live like that, always feeling like I've lost something, living an ordinary life like everyone else. Then one day, as I was passing through a park, I heard someone playing the guitar. The skill was so magnificent that it naturally made passers-by stop and be drawn towards the sound, as if dancing. A crowd had gathered in one corner of the park, forming a wall. I pushed through the crowd to see beyond the wall. There was the girl, missing one leg, her body covered in scars, wearing old and worn clothes. Yet there she was, happily playing the guitar like no one else in the world. From the old guitar, music that captured the listener's steps flowed, and I, too, was finally drawn to her by that sound. My childhood wasn't wrong. My memories were steadfastly preserving life, even while remaining lonely in a corner of the world, bravely enduring. Even as the performance concluded and the crowd erupted into cheers, I remained frozen, staring at her like a stone statue. I forced my feet, as if frozen solid, to move towards her. My long wandering had finally reached its destination. As she was tuning her guitar, she looked up at my face with a slightly bewildered expression. A question burst forth from me, unbidden. "Have you decided on a name?" She laughed mischievously for a long while. Then she said, "Not yet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. TL. Narrator's POV. I'd like to try this sometime later." Kim Bile, sprawled out in the waiting room, laid down Moon In-seop's notebook and shared her thoughts. Moon In-seop responded, "The protagonists are 8 and 10 years old, you know? If women in their 20s and 30s can steal my job by wearing school uniforms, can't I pretend to be young and steal the jobs of my juniors? You make a valid point, and now I understand what you think of your seniors." Despite being half exhausted from a bout of intense acting, Kim Bile chuckled. Seeing that Kim Bile had regained her spirit, Moon In-seop quietly stood up. "Seems you've cheered up, so it'll be off now." Kim Bile caught Moon In-seop just as he was about to leave. "Wait, but what does the guitar mean? Is it an instrument?" Moon In-seop stopped in his tracks just before leaving the room, turned around to answer. "It's the girl's name." "What?" "A name is given by others, and society named the girl others. Children who disappear without a word from orphanages are just processed as others. They're not really looked for. They just remain as one of the numbers classified under others." "Have all your questions been answered?" Kim Bile was left speechless. "Then, let's meet again if we get the chance. Senior Kim, your performance today was truly beautiful." With those words, the boy walked away and disappeared. Kim Bile gazed at the spot where the boy had been for a long time. Chapter 29. TL. Narrator's POV. Literature must have sincerity. Author Moon writes texts that do not match his age. Therefore, author Moon's literature is garbage. This was the syllogism of critic Oh Min-sang. He shouts this incessantly on SNS. Of course, the response is not good. When I see Mr. O, I wonder if there really needs to be a profession called critic. Why can't you say it's Oh Min-sang? Why can't you speak? Other critics praise Moon. Why is he the only one like this? Yes. What kind of grudge does he have against elementary school students to act like this? Criticism is not about books but all about age and sincerity, blah blah. Even author Gu Hak-jun praised his literature. Critic Oh Min-sang has received a ton of requests from Baikak Publishing. At this rate, isn't he a stooge in literature? Author Moon has good character and writes well. I don't understand why he is being tormented. He even looks cute. Mouth of hell. Despite numerous critical public opinions, Oh Min-sang did not change his words to the end. The moment he changes his words, even the last bit of his support base would leave. The problem child of the literary world can survive. However, an unknown critic in the literary world cannot survive. In a world where attention is the lifeline, losing public interest is a death sentence. Damn! Critic Oh Min-sang has eyes and discernment too. He knows that author Moon's literary quality is above standard. That is, he was well aware that he was talking nonsense. It's even more tormenting because of that. Let's think about it logically. Does a 13-year-old elementary school student know the hardships of life? Does a young child, who should be playing with classmates, understand the difficulties of life? Moon included emotions in his writing that he did not know himself. It is naturally fake. What's the problem in calling something fake? Fake? Unless one is not charmed by the character created by the mass media as a young genius author, there would be no one to refute this. Today, Oh Min-sang targeted Moon again, and opened a can of beer he took out from the fridge. The snack, of course, is department head Yang Sung-jun, not the department head anymore. TL. It's written as such, meaning in his free time instead of a snack he would curse Yang Sung-jum with beer. You son of a bitch. One day, as he barely continued his lifeline as a critic, the astonishing news came that author Moon had released his next work. Already? Oh Min-sang loaded his criticism and checked the new work. He clicked on the main banner of Baikak Publishing on the internet. The title of the novel was Guitar. TL. Could be others too, but I am going with Guitar for more. See note below. It was children's literature. That day, Oh Min-sang's SNS account received 1.7k dislikes and exploded. It was summer. EP3 Magic Sword Nim. Please control me. MC's POV. Guitar the novel is good, but it deals with too many sensitive subjects. Starting from minor prostitution to murder, runaway, and violence, that's how the novel starts. The latter part is beautiful, but people who don't read your novels will bring up the beginning and criticize it for being too violent and dark. I'm worried about that. Lim Yong-wook's prediction was off. It went in the exact opposite direction. People didn't criticize my novel without reading it. They praised it without even reading. The reason for the praise was created by the experts. Two children's aimless journey. Looking at the gray city with a pure perspective. The most sincere world of a young literati. Guitar. Immersed in the fluffy writing style of children's literature, one travels the world, and at some point, the reality that creepily creeps up makes one lament when our society's reality became so creepy. Admiration is the only response to Moon's perspective that coolly intertwines the disparity between reality and ideals. What is our name? Where is the destination of life? It's a difficult question. However, there are two children wandering in the shadows of the city, searching for their names. The journey of these marginalized children is hoped to be a comfort to the many modern people wandering through life. The literary world stepped in. Numerous criticisms were poured out in competition, and most of them were close to rave reviews. Some literati even contacted Baikak Entertainment directly, requesting their reviews to be included on the back cover of the book. This type of criticism is often called a request. The term itself is not negative. It refers to the act of asking novelists and poets to write something in literary magazines. Criticism works the same way. When someone in need of criticism requests it from renowned literary figures, they write positive reviews in exchange for friendship, favor, or money. There's no need to write the review personally. A student can do it on their behalf. What mattered was the name value. Therefore, The outpouring of criticism before I even made a request was truly the kind of treatment a heavyweight novelist in the Korean literary world would receive. And naturally, when praise pours in to this extent, it's only expected that the book would sell like it had grown wings. Even those who haven't read the book were calling it a masterpiece, showing how important name value and connections are in this field. Of course, behind this phenomenon lay a particular circumstance. Let's support Moon In-seop. This opinion was posted in a group chat that included the renowned novelist Professor Gu, a university professor. Recently, I've really felt how a single star can sustain the entire industry. When was the last time the Korean literary world received this much attention? No, I mean like the last time too. I'm talking about positive attention, not negative. Probably the first time since Professor Gu made our country proud. Right? People are not interested in literature. They might get as excited as when hearing about an Olympic gold medal if a famous novelist wins a prestigious international literary award. But such excitement is short-lived. Literature is not leading the era. In the 21st century, cultural power is dominated by visual media like dramas and movies, while the trend among younger generations is led by internet media such as OTT, web dramas, webtoons, and web novels. The Korean literary world is facing the brink of extinction, and this crisis has been ongoing for decades. The call for action has also been made for decades. Thus, Professor Gu Hak-jun, or rather the anonymous novelist G, appealed to his fellow writers in the group chat. Moon In-seop represents an opportunity that comes once in decades. If we miss this chance, we might have to wait another several decades. Professor, this is almost like a threat. I give up. I'll write a review. It's not about praising bad writing as good, but about rightfully acknowledging good writing. Isn't that enough? Professor, this isn't the university's announcement board. Of course, this discussion was not the consensus of the Korean literary world, but a playful resolution made by a few famous novelists in a private group. In the grand scheme of public opinion, it was nothing, but it was also everything. This is a narrow industry where a handful of opinion leaders can decide everything. Author Nim, I enjoyed reading your review. Could you possibly write about Moon In-seop for our literary magazine too? Our readers are very interested. Hey, Chongbyum. It's me. Why did you pour out so much praise this time after saying Moon In-seop's novel was bad last time? Is it true that Professor Gu is taking great care of him? Professor Gu, I dare to ask for a favor. Moon In-seop? He seems like a decent kid. It would be delightful to have a friendly chat if you bring him to the school sometime soon. I would be grateful if you could tell him to come to our school when he enters middle school. After all, in a place where everyone is connected by just a few degrees of separation, the moment famous novelists opened the floodgates with their praise, the literary world's opinion was as good as decided. And with the literary world pouring out praise, the general public too could comfortably compliment me. In essence, this was the hidden reason behind the success of the novel Guitar. How do I know this? That was because Professor Gu next to me had been chattering away, telling me everything in detail. Author Moon, I personally found your latest novel extremely interesting. To directly confront the beauty and darkness hidden within the often overlooked aspects of the city, in a writing style that, how should I put it, escapes the inertia of everydayness, truly a perspective fitting for your age. A novel that well expresses this world from such an essential viewpoint. Yes. And then, focusing on the keywords name, life, journey, you've showcased your own literary identity. It was profound enough that I've even asked my students to write essays on it. Professor Gu Hak-jun didn't stop talking even as he was making kimchi next to me. Yes. Professor Gu Hak-jun was making kimchi. Wearing pink rubber gloves and squatting down, he was kneading kimchi in a large brown basin, spice container. Despite the previous outright dismissal, Professor Gu had come to visit me as a volunteer at the New Light Spring Orphanage. The orphanage couldn't turn away volunteers, and I couldn't escape his visit. Of course, I could have run away to a nearby cafe or somewhere from the orphanage. Last time, I think I approached sponsoring author Moon too lightly. If it caused any hurt to your young heart, I apologize. Professor, please lower your tone. Moon, no, author Moon has already established himself as a novelist. He's not my student. How could I treat him casually? I came here to have a deep conversation as a fellow writer and also to offer advice on your career path. So I hope you won't look at me with too much disdain. Haha. How could I coldly reject and run away from such a person? In the end, I was caught by Gu Hak Jun and had no choice but to mercilessly knead kimchi. Oh my, Professor. You came today too? Haha. Good morning, Bang Nim. Professor Gu Hak Jun was now familiar enough with the people at the New Light Spring Orphanage to greet them. Naturally, the orphanage staff considered it an honor to have someone from the elite class like a university professor visit. It was a situation where everyone was happy except for me. The admission lobbying was too severe. But the thing is, inevitably, the conversation with Professor Gu Hak Jun visiting the orphanage always led to one conclusion. Professor Gu Hak Jun showed a kindly smile. It wasn't the smile of an adult looking at a cute child, but the smile of a hunter looking at prey trapped at a dead end. Arthur Moon, which middle school are you planning to go to? Well, I'm still in elementary school. You graduated, didn't you? How did he know? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. TL. Narrator's POV. When Lim Yong-wook from Baikak Publishing inquired about the method of early graduation for Moon In-seop, the principal of Moon In-seop's elementary school had no intention of allowing it. Having a genius emerge from the school I am responsible for, and to utilize that genius for a long while, why would I allow him to graduate early to send him off to another school? However, as the controversy surrounding author Moon intensified, the situation changed. To put it metaphorically, it was like being hit by a stray bullet. The principal was like he had unexpectedly caught a stray bullet to the heart in the midst of a battlefield. Breaking news. The underage genius author tarnished by school violence. When the conflict between Baikak Publishing, Yang Sung-jun, and Baikak Entertainment, Lim Yong-wook, reached its climax, Baikak Publishing released slander that author Moon was involved in school violence. However, Baikak Entertainment immediately released a rebuttal, and public interest cooled off quickly, not affecting the overall situation. But that was a macroscopic viewpoint. From a microscopic viewpoint, the interpretation was different. It might have been a tempest in a teapot from the overall public opinion, but for the people living within that teapot, it was a disaster. What on earth happened? The controversy that Moon In-seop was a perpetrator of school violence, and the rebuttal that Moon In-seop was a victim of school violence. Caught in this storm, the principal was swept away. A stern reprimand from the education office was directed at the principal. These days, promoting national prestige is a trend. Don't you know? Just by seeing the phrase K-genius writer, you should get the idea. How heated the public opinion is right now. And yet, you had to throw in talks of school violence and whatnot. Is that satisfying for you? But, Superintendent, that's not what I meant. Especially nowadays, when young people keep complaining about Hell Joseon and demeaning the country's dignity, the minister is very displeased. And now, in Korea, there's news that geniuses end up committing suicide due to school violence. The minister himself. Before I say more, straighten up your act. Even the official records suggested that the kid was not a victim but a perpetrator. What era are we living in that an orphan is discriminated against and subjected to such acts? And that too in the frontline educational field. Upon watching the news, the Minister of Education clicked his tongue, and the lightning of his displeasure struck down the hierarchy from the deputy minister, the director, the superintendent, and finally to the principal. It wasn't just from above that the principal faced a storm. Criticisms also rained from below. The parents were furious. We were happy to hear about a genius writer emerging from our school, but what's all this talk about school violence? What era do we live in where a child is beaten up by a group, and you hid it? Couldn't you have kept it hidden, at least? Why is our school being broadcasted in the news as if it's a mess? Within a few months, the principal felt like he had aged decades. At his age, aging decades felt akin to a natural death, meaning he felt like dying. To the principal, Moon In-seop was no longer a blessing but a calamity. A cursed object that brings its holder to ruin just by possessing it. When Lim Yong-wook, not as a team leader but as a department head, visited the school again, the principal accepted his request with a completely changed attitude. "I'll do anything for the early graduation, please. Just save me." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. MC's POV. Here, your elementary school diploma. Oh, you really got it? Are you satisfied? Of course. At a udon restaurant near New Light Spring Orphanage, Lim Yong-wook presented me with my elementary school diploma. Baek Seol, who had been smiling meaningfully, also handed me something she had hidden behind her back with an excited expression. It would be disappointing to only receive a diploma tada. It was a bouquet, full of colorful fresh flowers. I was momentarily lost for words upon seeing the bouquet. This was a first for me. What do you think? Do you like it? Why go to all this trouble? As I bashfully expressed my thanks, the two adults burst into laughter, amused that a kid who wasn't usually like an elementary student was acting so childishly. I couldn't understand them at all. As we spent time chatting and celebrating, Lim Yong-wook suddenly asked me, "Now that you don't have to go to elementary school anymore, what are you going to do?" "Well, I plan to bypass middle and high school through the GED. Baek Seol expressed her concern. "Aren't you going to miss the experiences of school life? Could help with your writing." My school life, to put it nicely, was hellish. I shook my head with a heavy heart. I've already looked up the GED schedule. I want to focus solely on writing. Noticing my mood, Lim Yong-wook changed the subject. "Have you prepared well for the GED? I heard the middle school GED is easy. You didn't prepare for it? It's just middle school level, should be easy, right?" Looking back, I shouldn't have said that. Chapter 30. The season when cicadas cry has arrived. Hearing the sound of cicadas brings back memories vividly. The life of a cicada, enduring a long period of hardship underground, then emerging in summer to cry out brilliantly before perishing. Many people seek literary value in it. That's why cicadas are always a theme in the essay competitions around this time. So, for me, summer was the season to write poems, novels, essays, and prose about cicadas. Could really be said to be unbearably annoying. So, one day, I wrote a piece that outright demeaned the life of cicadas, going against the imagery and themes the judges desired, and it caused a problem. It deviated from the theme, lacked any literary value, and was criticized for being a piece filled with contrarian tendencies that criticized everything without reason. At that time, there was only one kid who appreciated my writing. I liked it, though. That's how we met. In a neighborhood park just far enough outside the city where you could hear cicadas, under the shade of trees that blocked the warm sunlight. Both of us holding manuscript paper and pens. Honestly, aren't you tired of cicadas? Two aspiring novelists with contrarian tendencies continued their conversation. Since that day, the sound of cicadas hasn't seemed all that bad. Although the supervisor thought differently. The sound of cicadas is too loud. Shall I close the window? The exam supervisor asked but didn't wait for an answer before closing the window. With a thud, as the window closed, the sound of cicadas was cut off. My reminiscing was cut off as well. Only the sound of the air conditioner running could be heard in the silence. The exam will now begin. At the supervisor's signal, people of all ages began rustling their test papers and started solving the problems. It was the beginning of the middle school equivalency exam. EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. Whether then or now, I was never particularly interested in studying. I had an interest in studying literature but not in school studies. Since middle school, I had traveled the country to match the schedule of essay competitions and was famous as a prodigy who swept literary awards without being from an art school. Honestly, I was among those who prepared for their future diligently at the orphanage, even though I had given up on studying. Nevertheless, there was no big problem with starting school life again. The 12 years of basic education were truly miraculous, as I thought I had forgotten everything, but as soon as I opened a book, memories started to come back. At least, that was the case up to the primary school level. What's this? Express the repeating decimal 0.555 as a fraction. In right triangle ABC, where AB equals 5, BC equals 4, AC equals 3, what is the value of tan B? Why is there English in math? My trembling hands barely managed to pick an answer. Not choose but pick. Meeting middle school math after a long time was too cruel for a student from the humanities. After a merciless 40 minutes passed, just when I was battered by math, a fearsome killer came to cut off my last breath. That assassin's name was Science. In which phase of cell division do chromosomes align in the center of the cell? What is the total amount of salts dissolved in 2 kilograms of seawater with a salinity of 35 psu? That summer, Moon Inseop fell due to his long-standing illnesses, math and science. At a CAF near New Light Spring Orphanage, sitting by the window, 3 members of the publishing management department sat side by side. It's okay. It happens. Right, author Nim? Don't be too disappointed. Sitting between Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol, Moon In-seop looked down at the coffee in his hand with dead fish-like gloomy eyes. Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol earnestly patted the disheartened boy on the shoulder, offering their support. Hey, a primary school student failing the middle school graduation equivalency exam can happen. Why are you so shocked? Right, you almost passed. Considering your age, that's really amazing. The encouragement did not help at all. Only the sense of self-loathing deepened. Instead, consolation became a dagger that pierced deeply into the heart. I'm 23 years old. Moon In-seop. Physical age 13. Mental age 23. Middle school graduation equivalency exam. Failed. This level of normal human. I really thought he was on his second life. If math is hard for you, I can tutor you, author Nim. If you don't know, you can learn. Wow. A graduate from Oxford is offering to tutor. In-seop. Opportunities like this don't come often. Moon In-seop protested to maintain at least a minimum of human dignity. Excuses flowed continuously from the boy with his head bowed. It was just mistakes. If I hadn't displaced my answer sheet in Korean, if I hadn't guessed the last 3 questions in English out of confusion, and if all had been as per the provisional scoring, I would have passed comfortably. At most, middle school math and science might have been challenging due to a few killer questions, but the rest was easy, wasn't it? If I hadn't displaced the OMR card in Korean, I would have passed. Lim Yong-wook and Baek Seol looked at the boy with warm eyes. Their gaze meant whatever you say, we believe in you. Realizing that no matter what excuses he made, the 2 adults would only look at him adorably. Moon In-seop downed his coffee like it was soju. Cool. It was a soju-craving day. He wanted to down the salty aftertaste of squid fried in spicy tteokbokki sauce, mixed with the aromatic fish cake broth on the streets in the evening with soju. Click. Lim Yong-wook naturally took a photo of Moon In-seop's distressed appearance, then brought out a prepared alternative. Hey, didn't Professor Gu ask you to come to the arts middle school again? He seems to visit our orphanage too often. Who else would it be because of? Anyway, if you don't want to go to school because it interferes with writing, from what I see, it makes sense to go to the arts middle. Moon In-seop tilted his head in confusion. Why? I asked the staff at Baikak Entertainment, and they send even idol trainees and active idols to arts middle and high schools. But it's not because the schools teach arts well. Then why? It's *****. Kim Bile is appearing on a variety show? Well, count it as attendance. We have to accommodate those actively working. The era of dinosaur experts has ended. It's the era of celebrities. The career most desired by children who grew up holding smartphones is to become an entertainer. And the parents of talented children also wish to make their child an entertainer. The time when actors were treated as frivolous has ended. Now, those who hold cultural power grasp wealth and fame. This is the trend of the era. Thus, the competition for art schools, including arts middle and high schools, was becoming increasingly fierce, and not only the applicants were caught up in this competition. The schools themselves were entangled in it. What? The Super Trot Star runner-up canceled their admission to our school? Yes. They said it's too far from home and they'd have to separate from their friends, so it's quite burdensome. And then they just transfer to another arts middle school? We need to check on it. If we've already promoted them online and then lose them to another school, we're completely made fools of. The performance of an art school depended on how many famous artists it produced. Conversely, how many famous artists are enrolled can also be a performance indicator. Therefore, art schools are always desperate to enroll young artists as students. A school attended by famous people. The number of parents deceived by this phrase, and the tuition fees they pay, is enormous. The hope parents have for their children's success and the expenses they incur are proportional. Moon In-seop had long been marked as an S-grade talent. Focusing on this had become the principal task of Baikak Arts Middle School's principal lately. Isn't author Moon a Baikak man? Then, naturally, he should advance to Baikak Arts Middle School. Why haven't those Baikak Entertainment folks given a definite answer yet? The vice principal, suppressing a retort about Baikak man actually being Baikak kid, responded to the principal's complaints. You know what CEO Baek Sungwon's temperament is like. How could we possibly dare to demand they hand the kid over to us? Then, couldn't we possibly sweet-talk the person in charge of author Moon? That person, as I found out, is a notorious nutcase in their circle. Communication is just impossible. This is driving me nuts. Really. Of course, the truly venerable art schools didn't need to undergo such struggles. As it goes with art, tradition creates something that money can't buy. Where the most talented naturally enroll, the children of conglomerates come to learn musical instruments, and the industry's top musicians consider it an honor to accept a teaching position. Such schools do exist. However, Baikak Arts Middle School and Baikak Arts High School were not of that caliber. The history of the two side-by-side schools was less than 10 years, and though history doesn't guarantee tradition compared to other schools, their history was practically infantile. Yet, the reason the two middle and high schools under the Baikak Arts Foundation were counted among the top 10 prestigious institutions was precisely because they were schools launched with great ambition by the conglomerate Baikak, which prides itself as the emperor of media. Thus, the principal of Baikak Arts Middle School was not a puppet performing the bidding of the board of directors, like in other private schools, but more a salaried man who must present achievements directly to the chairman, who is a direct descendant of the conglomerate. Not to mention, the chairman had this to say. What was it? Always taking in those entertainers as students, what good is that? In the end, aren't we just nurturing kids for Baikak Entertainment with our money? Is this Baikak Entertainment's second division, or what? If it's an art school, shouldn't we be nurturing artists? Why always idols and actors? Take in kids who do classical music or dance. If not, at least bring that famous novelist or whoever. If a kid from Baikak goes to another school, what a disgrace that would be. Hearing the principal's words, the vice principal felt as though the chairman's nagging voice was automatically playing in his head. The message was quite simple. The Baikak Arts Foundation was a garden born from the chairman's ambitious desire for prestige, and the director managing the garden was staking his life on appearing favorable in the chairman's eyes. And the lives of the principal and vice principal depended on the director. Such is the hardship of working life. The principal and vice principal looked at each other and simultaneously sighed. Sigh tsk. And as always, the sorrow of being a middle manager wasn't just about being pressed down from above but also being poked from below. The door to the principal's office burst open, and an aged teacher in charge of the literature department barged in without hesitation to confront them. Teachers, when is author Moon coming? Ah, please stop nagging. Park Nim. The untidy white hair of the old teacher made him look more like a mad scientist than a teacher. And except for the fact that he wasn't from the science department but the literature department, he was indeed mad. Seriously, neither Gu Hak Jun nor anyone gives a straight answer. Is he coming to our school or not? The principal couldn't possibly treat Professor Gu Hak Jun, a senior novelist who couldn't just be referred to as Gu Hak Jun, as a mere contract adjunct teacher. With a sigh, yet maintaining respect, the principal explained. Park Nim. We're doing our best, so please wait calmly. And stop coming to the principal's office every day. If we can't bring Moon In-seop here, he'll just resign and go to England or something. Teaching at this school hasn't been fun since Gu Yubin graduated. So please, Park Nim said his piece and just left. The principal stared blankly at the door of the principal's office that had just closed. The vice principal patted his shoulder with a sorrowful expression. In such a situation, there wasn't any special reason for immediately passing Moon In-seop as soon as his application came in. Asterisk. Child actor Kim Bile, 16 years old. She is a junior at Bikak Arts Middle School's acting department. Her school life is rather bland. Why is the school life of a student who should be enjoying her youth bland? Obviously, because she has no friends. After a long time, Kim Bile sat in her school uniform, surrounded by strange glances and whispers. Why is she at school today? Must be no schedule. She's pretty though. Should I confess? Nonsense. The school life of active celebrities is tough. There are various reasons. Their broadcast image extends to personal life, causing discomfort, and it's hard to establish a horizontal relationship with friends who dream of becoming celebrities themselves. Envy and jealousy come as a bonus. Neither are good feelings for making friendships. Admiration is the furthest emotion from understanding. For a simple example, if you host a music show and act silly, all your classmates see it. Then, at school, they imitate it in front of you. If you cry in a drama, school friends mimic that crying to tease you. Accepting the teasing makes you a pushover, and not accepting it makes you seem rude. Of course, minors who work are in a more advantageous position compared to other kids. If they really set their minds to it and spend money, they can become the queen of the school. But what's the point of that? If she wastes her mental energy on school life instead of focusing on her career, who will take care of it? Her ancestors? Thus, Kim Bile, despite always being able to make friends, chose not to spend effort on school life, focusing instead on her acting career through selection and concentration. That was her self-justification for not having friends. Oh, Bile is at school today? As usual, the teacher entering the class mentioned Kim Bile, pretending to be close. Kim Bile internally cursed but greeted with a pleasant smile. I really enjoyed your drama last week. You're the lead in a movie now, right? How about we all give Bile a round of applause? Please don't. All right. Applause. Unwanted applause poured in. A few classmates, aware of Kim Bile's discomfort, jeered at her, adding cheers to the mockery. In the teacher's view, this was an attempt to get closer to Kim Bile. Teachers at private schools aren't civil servants, and adjunct teachers in the acting department are active actors. And though Kim Bile's popularity has waned, she's still more popular than the teacher. This context created a situation that satisfied both the position of a private school teacher, whose contract extension depends on producing outstanding students, and the position of an industry senior who gains face by having outstanding juniors. Therefore, for the acting department teachers, it was inevitable to favor Kim Bile. Naturally, this favoritism only alienated Kim Bile from her peers. I want to quit school. For these reasons, Kim Bile wanted to quit both acting and school. Such is the complex heart of a ninth grader. During break time, while Kim Bile was simmering down, someone tapped her shoulder. Having been harassed by a stalker before, Kim Bile detested sudden physical contact with anyone, so she glared at the bold individual who had touched her shoulder with a scowl. What? The bold one answered. Let's talk for a sec, Kim Sunbae. A boy with a blanket draped over him stood there with a sullen face. It was Arthur Moon. Kim Bile was astonished. Her expression dramatically changed due to her occupational habit. Why are you here? I wanted to ask the Sunbae something. Why am I your Sunbae? Don't you see I'm wearing a uniform? Anyway, I got scheduled for a variety show the day after tomorrow. They said it's for promoting cause of death ************. I have something I want to ask, so come to the canteen. Quickly. Kim Bile, stuttering, was dragged away by Moon Inseop. Their classmates watched the scene with eyes wide open. It was a day when the summer sun shone over the schoolyard. A new student was admitted to the first year of the literature department at Bikak Arts Middle School. Chapter 31. TL. Narrator's POV. Summer vacation had ended. At this time of year, the hearts of middle school students are truly wondrous. On the last day of vacation, they might seem as if they're being dragged to prison, all droopy. But once they actually go to school and meet their friends again, they're overjoyed, and smiles bloom on their faces. That's why the faces of the students in uniforms passing through the gates of Bikak Arts Middle School weren't too gloomy. The joy of meeting friends they hadn't seen in just a month was overwhelming. They hugged, screamed, and made a huge fuss. This vibrant and lively energy didn't fade until all the students had gathered in class, turning the teacherless classroom into a bustling marketplace. While the kids who preferred quiet covered their ears and lay down, most of the students chatted excitedly with bright expressions. And, of course, the topic of conversation among the students of the literature and writing department was Moon in Siap. Hey, you're talking about Moon in Siap, right? Wow, really? That's insane. Ah, damn. For real? Really? For real? First-year students in the literature and writing department gathered in small groups according to their usual cliques. However, the topic of conversation was the same for all. They talked about the prodigious young boy who was 1 year younger than them, and some even of the same age because he was born early in the year. I read his latest novel and wanted to break my fingers. How can he write like that at his age? Our academy teacher says that author Moon's a fraud. No way, my tutor met him in person. He said he's a total genius. Absolutely. I read it but wasn't particularly impressed. It just felt like something a primary school student would write. It's not that bad, he writes well, but I wonder if it's worth all this popularity. Seems like it's because of his age. I spent all my part-time job money to buy his books. Don't even talk if you haven't bought them. My mom bought them for me. Jealous. But if you write worse than Moon in Siap, you might as well quit being a novelist. Not jealous. Students in the literature and creative writing department of Bikak Arts Middle School are kids who dream of becoming poets and novelists, and being a writer was perceived as a surefire way to starve. At least, that has been the perception for decades. Parents sharing this perception wouldn't send their children to the literature and writing department of an arts middle school, paying a hefty sum, for no reason. In other words, the students in the literature and writing department were either children of literary figures, had shown literary talent from an early age, or had a firm dream and strongly insisted to their parents to send them to the literature and writing department. They were all serious about literature. Thus, their admiration, jealousy, envy, and aspiration towards Moon in Siap were all genuine. The nature of their conversation was different from kids who casually talk about idols. Moon in Siap was more than an idol. He was a role model and a competitor. Into this whirlwind of dense emotions, a transfer student was thrown. Kids, did you have a good vacation? The homeroom teacher, with an excited expression, opened the noisy classroom's front door and appeared. Let's start the new semester in a good mood, believing nothing special happened over the vacation. After a brief moral instruction from the podium, the teacher, with a nervous heart, focused the students. And we have a transfer student in our literature and writing department. Come in. Following the teacher's signal, a boy wrapped in a blanket timidly entered through the front door. The transfer student seemed to have all his energy drained just by being at the school. There was no one who didn't know who he was. Hello. Wow dash. Before he could even finish his greeting, a storm of cheers erupted in the classroom. He was the Storm, the transfer student. EP3 Magic Sword Nim. Please control me. Being cooped up, writing all the time can make a person a bit gloomy. The stereotype of the cranky and irritable artist isn't without basis. The literary circle, a group of such writers, wasn't known for its pleasant disposition either. Just as something cannot be created from nothing, an organization filled with people of flawed character cannot be good. Of course, there are exceptional people like Guhak Jun, but if you see someone normal among monsters, that person is often the scariest. This can be proved by the fact that cannibalism is a recurring theme in Guhak Jun's novels. In any case, it was quite exceptional for author Moon to be easily accepted into the literary circle. It's like a group that would kill off a brash young one from the get-go suddenly pretending to be nice. The reason is simple. It was partly due to the enthusiastic support of Guhak Jun, one of the heavyweights of the literary world, and the cost-benefit of Moon in Siap's popularity to the entire literary circle, but, crucially, Moon in Siap's writing was easy. What was easy? It was easy to recognize. Recognize what? Specifically, his identity. This person is orthodox. Even the towering elders of the literary world have eyes and discernment. It wasn't difficult for them to recognize Moon in Siap's identity. Though it seems challenging and innovative, it is fundamentally deep and virtuously skilled. How could such a genius grow under someone from the heterodox faction like Lim? It almost reminds me of Professor Gus' younger days. I would believe it if you said he was a disciple. Such literature without a teacher. From the mainstream perspective of the literary circle, author Moon's position was quite special. A writer of a very classical style is revered by the younger generation. Author Moon's innovative, challenging, and youthful image was purely because of his age, not because of his writing. He was not a reformer who wrote innovative works. Rather, he was a true rising star who had consolidated the literary movements of the past. This made the elders of the literary circle feel as though, at the end of a long and ignored era of hardship, someone who had mastered their martial arts, no, their literature, had risen and astonished the world. Getting 16 literary awards and exposing the practice of debut fees on the 9 o'clock news? Originally, buying one might be a trick, but buying 16 turns it into art. Upon reflection, it seems like a good idea. Yes, when you're young, you should have that kind of boldness. The past conflicts with Moon Inseop were completely forgotten. Although there were still a few scoundrels criticizing Moon, those people could now be considered dead to the community and disposed of. A child who grew up without a teacher writes such upright literature. Indeed, the bright path of righteousness must resonate with the intrinsic talent harbored within humans. A young genius, like a blank canvas, writing literature similar to ours. Perhaps the beginning and end of art connect to the same place. True art. Broadcast station PDs, sensitive to trends more than anyone, are contacting famous novelists to cast them in variety shows. This is the most definitive proof that the current issue with author Moon's personal popularity isn't ending with him alone but is leading to a broader popularity of the entire literary world. As this happened, the expectations of the literary circle only grew. However, as the light grows, so does the shadow. Amidst the celebration, someone made this statement of conviction. But what happens if Moon Inseop goes off on a different path? What? Isn't it too early to make a fuss? It's not the first time geniuses in this field have drifted to dramas and movies, or gone off to write web novels. Isn't it premature to be pleased? The current reading boom won't last forever. Are you an enemy of literature? It might seem abnormal to make such a fuss over one genius, but that's the luxury of a mainstream culture overflowing with geniuses. And frankly, while you can train idols to dance and sing, you can't make a kid who writes well. Well, you can, but it would be a big problem if found out. Moreover, it's regrettable if a genius pianist who won an international competition at 13 quits music. But it's an outrage if they switch to playing kawaii bass EDM. Therefore, those truly sincere about the revival of the Korean literary world wanted to keep Moon Inseop tightly in this field. And they succeeded. We have good news. In the end, Goo Hak-joon, the most tenacious of the tenacious, announced his victory. After relentless stalking, he had finally managed to get author Moon enrolled in Baikak Arts Middle School. Amid dozens of notifications flooding the group chat, Goo Hak-joon wrote his modest wish with a satisfied expression. Baikak Arts Middle and High School is a continuous education system, so once you enter the literature and writing department, it won't be easy to leave. I believed in you, Professor. I hope to meet Moon Inseop as an undergraduate soon. ******. Well, that's what happened, Kim Sunbae. It doesn't seem like something that can be explained with just that's what happened. I've already enrolled, so what's the point in prying into it? Let's leave my personal life at that. Why do you talk like that? Why? You sound like an old man. An old child, you mean? No, just an old man. All the buildings of Baikak Arts Middle School were designed by a famous architect and were stylish facilities. A fact proudly announced by a signboard placed beside them. The canteen was no exception. Various products were neatly displayed, and in front of the canteen was a rest area for the mental health of the students. However, what the architect had not considered was that this place was mostly used as a dining area. The rest area, designed to feel nature in the middle of the city, was dirted with ketchup from the canteen food, crumbs of snacks, and pieces of lettuce from instant hamburgers. In conclusion, it ended up not being much different from the front of canteens at other schools. There, Moon In-seop and Kim Bile were having a business meeting with pizza bread and kulpis placed on the table. TL. Kulpis equals a Korean beverage. This business was about the scheduled promotion for the movie on a variety show next week. There's something I need to consult about regarding that. What is it? The movie Cause of Death was already nearing its premiere. The variety show to promote the movie needed to be filmed now to air in time for the movie's release. However, since Cause of Death was at best a short film, the variety show wasn't a famous talk show. It was a format akin to Radio Star, a variety show that pops up on cable channels and then disappears. TL. Radio Star equals Korean TV show. But even if the ratings are low, it's natural to be nervous before going on a variety show for the first time. Kim Bile felt the same way. So, Kim Bile roughly anticipated the questions Moon In-seop would ask, probably about how to approach the broadcast. However, Moon In-seop's question was beyond her expectations. Going on the variety show, it feels a bit daunting. What? To be precise, I'm hesitant about engaging in entertainment activities, including CFs and variety shows. TL. CFs equals ads. Kim Bile was dumbfounded. Is that something you ask an entertainer? Then who else should I ask if not an entertainer? When put that way, there really wasn't much she could say. Kim Bile, already feeling a headache coming on, pressed down on her temples and proceeded with the consultation. Why don't you want to? It's not that I don't want to, it gets in the way of my writing. What does going on a variety show have to do with writing? Too many strange people flock to me. That was somewhat understandable. Kim Bile sucked on her kulpis and replied, strange people like? People who want to contract with me and become kings of the publishing world, those who say their parents are seriously ill and need hospital fees, those who want to adopt me, those who tell me to deposit 30 million won into their account. And honestly, even the people who, like me, make me uncomfortable. I'm not that great, but they want to take photos with me, get my autograph, and follow me around. That interferes with your writing? It's not just about writing, but it also makes life difficult. Being dragged here and there, swept up in bizarre rumors, my reputation changing due to things I can't control, and the people around me getting involved too. Okay, that's enough. Kim Bile stopped Moon In-seop's lament there. An elongated finger stood firmly between the boy and the girl. Your worries are too trivial to even bother with. Kim Bile glared sharply at the boy. Do you perhaps look down on popular culture? Excuse me? Without engaging in broadcast activities, without stepping into the entertainment industry, you just want to devote yourself purely to creation? The boy started to protest but then stopped. Seemed like she was right. Seems that way. Kim Bile dismissed the time traveler's complex psychology with simple words. Severe case of art disease. Pure art disease. That sounds like quackery. Half of our school suffers from pure art disease. Mostly the ones involved in classical instruments, ballet, painting. Especially those who write novels like you. Bikak Arts Middle School was known for its intense conflicts among students. The reason was directly connected to a core debate in the arts. The gap between pure art and popular art. You've never spoken to anyone else about this concern. Have you? That's right. Good. If word got out that you said such things, the school would turn upside down several times over. Why? Because the classical kids look down on the practical music kids, the dance department fights between pure dance and practical dance, and there was even a time when the chairman declared idols weren't artists and had to publicly apologize. I already want to drop out. I've been putting up with it for 3 years, so you might as well too. What are you going to do, drop out on the first day of school? Kim Bile lamented with an expression of utter fed-upness. So, what specifically makes you feel reluctant about activities in the entertainment industry? Feels like it's stealing your focus from art, doesn't it? That's right. But I think this. Is there value in art that's only for oneself? Is there value in art that excludes the public? Beauty isn't the idea of a flower. It's because someone observes the flower that they can appreciate its beauty. Kim Bile vented her hidden grievances as a popular artist. Apparently, There was an aspect of opening up more to a colleague with whom she had worked on a project than to a school friend. Of course, there could be art that's beautiful in itself. But we live off the people who like us. And those people want to see you as often as possible. Wouldn't it then be your duty to continue communicating with the public, rather than just writing in a secluded room? That's a very valid point. Moon In-seop nodded. Kim Bile felt a slight pride in having convinced the famous genius boy with her argument, though she didn't show it outwardly. But there was still something bothering the boy. But if I become more famous as an entertainer rather than a writer, wouldn't more scammers cling to me? It's already too much popularity to the point where I'm running around with manuscripts trying to write. Kim Bile shook her head in frustration. Scammers cling to you because you're young and have money. It's not because of your popularity. Those two things are completely separate. Even if your popularity wanes, as long as you don't run out of money, weird people will continue to follow you. Just like weird people keep clinging to me because I'm young and pretty. Of course, it's not that pure art is wrong and popular art is right. The public isn't always good. Just look at the comments on my photo book. Feels like I'm going crazy? Comments about my waist, legs, chest, those bastards. Calm down. Few still, I think if you're going to do art, you have to keep stepping out in front of the public. Maybe it's because I act, but it's the same with books. Isn't it? It's not just about writing. Someone has to read it. That's true. So, you should become a writer who shows himself to the people who want to see you, not a reclusive artist who just publishes books. It's not about doing broadcasts just for money and fame, but about giving back to the people who like you, communicating with them, and creating some warm empathy. Honestly, isn't that also art? After listening intently for a while, Moon In-seop organized his thoughts. So, variety shows and commercials are not for personal money and fame, but for communication with fans and readers. So, from a broader perspective, that's also an extension of art. Is that what you mean, Kim Sunbae? Yes. Kim Bile confidently smiled and nodded. And at that moment, Moon In-seop's mindset changed. Activities in the entertainment industry are not for personal wealth and fame but for communication with readers. It's not something to be casually dismissed, but a destined aspect that a pop artist must accept. There's no beauty in art without the public. If someone like Professor Gu Hak-jun heard this, he might foam at the mouth in rebuttal and ultimately make Kim Bile cry. But Moon In-seop wasn't so rigid in his thinking. I appreciate your words, Kim Sunbae. So what do you think now? I'll give variety shows my best effort. Good. Kim Bile heartily laughed and patted Moon In-seop's shoulder. Then, excitedly, she added a few more words. If you're going to give up something for the sake of art, give up on school life. This school isn't as good as you think. The teachers aren't civil servants. They're employees. Doesn't that make you think something's wrong? After saying it, Kim Bile wondered if she had gone too far. But fortunately, Moon In-seop simply nodded in agreement. I didn't come here to focus on school life. I came because they said it was okay to skip school to write. Kim Bile, child actor, 16 years old. An age when meeting a like-minded friend can be incredibly exciting. That's right. Welcome to the world of professionals. Don't bother trying to make friends in school. It's all pointless. Ha! Friends, they're shallow relationships measured by house size, wealth, and grades, right? Right? Isn't it? Knowing full well they talk behind your back. But you still have to smile in their faces? For once, school life seemed enjoyable for Kim Bile. For the first time in a long while, she smiled an age-appropriate smile and kept patting the boy's shoulder. Anyway, let's do our best in the variety show next week. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I didn't expect him to be this diligent. The reason I keep using honorifics with Kim Sunbae is, Kyra, stop, stop. When we first met, Kim Sunbae looked at me. Kyra, dash. Thinking I was a child actor, she glared at me, crossed her legs, and then, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, she said. Kyra dash. Chapter 32. People's tastes are like the sea, endlessly vast. Trends are like waves, without form, without rules. They just crash in when the time comes. That's what fashion is. dousing oneself with ice water, dancing to strange music, Squid Games, hip-hop, trot, the youngest member of an idol group, insulting someone, etc. There's a culture that dominates a certain period of time for no reason. Liking something because others like it. If you ride that trend well, you can make a lot of money. You probably got the gist of it, right? You have to keep these facts in mind if you want to work at a broadcasting station. Now let's extract the essence of literature. The current wave crashing in was named literature. EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. It's my first time at a broadcasting station. Everything was unfamiliar. The entrance that requires a card key to enter. People bustling about. The occasional celebrities. The implicit hierarchy among people. Filming equipment. The bright light of the lights. The unfamiliarity felt in the overall atmosphere peaked when we arrived at the set. It looked natural on screen, but in reality, the space seemed unnatural and a bit too much. A typical variety show filming set. I will soon be sitting right in the middle of it. The reality of filming a broadcast hit me, bringing an intense sense of nervousness. Are you okay, Author Moon? Yes, well, you look really pale. Beck Seol, who was acting as my day manager, looked at me with a worried expression. She gently pushed my back, covered in a blanket, hurrying my steps. We better go sit in the waiting room quickly. I don't know much, but shouldn't we greet the PD first? In other companies, maybe, but we're all from Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting. Since we're from the same company, it's not a big deal if we're a bit late in greeting. So don't be too nervous, author. Your face is really pale right now. Yes. Hearing that my face was pale made me suddenly feel nauseous. Finally arriving at the waiting room, a familiar face was visible. Huh? You're here? Kim Sunbae. Kim Bile, who had finished her broadcast makeup, looked older than usual. That means she looked like she was in her early 20s. However, as she started to laugh at my appearance, she reverted back to looking like a mid-teen. Ah! Look at him. He must be nervous about his first variety show filming. His face has gone completely white. You really look like a primary school student today? Kim Sunbae looks a bit older today. Do you want to die? I shrugged my shoulders and passed her a sharp look. Kim Bile's manager and Beck Seol exchanged business cards, greeting each other. Ah, hello. I'm Kim Sunggun, team leader at Bikehack Entertainment Management 2 Department. Hello. I'm Beck Seol, manager at Bikehack Entertainment Publishing Management Department. What? Manager? Beck Seol avoided my gaze, laughing awkwardly. Ahaha. Weren't you clearly a deputy until last time? Well, guitar sold so well I ended up getting promoted. But still, such a rapid promotion, is that even possible? I wanted to question it, but having no experience with corporate life, I simply left it at a doubtful glance and moved on. Meanwhile, Kim Bile had already approached us. She whispered with a sly smile. You seem to get along with the manager, huh? Don't be fooled. Those people are ultimately just company people pretending to be on your side. She's not a manager but an editor. But I can see what Kim Sunbae thinks of company people. If you're going to ignore my warning, I can't help it, just don't come crying and regretting it later. Kim Bile introduced me to a boy she had brought along. The boy, who had dyed his hair pink, was very noticeable. Let me introduce him. This is Min Hyo-chan. He's in 8th grade and idol. Hi, I'm Min Hyo-chan, the main rapper of Rapid Boys. Min what's his name suddenly tapped my forearm and said, Are you in 6th grade of primary school? Call me Hyung. Ah yes. Is this your first time on a broadcast? I'll teach you a lot. As someone with the mental age of 23, I couldn't bring myself to use the honorific Hyung for a middle schooler. It's the same reason I don't use Nuna for Kim Bile. But why was this idol in the waiting room? The answer came from Kim Bile's explanation. There are 4 guests for the talk show. You, me, Hyo-chan, and one more person. The concept is young geniuses. Feels like Radio Star, doesn't it? We copied it. Kim Bile handed me the script. There's a script, but we won't be following it exactly. It's mostly free talking, so stay sharp. Problematic statements will be edited out, but if you zone out, you won't get any airtime. I was about to say I didn't mind not getting any airtime when Min What's-His-Name interrupted. Hey, this broadcast is practically centered on Author Moon, and we're just extras, you know. Sunbae, worry about me first. Why am I your Sunbae? You ran away from being a child actor to become an idol. I have to make a living too, and I like acting and rapping. After that, Min What's-His-Name kept interrupting Kim Bile and my conversation, stealing her attention. I looked at the boy with pity. His crush was all too evident. From what I could see, if it was this severe, Kim Bile already knew. She was just playing dumb. That became clear when Min What's-His-Name went to the bathroom. I tentatively asked Kim Bile, you know, right? No what? Min, what was it again? Anyway, Min SSIS feelings. Min SSIS feelings? You speak so strangely, you. Kim Bile smiled meaningfully, indirectly acknowledging it. Don't you know romance is forbidden in this industry? That used to be the case, but not anymore, right? That's up to the management level. The fans' hearts are the same as ever. They don't want their favorite celebrities flirting with others. Kim Bile gestured towards Min What's-His-Name's manager, who was nervously biting his nails. He debuted this year. This is all just temporary. Once he goes back and gets a scolding from his manager, he'll give up on his own. So why should I outright reject him and bear a grudge? Being accused of being too picky or too expensive. It feels like my energy is being drained even before the variety show starts. Welcome to the entertainment industry. Then, the door to the waiting room opened. Kim Bile and I thought Min What's-His-Name had returned, so we stopped our conversation and pretended to be distant. However, the person who entered was the last participant of this variety show. Hello. I froze at the sight of her. She was someone who shouldn't exist at this time. My former lover. A past connection I had severed with someone so inconsequential. The woman with long hair flowing down greeted me with a handshake. Nice to meet you, Author Moon. I'm the novelist Gu Yubin. Do you know me? I know. Very well. Gu Yubin, a genius novelist. Professor Gu Hak-jun's eldest daughter. My ex-lover's older sister. And is he oblivious? Or pretending not to know? Ask yourself. You already know, don't you? Whether you're really suitable for my sister. The person who despised me more than anyone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gu Yubin was someone who couldn't stand the orphan clinging to her sister. Not just because of his background, but also because Gu Yubin herself was a famous novelist, which made her even less tolerant. Inheriting the talent of the great author Gu Hak-jun, Gu Yubin published poetry collections since middle school and wrote novels that were adapted into dramas as an adult, although the drama flopped. Regardless, her literary discernment was indisputable, and Gu Yubin, unlike her mother who simply belittled me for my background, completely shattered me in literary terms. It's about deficiency, isn't it? The theme of your novels. They all start with a deficiency and end with one. Can you confidently say that your love for my sister isn't just a struggle to fill that deficiency? That you, who have never been loved, can fully love someone else? Don't say I'm being too harsh. It's all from the inner thoughts you've revealed through your novels. Am I wrong? You asked me to critique this novel, didn't you? Erase my review. Please break up with my sister. Just by looking at this novel, I can tell. You're someone who uses the dark things accumulated inside as the driving force for creation. If you're willing to go mad for the sake of creation, who would trust you with their family? Or answer me, which is more important, writing or my sister? Why can't you answer? Say my sister is more important than writing. Then ill persuade mother. Say it. You know, right? You're this kind of person, Gu Yubin, who looked at me with a colder and more indifferent gaze than anyone else in the world. Now she was sitting in the guest seat on the set, sending me a warm gaze. I was really surprised. How could a kid write this? Gu Yubin from 10 years ago bore a chilling resemblance to my old lover I knew. It seems she is a high school student now. However, Gu Yubin, regardless of her age, was skillfully continuing the conversation with the MC. I published a few poetry collections in middle school and received the lavish praise of being a genius, but after seeing a real genius, I felt truly embarrassed. Didn't you feel jealous? Jealous? Jealousy requires being on the same level. I was completely overwhelmed as soon as I saw Author Moon's writing. Ah, to that extent. Have you not read Author Moon's novels? Yes. Please read the participants' novels beforehand. Ha 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 dash. Amid the laughter of the audience, prompted by the staff's cue, Gu Yubin smoothly continued the conversation. Especially Notebookist. It was really a great novel. Everyone has their own deficiencies, right? It objectively highlights those deficiencies while also warmly embracing them. I was really moved by it. Author Moon. Gu Yubin smiled brightly at me, and I delivered my line. Thank you. But I wasn't thankful at all. Enjoyed reading my novel? Especially Notebookist? Surely 10 years ago, no, 10 years later, no, in the time beyond my memory, wasn't it the novel she disparagingly criticized as disgustingly creepy? Ha! Only laughter comes out. How does one become a novelist and change their judgments based on the situation, devoid of any steadfast artistic spirit? Well, that was always Gu Yubin. She was never serious about literature. Even while being praised as a genius novelist, to her, literature was merely a hobby and an escape. Did you think you were the only one? I didn't like you either. Some stake their lives on their writing. Wasn't Gu Yubin the one who suddenly quit being a novelist one day to take over her mother's business? So, this is my petty revenge. Take it in stride. I also was deeply impressed by your novel, Author Gu Yubin. Really? For real? Gu Yubin received my words with exaggerated gestures. Though it seemed pretentious in person, through the camera, it appeared endearing. Author Moon read my writing? Wow. Really? Which book did you read? The Cabin in the Snow Mountains. You read that? The reason Gu Yubin was flustered is simple. It's because the novel has a very high level of maturity. However, my reason for mentioning that novel wasn't to childishly tease her by bringing up its risque scenes. As Gu Yubin's face turned red, she was drinking a sponsored mineral water. I sharpened my knife in my heart and threw it like a dagger into Gu Yubin's heart. The owner of the mountain lodge that appears there, that's Professor Gu Hakjun. Isn't it? Dash. Gu Yubin choked. The mineral water soaked the set's table. I didn't stop there but continued to dig into Gu Yubin's heart. The pain of inheriting your father's talent but not being able to reach his level, the novel conveyed a distorted longing and jealousy towards your father very well. Wow, wait. The unpossessed talent, the bloated ego, and the irony within such a heart were unraveled in a grotesque narrative, which also felt inherited from Professor Gu Hakjun's writing. Ah, it seems you also use deficiency as the driving force for creation, writing novels quite similar to mine. That's the impression I got. In my view, the reason Gu Yubin hated me wasn't because I was a miserable wretch clinging to her sister. It was self-loathing. Chapter 33. A Festival of Words. It's the perfect term to describe a variety show shoot, especially a talk show. The talk shows that viewers see are a series of entertaining moments. The celebrity's eloquence in storytelling is dazzling enough to amaze. However, that's only after the magic of editing has been applied to the finished product. In reality, a variety show shoot is made up of 9 parts boring and 1 part exciting. It's like searching for a pearl in the mud. But sometimes, the set becomes so lively that it turns into a sea of laughter. When a top-level MC maximizes the guest's talents, when celebrities who have worked together for decades sync perfectly, when a no-name celebrity is touched by the variety show god, and so on. Watching such a scene, the PD instinctively knows. This is going to hit. Bike Hack Cultural Broadcasting's own variety department set. The PD leading the shoot had a hunch. The PD ordered the staff, capture that kid. Not to arrest, but to keep the camera tightly focused on them. Following the PD's command, the cameraman captured a boy covered with the blanket in the frame. The boy was passionately critiquing Gu Yubin's work. And with each continuation of the boy's critique, Gu Yubin's face would blush and shed shudder, especially when you ventured into SF, TL, science fiction. You diligently wove together cosmology and worldview. The protagonist's journey is directly linked to a child's growth, surrounded by a warm yet overwhelming world, a comforting yet insurmountable barrier. This, too, could be interpreted as Professor Gu Hakjun's work. Stop, stop. The PD had already picked out a title for the YouTube clip to upload. An innocent critique. A young genius dissecting someone else's novel to reveal hidden feelings was content that had never been tackled in any variety show. Especially since it seemed devoid of malice, it could earn extra points for entertainment. Could a primary school student really be doing this deliberately? Even the jaded PD couldn't entertain that thought. The visual was also good. Beautiful people look good no matter what they do. And if they're pretty, people watch, views turn into ratings, and high ratings translate into money. From then on, it was Moon In-seop's one-man show. The prodigious boy had a presence beyond his years. In other words, that's called aura or buzz. The highlight scene didn't end there. The MC asked a question. Hey, race a question. It's very unique. Author Moon, you consistently call Kim Bile Kim Sunbae. Are you school Hubie and Sunbae? TL. Junior and senior. Kim Bile flinched for a moment before answering naturally. Ahaha. It's In-seop's first time on broadcast. So, as I was looking after him, doing this and that, the boy sternly interrupted. What do you mean, Kim Sunbae? Why I consistently use honorifics for Kim Sunbae is because, Kyra, stop. Don't do it. When we first met, Kim Sunbae looked at me and, Kyra, thinking I was a child actor, crossed her legs and glared at me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. What she said was, Kyra, few ill let it slide this time. EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. After the shoot, having captured great scenes, the PD dismissed the staff with a delighted laugh. The MCs also smiled, exchanged greetings, and parted ways. However, 3 out of the 4 guests were left staring into space with vacant expressions. Rapid Boy's main rapper Min Hyo-chan ended up losing his chance to appear on the variety show with 0 presence, and Kim Bile was completely drained from trying to manage the crisis. Not to mention Gu Yubin, who was beaten up throughout the shoot. But the cause of the problem, Moon In-seop, breathed a sigh of relief and got up nonchalantly. I lost control. He didn't remember much after something dark surged inside him at the sight of Gu Yubin. Throughout the shoot, it was hard to remember what I had said. It was truly a festival of words. I thought I had forgotten everything. It seems my mental discipline is lacking. Approaching Gu Yubin and Kim Bile, who I had inadvertently troubled, both of them flinched and avoided my gaze. Confused by their reaction, I was suddenly approached by the PD who put a hand on my shoulder. It was someone I had seen before, the person who had come to the orphanage leading a crew. The PD, holding onto my shoulder, dragged me to a secluded corner of the set, chattering away. Wow, it was really fun today, Author Moon. Ah yes, thank you. Haha. Maybe it's because of the age, but the chemistry with the young ones is just explosive. Such a unique character. There was nothing to edit out today. If you say so, I'm just grateful. Haha. Even what you're saying now, look. But what's with Gu Yubin's novel that the reaction was so intense? That might be difficult to air on broadcast. The PD muttered quietly. A written apology, maybe. What? Huh? No. Nothing. Anyway, have you thought about appearing on other variety shows? It's good for promoting your book. I'm planning something with a Sunbae. I was held up by the PD for a while before finally being released. I was greeted by Baek Seol and Lim Yongwook, who had somehow just arrived at the set. I waved listlessly and greeted him. Director Lim, when did you arrive? However, instead of approaching me in his usual sluggish manner, slapping my shoulder, and joking about going to eat, Lim Yongwook merely gave a brief eye greeting and stopped there. What's going on? Looking closely, there was someone in front of Lim Yongwook and Baek Seol, a man in an expensive-looking suit. His eyes were so small that even when open, they seemed closed. The mysterious middle-aged man glanced at me and then approached with a bright smile. Ah, There you are, Author Moon. Excuse me, but who are you? Well, I'm the one who prints your book. Before my question of who that could be continued, an introduction followed. He handed me a business card with a friendly smile. I'm Kim Sang-guk, the head of the publishing business division at BICAC Publishing. The uncle who's making the books that are being distributed nationwide right now. Ah yes, hello. I'm really glad to meet an author who's like a pillar of our company. It was obvious to anyone that Kim Sang-guk was trying to win me over. Lim Yong-wook reacted sensitively, as if he had been pricked by a thorn. Isn't that too ingratiating? Haha, now that you've become a person from another company, aren't you speaking too freely? Ingratiating, you say? Kim Sang-guk countered like this. The situation now is what's abnormal. It's as hard as picking stars from the sky for the head of the publishing business division at BICAC Publishing to meet an author from BICAC. How hidden must you have kept him for me to come all the way to the broadcasting station? Why is Author Moon a BICAC person? Strictly speaking, the entertainer Moon In-seop belongs to BICAC Entertainment's publishing management department, and the author Moon In-seop is under the care of BICAC Publishing. I came here as the person in charge of Author Moon's book because there are things I want to point out. Don't complain about me coming so suddenly. You were the one who wouldn't meet even when asked. That's because, leaving an indignant Lim Yong-wook behind, Kim Sang-guk turned to me and said, Author Moon, do you know that your book is being sold at an absurdly low price? Huh? Lim Yong-wook, who was about to intervene and separate me and Kim Sang-guk, paused. Kim Sang-guk, looking at Lim Yong-wook, continued with a cold sneer. Director Lim, no, Deputy Director Lim, you've signed contracts with bookstores nationwide to pass on your book not on consignment but at wholesale prices. And you set those prices absurdly low. So, the money that our Author Moon should be receiving is now being distributed among bookstores nationwide. It was content I vaguely knew about. The issue with the book's pricing and distribution was due to a personal vendetta between Lim Yong-wook and the man named Yang Sung-joon from BICAC Publishing. I heard that because Yang Sung-joon blocked the book's release, the price was lowered and distributed nationwide. Then, wasn't this issue caused by BICAC Publishing? As soon as that question arose, Kim Sang-guk, the head of the publishing business division, continued. Of course, I acknowledge that Director Yang Sung-joon from the head office harbored resentment against Director Lim and played some tricks in the middle. But why are we still maintaining that contract even after Director Yang Sung-joon has left? Why aren't we passing Author Moon's book over to BICAC Publishing's distribution line? Lim Yong-wook clenched his teeth. That's for our publishing management department to handle. Yes, it's management, not publishing. But from the perspective of a proper publishing company like mine, there are too many oddities. If we transfer the business rights of Author Moon's book to BICAC Publishing right now, we could make incomparably more money. Aren't we the largest bookstore as well as a publisher? Kim Sang-guk said this while looking at Lim Yong-wook. But in essence, he was speaking to me. Ah, perhaps did you secure the position of director in exchange for passing the money made from Author Moon's book sales to BICAC Entertainment, not BICAC Publishing? Author Moon, think about it. A company that makes entertainers and a company that makes books. Which one do you think would sell books better? The conclusion was obvious. Kim Sang-guk didn't even need to state it. Yet you insist on selling books through BICAC Entertainment, not BICAC Publishing. The people who claim to manage the author in his best interest are making choices for themselves, not the author. TSK. Kim Sang-guk looked at me coldly, mocking Lim Yong-wook, but finally turned to me with a warm smile. How about it, Author Moon? How about entrusting your book to a proper bookstore? Anyone who loves books would know how big BICAC Publishing is, right? We're a publishing house, but also a bookstore. Your book could be displayed at the front entrance of every BICAC Publishing store nationwide. Well, that would be the norm, but due to Director Lim's stubbornness, we're forced to hand over books at a throwaway price to local bookstores. If it continues this way, we can't even do promotions we want to. Why give benefits to a book from an author who's not even part of BICAC Publishing? Our people would protest. Did Lim Yong-wook deceive me? I wanted to verify the credibility of Kim Sang-guk's words. The way to do that was simple. Just look at Lim Yong-wook's expression. I looked at him, and Lim Yong-wook looked as if he had been caught for his crimes, his complexion pale. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. TL. Lim Yong-wook's POV. There were plenty of rational excuses. How could one believe the words of someone who's caused harm, now claiming to take care of the victim? With the misdeeds Baikak Publishing had committed, how could one trust them with a book? And so on. However, moving to Baikak Publishing would guarantee much higher sales volumes. As Kim Sang-guk said, Baikak Publishing is the largest publisher and bookstore in Korea. Not those swept by the current, but those who create it. They are the dominators of this industry. If Baikak Publishing decides to sell the book aggressively, they could provide Moon In-seop with royalties on a completely different scale than now. But Lim Yong-wook didn't do that. He thought it was more rational to receive help from Baikak Entertainment rather than Baikak Publishing for Moon In-seop star quality to truly ignite, even if it meant missing out on immediate income. The same is true even after resolving the conflict with Yang Sung-joon. Moon In-seop shines brighter as a star than as an author. Why? Because people are more fascinated by the existence of a young genius than by mundane literature. However, standing in front of Kim Sang-guk, I couldn't bring myself to say those words. Variety shows, CFs, etc. I was reminded of Moon In-seop, who had rejected everything Lim Yong-wook had arranged. Was I being greedy? Now, even my own feelings were confusing. What was the reason I held onto author Moon until the end? Was it really because I believed Baikak Entertainment was better than Baikak Publishing? Or was it because of the grudge I held against Baikak Publishing and director Kim Sang-guk? Or was it because I wanted to keep the genius by my side until the end, parasitically sucking his vital essence? Lim Yong-wook had fallen into a mental demon. His mind had become muddled like muddy water, utterly unclear. Since the mind is the driving force of a human, Lim Yong-wook as a person was completely incapacitated. It was at that moment. It's okay. Moon In-seop spoke. The boy had an unwavering belief in his eyes. I may not know much about business, but I do understand that if we start nitpicking over such complex issues, there will be no end to it. The boy lacked wisdom. Even living a life twice, life was still an enigma. The world was too complex for one person to comprehend. The boy also lacked virtue. Novelists aren't known for their good nature, not to mention those who grew up in harsh environments. The world had never shown him kindness. The boy lacked physique as well. He didn't exercise. However, the knights-errant of the orphanage where he grew up had taught him. Only righteousness and duty mattered. Still, I trust our director Lim Yong-wook. Business might lead to some ambiguous situations, right? But we have loyalty from working together for so long, so I can't just leave for Baikak Publishing like that. I'm sorry. Lim Yong-wook's eyes widened in shock, and Kim Sang-guk also stepped back with a grunt. Kim Sang-guk asked the boy, "You're close with director Lim Yong-wook?" The boy recalled. The bald editor who had stumbled into his moldy apartment and handed him an award. His fervent reader who had published his book, Squinting Through Financial Losses. Well, he was the first editor to seek me out. Director Kim Sang-guk seemed perplexed, as if something had gone against his expectations. But soon, he ended the conversation with a friendly smile. That's right, it's that age. Putting special meaning into time or order rather than numbers. Looks like I was a step late this time. All right, let's meet in a more comfortable setting next time. Director Kim Sang-guk scattered a displeased glance at Lim Yong-wook and Moon In-seop, then left with a seemingly friendly smile. Lim Yong-wook, Moon In-seop, and Baek Seol watched him disappear into the darkness of the corridor for a long while. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The movie Cause of Death was released. Though it failed miserably at the box office as a short film, its artistic quality was recognized. That was the consensus among critics. However, hidden within the critics' single line were numerous life stories, bearing much more. The failure at the box office was only from an ordinary perspective. The movie significantly surpassed its break-even point due to drastically reduced production costs and the existence of original fans. Bike Hack Entertainment's film division was in a festive mood thanks to the significant achievements. Additionally, for a film director who had never been recognized for his artistic achievements throughout his life, Cause of Death left a significant mark. The form of that mark was a statue shaped like a film reel, plated in gold. The award, given by a famous domestic film festival, was held in the director's hands. It was the first time he had received such an award. The director, who had placed the award on the bar table, looked at the plaque with complex feelings. Someone approached the director from behind after he had been sitting at the bar for a while. "Hey." A man as big as a bear patted the director on the back with a hearty laugh. "After all the hardship comes joy. Your sunny days have finally arrived." He sat next to the director with a face full of laughter. However, the director showed no signs of smiling. "What's wrong? On such a good day?" The director's face looked a bit off. Now that he noticed, he was already drunk. Could something bad have happened? "Sunbae," the director confessed, fueled by alcohol. "Actually, I contributed nothing to this work." "What? Isn't that too much humility?" "It's no joke." The director talked about what he had seen. His own stubbornness. The synergy between two geniuses. The last moment when the set seemed to freeze in time. When fake snow turned into real snow, and makeup melded into character. The perfect beauty contained in the acting and the scenes where it was due. I couldn't touch any of it. All of it was done by those two young ones, by two young geniuses. They had the talent I lacked. "I don't know what to do with this award, Sunbae." The director's Sunbae froze. He asked, "Is that really true?" His name was So Tae-woong, a film director, 49 years old, the recipient of the Berlin International Film Festival's Golden Bear, comparable to Cannes Palme d'Or and Venice's Golden Lion. Chapter 34. Books are a peculiar commodity. Even if produced at the same cost, the volume of sales can vary dramatically depending on how the ink inside is arranged. Even if the content is good, if it goes against the trend or the flow of time, sales plummet. Thus, creating books is a battle with uncertainty. Therefore, Kim Sang-guk, the head of Bike Hack Publishing's publishing division, was someone who dealt with the invisible. And through the recent meeting, he was certain. He recognized the intangible aura surrounding the boy and the level of knowledge and talent embedded in his way of speaking. A gem. Not a raw stone that needs someone's cutting, but a gem that is already shining. Complete. That was Author Moon in the eyes of director Kim Sang-guk. Selling a stone as a fake gem is difficult. Turning a raw stone into a gem is also hard. But selling a gem is very easy. And in this field, performance is indeed a weapon. Lim Yong-wook, that bastard, has got a weapon out of his league. A stray dog has already bitten its owner. So what is there to do? A dog that bites its owner must be boiled. Of course, after carefully securing the pearl necklace around the dog's neck. How shall I cook this? A seemingly kind smile fluttered around the lips of director Kim Sang-guk as he walked down the dark corridor. EP3 Magic Sword Nim. Please control me. When I woke up, it was still dawn. Lately, I've been waking up unusually early. It's not that my sleeping place is uncomfortable. It's my heart that is uncomfortable. A new Light Spring orphanage houses 4 people per room. Besides me, there are 3 other kids in this room. I quietly left the dormitory so as not to wake my roommates. Checking the wall clock, it's around 5:30 a.m. Wearing slippers with holes, I went out to the yard. The dawn dew collected on the grass tickled my feet through the holes in my slippers. The sky was full of the light of dawn. It's difficult to lump the color of the dawn sky into one. The dark blue night sky is gradually pushed away by the crimson glow of dawn. At that boundary, a radiant dawn light crosses the sky. It's something that can only be described as the light of dawn. All my senses were dyed with the dawn. The scent of a light rain that fell at dawn tickled the tip of my nose, and what touched my skin was the cool air of dawn. The sensation that tickled my feet was also the dawn dew on the grass, and what reached my ears was the sound of the city slowly waking up to the dawn. This is why people become sentimental at dawn. And such sentimentality was the greatest asset of a novelist. Unlike usual, I sat on the stump in the orphanage yard, lost in thought. Ah, life. Those were thoughts about me, about Gu Yubin, about my past or even my future. Meeting Gu Yubin at the broadcasting station gave me a realization. The surge of emotion that overflowed the moment I saw her was the biggest evidence. I am trapped in the past. The reason I do not favor public attention is not because of pure art or popular art, as Kim Bile mentioned. I was harboring resentment without even knowing it. Resentment towards people who turned their backs on me when I was most in agony, and now worship me simply because I am young. Life is. I thought I had left everything behind. Maybe not. Everything that meant something to me lies beyond the reaches of time. Love, friendship, sorrow, grief. Everything I had earnestly confronted lies beyond. Now all that remains is writing. The only thing I truly own is my writing. That thought occurs to me. Then, am I nothing but a writing machine? Are you feeling full of yourself? Isn't that too harsh? Ma Hyung? The response I got from Ma Ki-hoon when I casually shared my concerns over breakfast at the New Light Spring Orphanage cafeteria was ridiculous. Of course, I didn't speak of my concerns directly. It would have been treated as a fictional story. Since I couldn't explain the distortion of time, the question was slightly altered. Ironically, by turning the real question into a fake one, I was able to distill the essence of my worries. To get the answer to the real question through a fake one, the core of the question had to be the same. The point is this: how can I fully own my life? Ma Ki-hoon looked straight at me. Then he opened his mouth. Hey, Moon SSI. Yes? Stop the nonsense and just eat your food. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That's a difficult question. Baek Seol was sitting in the driver's seat because she was taking me to Bike Hack Arts Middle School. She volunteered to be my driver, not as a road manager of Bike Hack Entertainment, but because she believed that someone close needed to take care of my mental health. Soon, when I get a studio near the school and live there while commuting, Baek Seol will be my temporary road manager until then. Out of gratitude for her dedication, I didn't arrogantly sit in the back seat but sat in the passenger seat instead. And thanks to that, we had book discussions in the car on our way to school every morning. Today, the book discussion turned into a personal consultation. So, Baek Seol continued the conversation quite naturally without any embarrassment. Is that why you're also hesitant about appearing in variety shows and shooting commercials? After giving it some thought, that seems to be the case. My parents not being around isn't because of something I did, so I don't think it's a flaw of mine. But I can't be happy about achievements that I've gained without my effort for various reasons. Then you must not be very happy with your current fame either? It's not that I'm unhappy. I just can't enjoy it with ease. Baek Seol made a thoughtful noise, nodded a few times, and then started to share her own story. I can't fully empathize, but I get that too many things in life are determined by things set before we were born. Is that so? Actually, my great-grandfather was the chairman. I see. I nodded. Then I briskly straightened up, neatened my body, adjusted my bangs, and neatly folded the blanket I was loosely wrapped in over my knees. I then pressed my knees together, placed my hands politely on top, and bowed my head at a 45-degree angle before speaking to Baek Seol. Please, continue, madam. Kaya. What, madam? My apologies, miss. Stop it, it's creepy. Author Nim. Please speak down to this lowly one. TL. Speak down as in treat me as someone below you. Art has always been dominated by the wealthy. Royalty, eccentric millionaires, and those suspiciously wealthy, those kinds of people. So, for me, a proud novelist, bowing to a chaebol wasn't a shameful act but a natural occurrence according to the laws of nature. Anyway, that's how it is. But Baek Seol, looking both troubled and amused, laughed out loud for a while. Then wiping away tears, she said this. It might seem like being a great-granddaughter makes us close, but if you think about it, it's actually a very distant relationship. I'm the eldest daughter of the second son of the chairman's brother. How many such grandnieces would the chairman have? I'm not even a direct granddaughter. He probably barely remembers my name, right? I straightened my back from 45 degrees to 15 degrees. Even my real grandfather and the chairman aren't biological brothers. The previous chairman, that is, my great-grandfather, had more than one wife. Technically, you could say ours is a family of illegitimate children. Essentially, we've been strangers since my great-grandfather passed away. I straightened my back completely and spoke to Bexiol in a more friendly manner again. Editor Nim, your life must have had its ups and downs too. That's right. But being a Chable, even if in name, attracted many who coveted our bloodline. My dad didn't do business, but my uncle inherited a company. My back bent to 15 degrees again. That's why my mom always said I should marry as young as possible, to the point it was drilled into my ears. In high society, a young, pretty, and trouble-free girl commands a high price in the marriage market. But I liked novels. You know, I studied abroad, right, author Nim? I listened to her with a polite posture. Yes. Men have this perception. A woman who studied abroad is a bit undesirable as a marriage partner. So, when I went to study abroad, I fought really hard with my mom. But after much trouble, she acknowledged my dream of working in book publishing, and I went abroad, got my degree, and came back. And then you joined the Bike Hack group? No. Bexiol frowned. Of course, I went to a different publisher. Thanks to my hard-earned degree, I got a job right away. I liked the department I was assigned to. It was in translation. But just as I finished my newbie training, started to get along with my new colleagues, and began learning the ropes, something happened. What happened? The chairman called me in and scolded me. Bexiol mimicked the chairman's voice in a ridiculous tone, not hiding her displeasure. Summoned by people in dark suits to the main house, he went on like this. How can a child of our family earn their keep at another's house? Come back to Bike Hack right now. My back bent to 45 degrees again. But it seems it was all for his own pride after confirming I had joined Bike Hack Publishing. He cut off contact. Since then, even though I was assigned to the TF team and started working in Bike Hack Entertainment's underground parking lot, there was no follow-up action. If this was going to be the case, why bother bringing me in? My back straightened again. Bexiol, gripping the steering wheel, glared at me seriously. Do you find it amusing to joke around? My apologies. Anyway, Bexiol lamented the reality listlessly. Actually, my favorite line from your novels is that one. Too many things are faces, the era, skin color, wealth are determined before we're even born. I often think it's too hard to live life the way I want. I see. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the school. Bexiol made a peculiar noise as the car jerked to a stop in the parking lot. Then she glanced at me with a hint of slyness and smiled. It's a secret from the company people, okay? I won't tell anyone. But it seems like everyone secretly knows. Bexiol nudged my back, pushing me out of the car. And she returned to her usual cheerful demeanor and smiled. Have a good day at school. Author Nim. And then I remembered. Wasn't the CEO of Bike Hack Publishing, when Lim Yongwook was an executive, a young woman? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Owning one's life. That thought stayed with me all the way to the classroom. A question once posed had ignited a creative desire. Looking back, the web novel I wrote in a past life or pastime was probably about that. The title was Demon Sword. It was a traditional fantasy novel that dealt with the life and inner world of a swordsman who gradually loses control of his life to the demon sword. Back then, I was a bit short on money, so I remember trying to write it as commercially as possible, referencing Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings. It was a failure, though. Just thinking about it made me shudder. As a pure literary writer, I had ventured into a tricky path, but even that was ignored by the readers, leaving me with no pride to speak of. Writing in any form was indeed a difficult thing. Good morning, Kim Sunbae. I met Kim Bile in the corridor. But Kim Bile doesn't respond to my greeting and flinched away from me. It seems the aftereffects of the last variety show appearance are still lingering. I told you I'm sorry for what happened last time. What are you talking about? I'm not bothered by it at all. I'll be more careful with my words next time. The incident at the shooting site had been resolved then and there. I had apologized to Kim Bile and Gu Yubin before we parted ways. Once I showed humility, Kim Bile accepted my greeting with a confident expression. If you're sincerely apologizing like that, I'll let it slide this time. But next time, show some respect towards your seniors on air too. Anyway, how was your weekend? It was okay. Did you get any messages from author Gu Yubin? Though you and I are from different industries, she's truly a senior in the same field as you. You did grill her quite mercilessly. Won't the more serious stuff be edited out? Don't think so. Do you trust those TV station guys? And watching from the sidelines, it was pretty entertaining. I still feel a bit guilty towards Gu Yubin. It's exactly like the paradox of whether to kill baby Hitler or not. Having analyzed the delicate inner workings of Gu Yubin, who is just a high school student, in front of the camera, it wouldn't be strange if she harbored some resentment towards me. So, a few days after the shooting, I sent her a text apologizing, and a strange reply came back. She said it's okay and to please take care of her in the future? Really? Then it ended well? That's a relief. I'm not sure what she means by asking to be taken care of, though. It's just a formality, why bother about it? People who act might not understand, but those of us who write are sensitive to words. Yeah, you're great. I'm off. Yeah. And so, we finished our brief exchange in the corridor and went our separate ways. She headed to the third-year acting class and I went to the first-year creative writing class. Just as the morning roll call for the first-year creative writing class was about to start, I understood what Gu Yubin meant by asking me to please take care of her in the future. Everyone, we have a new transfer student in our class. The moment the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with the transfer student, I froze like ice. Would you like to introduce yourself? I already knew the name of that stoic girl. Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna. Not Yuna. It's not Gu Yuna but Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna. The old lover I met again appeared as a child. Chapter 35. A writing contest. Gather participants, throw a topic at them, and they write a piece within a limited time. Then, the judges pick out the best written piece. It could be hosted by a famous literary arts foundation, by local governments offering prize money, in parks or in gyms. I first met Gu Yuna at a writing contest themed cicada. Amidst all the harsh criticism poured on me for not writing the cicada-praising novel the judges wanted, she quietly approached me and said, "I liked it, though. What did you like? Honestly, aren't you tired of cicadas?" It was in the first year of middle school. We met in a neighborhood park on the outskirts, where the cicada sounds were audible, under the shade of trees blocking the warm sunlight, both holding manuscript paper and a pen in our hands. The two young novelists laughed together at the narrow-minded judges, scoffed at the ghostwriting culture prevalent in the writing contests back then, and laughed at each other's writing. What is this supposed to be? It's called over-emotional main character. Fix your setting. Your writing style is like some web novel. Are you looking down on web novels now? Eventually, we fought and went our separate ways. And then we met again at the next writing contest. TSK. You're here too? None of your business. Did you fix the over-emotional main character? We fought and separated again. And met again at the next contest. Why did you win the gold prize? I don't accept this. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of my silver prize. You, make sure you come to the Bike Hack Youth Literature Award Writing Contest next month. Well, compete again there. I was in Humanities Middle School, and she was in Arts Middle School. But that didn't hinder our meetings. We were writers, oddballs wandering the country to have our clumsy writings acknowledged. Although I was publicly branded as a loser at school, when I met her at the writing contests, I was the most merciless critic, a proud novelist. And her rival. Despite living in different places and growing up in different environments, our dream of becoming novelists connected us. As time passed, we grew up together. We learned from each other, taught each other, shared the most precious memories, comforted each other through the most painful wounds, and naturally became each other's other half. Half of my personality resembled Gu Yuna, and half of her personality resembled me. When I imagined the future 10 or 20 years later, she naturally fitted into that imagination, taking the seat beside me. I can still vividly remember her appearance. Her long hair that she tied differently following the trends, and her static face that barely changed its expression. She was much shorter than me, who was not tall, but her small face made it not so noticeable. A destructive lifestyle pattern that couldn't manage without her mom, sister, or me. The wisdom to distinguish between coldness and rationality. The minimal social skills developed after many trials and tribulations. The defenseless smile and tears she showed whenever she deeply immersed in my writing. I can't possibly forget her appearance. Yuna was originally, but the appearance of her that reappeared was too different from what I remembered. Was she this young? To the point where I momentarily entertained such a foolish thought. EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. Crunch, crunch, the sound of chewing hard cookies, and then the rustling sound of turning pages. The disorganized and untidy appearance of the study made it hard to guess that its owner was a novelist representing the Korean literary world and a current university professor. Of course, Gu Hak-jun keeps his office at the university tidy. He just doesn't want to put in the same effort at home. So, Gu Hak-jun was eating mat dongsan, TL, a type of snack, at his chaotically organized, a phrase known to those in the know, desk, reading guitar by Author Moon. Cool. No need for beer. The refreshing writing style, the fresh emotional lines, and the delicate insight into the underbelly of the city were indeed drinks with the true addictiveness of alcohol. How could a primary school student write this? It's a novel so good that, even if a university student had written it, one would want to kidnap them and make them a graduate student immediately. The novel was so substantial that each time it was read, new aspects would freshly catch the eye. Something Professor Gu Hak-jun always emphasizes in class. Fill even the empty spaces between the lines with writing. Author Moon had already internalized this teaching. There wasn't a single thing from start to finish that he didn't like. How could this be? A genius. And that genius was within his grasp. The literary world may not be one giant force, but Bikehack Arts Middle School and Bikehack Arts High School's Department of Creative Writing were places fully under Gu Hak-jun's influence. It was possible to watch Author Moon grow from the sidelines, and even to expedite his graduation to get him into university early. Every time Gu Hak-jun thought about having Author Moon in his hands, a smile naturally came to his face. In the past, thinking about the future of Korean literature used to make his chest tight and breathing difficult, but now, even in the shower, the thought of Author Moon would bring a smile to his face at the. However, Gu Yubin did not particularly enjoy her father's smile. It bothered her to see him smiling like he would give everything to someone other than his daughter. What's so funny? If Moon In-seop saw this, he would have started a lengthy discourse saying, it's a manifestation of the desire to satisfy through a bond with the father, the deficiency created by discord with the mother. The evidence can be found through this book you wrote. But fortunately, Moon In-seop was not here. So, Gu Hak-jun, noticing Gu Yubin's mood, awkwardly closed the book and smiled. You know the feeling of finding an author who shares your sentiments. But still, isn't your fandom a bit too much? You even decided on Author Moon's school. That's just nurturing future talent. Nurturing future talent by going to an orphanage for volunteer work? I heard you even made kimchi. Haha, volunteering isn't a bad thing, is it? Gu Yubin felt as if she and her younger sister had lost their father to Author Moon. That insolent brat. I get that about Dad. But why is Yuna acting like that? How could she change schools just because of Moon? Leaving the school she was perfectly fine with. Haha. Even if Yuna is stubborn, why did Dad listen to her? It worked out well, didn't it? Both are of the same age, one eligible for early graduation, and the other a year ahead. If children who love writing interact from a young age, won't they positively influence each other? You're not trying to pair them up, are you? Yubin. Gu Hak-jun called Gu Yubin's name with a gentle smile. It was a soft way of admonishing. Gu Yubin slightly softened her previously prickly attitude. I'm sorry. Just try to understand a bit. Yuna is still a child. She might want to go to the same school as her favorite author. Don't be too hard on her. When have I ever been hard on them? Gu Yubin grumbled and flopped down on the sofa. And then she looked at her father and smiled faintly. But Yuna likes Author Moon? Isn't that so? From what I've seen, that's not the case. Asterisk. Why didn't you kill her? Huh? The girl with the guitar. Wouldn't it have been right to kill her? I know. The Gu Yubin in front of me is not the Gu Yubin I knew. Even if she were, what right would I, who have already let her go, have to approach her? So it's right to leave. I should live my life, and Gu Yubin should live hers. Just watching her from a distance. That should be enough. So, as I resolved to organize my feelings and create some distance, she suddenly approached. Gu Yuna did. I think it would have been right to kill. What do you mean by that, Yuna? Gu Yuna, who hadn't even properly introduced herself to me yet, pulled out a book from her pocket with an expressionless face and handed it to me. It was guitar. That girl is that boy's dream, right? Then, wouldn't it be better if she remained an unreachable destination? It would have been cleaner if she had either remained missing or died. Let's summarize the situation. The new transfer student who just arrived, as soon as the teacher left, walked up and initiated a book discussion with the class' most famous figure. The reaction of the other students? What's with her? I know that girl. She's Professor Gu Hakjun's youngest daughter. Why is she like that? There were rumors that she was extremely rude to a writing contest judge. Guess they were true. What in the world? Should we kill her? Class president? Calm down. Acting impulsively is your bad habit. Whispers from all directions reached my ears, to the point where sweat formed on my forehead. However, Gu Yuna, without taking her eyes off me, poured out her words in an emotionless voice. Why did you save the girl and have her meet the boy at the end? It suddenly turned into a Japanese romance novel. Did you compromise? The cause of death was clean. A heavy highlight, like sinking into darkness. You can do it if you try. So why did you ruin the ending of Guitar? To make it look good for others? Are you concerned about the shallow criticism that anything dark is automatically artistic? As Gu Yuna's criticism became more intense, the watching students' gazes grew more serious. It naturally looked like she was picking a fight. There were even whispers about whether it was time to call the teacher before a big fight broke out. But to me, who had mastered Gu Yuna linguistics and Gu Yuna behavioral psychology, the true meaning was clear. That expressionless face was actually not expressionless. To me, it was regret. Ah, I see. There's no such thing as a bad Gu Yuna. Numerous experiments have proven that warm attention and strict discipline can soften Gu Yuna's unrefined aggressiveness. So, with a warm smile, I opened my mouth. So, you didn't like the ending of Guitar? Yes. So, you liked everything else? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Communication. Success. Having said all she wanted to say, Gu Yuna slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. It was an expression revealing satisfaction and pride. She swiftly turned around and returned to her seat that the teacher had assigned. Her gait was more aptly described as toddling rather than striding. In my memory, Gu Yuna unconsciously took on the appearance of someone in their 20s, but the actual Gu Yuna from 10 years ago was smaller than I imagined. She's just a kid? Watching Gu Yuna mistakenly sit in her desk mate's place, then move to the next seat with an expressionless face after being scolded, I felt like I could see the future clearly. That kid. Her school life doesn't seem like it'll be smooth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The method of teaching writing in the Department of Creative Writing is through creation and critique. Writing and learning by evaluating each other's work. Since both the evaluator and the recipient can broaden their horizons by understanding others' opinions, it's quite productive for group activities, notorious for being hotbeds of slander and defamation. However, since writers tend to not have the best personalities, evaluating each other's work often leads to minor arguments, violence, assault, verbal abuse, mockery, throwing objects, crying, and even death threats. There's a reason why Korea is not a country that permits the possession of firearms. Anyway, the instructor for the creative writing major declared another brutal battle royale today, as usual. Alright, today is critique time. Interpretation. You understand, right? Now go ahead and kill each other. Originally, throwing young children into a pit to fight until only one survives is a traditional educational method passed down through generations in Eastern classics. The Tang family from Seishan province is known to be deeply versed in such education. In a broader sense, writing contests are not much different. Moon In-seop, who emerged from the bloodbath of competition by tearing through the writings of other kids, is a testament that, although somewhat cruel, it's indeed an effective method of education. However, the boy was a master of half-hidden techniques, knowing how to conceal 30% of his internal energy. He could have slaughtered all his group mates without them being able to utter a word if he wanted, but he chose to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and the accumulation of karma. But Gu Yuna, who had just made her debut in the literary world, or rather the martial arts world of literature, was different. The tremendous literary talent inherited from her father, the inferiority complex and murderous intent nurtured while growing up with her sister. Unable to control those, she revealed her internal energy and caused a bloodbath. This mediocre. What? The basics aren't there. Leaving aside that all the dialogue sounds like it's coming from one person, why write novels when you can't even properly arrange subjects and predicates? That's poetic freedom. Like Chong In-ha. You don't know that? I know. But you're not Chong In-ha. Everyone has their own literature. Also, I don't really like Chong In-ha's writing. The subject-verb agreement is a mess, making it hard to read. Just like yours. To Moon In-seop, Gu Yuna's words were interpreted as even famous writers have flaws. Don't blindly follow others' writings out of admiration, but build your own foundation to write strong literature. But that was because Moon In-seop had spent nearly a decade peering into the abyss until his mind got somewhat twisted, whereas others took her words at face value. Gu Yuna's ruthless critique did not stop there. Why does the protagonist's direction change at the end? Did you want to make the ending emotional? Forcing the character into a twist ruined the story. The novel pretends to be philosophical, but in the end, isn't it just about how life is hard and you hate your parents? That's just an expulsion of emotions, not philosophy. You need to take a step further with unique ideas. This novel is a failure. It seems you can't distinguish between cruelty and literary merit. That day, Yuna made 2 students cry. It was her first day after transferring. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, Yuna, don't you have a partner? Shall I pair up with you? The girl, dressed in spinach-colored gym clothes and holding a tennis racket, shook her head stiffly. They'll just play against the wall. That's okay? Yuna, holding her tennis racket and ball, headed towards a wall in the corner of the gym. While others paired up for practice, she played tennis against the wall alone. The astonishing thing was, our department of creative writing had an even number of students. Dividing an even number by 2 somehow resulted in a remainder. This is the math of the humanities. Such arithmetic miracles frequently occurred around Gu Yuna. Trash appeared in an empty locker as if mocking the laws of physics, and solid objects like erasers and pencils seemed to evaporate, and seeing Yuna get stuck with cleaning duty every week in a bi-weekly rotation made me think she, too, was caught in a twist of time like me. Thus, Yuna became ostracized. Her disastrously poor interpersonal skills, surpassing even her father's influence, brought about her own downfall. Despite consciously trying to keep my distance from Gu Yuna after our first encounter, inevitably, she would catch my eye as we lived in the same class. Today, too, Yuna was eating her lunch alone. Her usual expressionlessness made her seem dignified even while eating alone, but seeing her pick at her favorite sausage and vegetable stir-fry revealed her true feelings. I turned away from Gu Yuna, who looked like an abandoned kitten, but even after returning to the classroom, she was still alone. But that afternoon, just before school ended. Right. Our class has 2 new transfer students. The homeroom teacher came in for the last roll call and called out Gu Yuna. The homeroom teacher announced one fact to us. Do you 2 have any clubs you want to join? It's not mandatory, but our school has very active club activities. Before the explanation could continue, cheers erupted from the mouths of the classmates. All the cheers were directed at me. Join our club. In-seop. We, the creative writing kids, have our own club. It's a reading discussion club. Hey, how is that a creative writing club? That's just your clique. Creative Writing Club logos. Logos, join us. Please. Without you, we're doomed. In the midst of the cheers, I looked at Gu Yuna. Because the indifferent homeroom teacher had specifically called the two of us to stand up, we were the only ones standing in the class. Because of that, I could directly see the expression of Gu Yuna, who was being publicly ignored by all the other kids in the class. Her face looked as if she was about to cry any moment. Damn. I was trying to keep my distance this time. Teacher, can I talk to you about the club later? After the short film Cause of Death was released, Kim Bile's daily life changed slightly. Although the film was a box office failure, it proved her acting skills, and she began to receive some work. This is why one shouldn't underestimate short films. A film is ultimately a visual medium, and anyone with eyes can watch and judge for themselves. Whether a movie makes money or not, as long as it is well made, it can help one's career. As a result, Kim Bile got the opportunity to be cast in a supporting role in a commercial film by a fairly renowned director and was currently in negotiations with the company side. But what pleased Kim Bile more was that the third-year acting students started acknowledging her after watching her short film. Did you see Cause of Death? Seems like you can't ignore experience. I thought she only played childish roles. Her acting has improved a lot. Was I the only one who didn't know? Kim Bile sat aloofly at a window seat in the corner of the class, feeling her hair flutter in the breeze coming through the window gap, and listened indifferently to the murmurs of her classmates with an impassive face. Her eyes were directed outside the window, but all her senses were focused on her hearing. Therefore, Kim Bile could immediately notice that an outsider had entered the class. Turning her head, she saw a familiar figure. Kim Sunbae. What? Why are you here? It was Moon In-seop. The boy extended a pen and paper to Kim Bile. Please sign. What is it? I'm trying to start a club, but we need at least 4 people. We've got 3 so far. Me, Yuna, and Kim Sunbae. What kind of club is it? I haven't even signed anything. It's a popular culture and art study club, and Kim Sunbae, you're the president. Hurry and sign. Okay. Chapter 37. In the club room of the Popular Culture and Art Study Club, behind Moon In-seop, who is typing a manuscript on his laptop, stood 3 assistant writers. Kim Bile, who had been pondering with her arms crossed, made a decision. The female lead should definitely be the unfortunate imperial princess. Min Hyo-chan immediately objected. Why does a imperial princess suddenly come up here? Obviously, the girl who's the childhood friend should be the female protagonist. Gu Yuna added her opinion coldly. From the genre perspective, the hero and princess cliché does fit, but if we're talking trends, Nomance is the right choice. If you look at mega-hit web novels, it's usually because the protagonist doesn't date. Moon In-seop countered. But this is a light novel. That's true. Min Hyo-chan declared with his eyes tightly shut. Forget it. I can never give up on the elf childhood friend. Kim Bile added. Even if we set aside Hyo-chan's creepy desires, from what I see, there has to be romance, right? Look at recent dramas. There's none without romance. Even if there's no romance, investors clamor to add it. Gu Yuna added. It's not about removing romance, but just that the trend in web novels is like that. Moon In-seop brought the conversation back to the main issue. So, who's going to be the female lead? I say the imperial princess. I choose the princess. Note, from what I have read and can infer, the terms princess and imperial princess refer to different individuals. The princess is the elf princess, who is also the protagonist's childhood friend, while the imperial princess must be the king's daughter. This distinction should become clearer in future chapters, so I am leaving this note here for now. As Kim Bile and Gu Yuna's preferences diverged, Min Hyo-chan became frustrated. Seriously, you guys know nothing. We shouldn't reveal that now. The readers should be kept guessing between the two until the end. Hey, do you know how shitty it feels when the main and supporting roles get switched up? We're not talking about actual dramas here, Sunbae. Cough. I got carried away because a bad memory came to mind. Sorry. Amidst the chaotic tumult, Moon In-seop felt his mind going blank. What on earth are we doing? Why are we doing this? The origin of all events goes back to about a month ago. EP3 Magic Sword Nim. Please control me. It was the change of seasons. the time when summer ends and autumn begins. I was busy preparing to move. I had finally found a monthly rental room near the school. All I owned were numerous drafts written on manuscript paper, which teacher Bang Jong-ah had taken care of, and the latest model laptop that Lim Yong-wook had gifted me, so everything I had fit into one box. Thus, there was no need to call a moving service. Simply getting into the Grand Carnival, borrowed from Bike Hack Entertainment by Lim Yong-wook, virtually completed my move. The orphans from the orphanage also crowded around to send me off warmly. Are you leaving New Light Spring Orphanage? Moon In-seop is an individualist. In-seop Hyung, I am cold, don't leave me. Being abandoned by someone again? Ugh, my head. While director Moon Chung-jae and teacher Bang Jong-ah struggled to calm the children, my roommates and the other orphans didn't stop their pranks until the very end. It wasn't because they were immature. What they were doing wasn't just joking around, but something that should be called satire. According to tradition, Bohemians never forgot their sense of humor, even in the hardest times, as depicted in the novels of Bohumil Robel. They melt life's pain, wounds, and sorrows into humor and shake them off. So, this wasn't self-deprecation. It was their own way of enduring life. However, Ma Ki-hoon, the representative of the orphanage kids, seemed to be somewhat serious. Ma Ki-hoon came over to me and patted my shoulder. I didn't expect you to leave the orphanage before me. I'm not leaving for good. Just found a place near the school. I'll come back to the orphanage during the holidays. I'll never forget you. I'm not leaving for good, you know? Take care, our twisted hero. This is crazy. Once Ma Ki-hoon started joking around, the kids began to frolic like unleashed colts. Oh my, what will we do if you leave like this? I never thought In-seop would leave like this. I can still see In-seop right in front of me. Feels like In-seop is still standing right there. Doesn't it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't know if I should say this, but the atmosphere at the orphanage seemed more harmonious than I thought. That was Kim Bile's impression after hearing my story. I responded with a bitter smile. It's probably brighter than you think, Sunbae. And also probably darker than you think. Is that so? After hearing my words, Kim Bile fell into thought for a moment. Then, she flopped down sideways on the clubroom sofa. Naturally, Gu Yuna's lap became Kim Bile's pillow. Gu Yuna tapped Kim Bile's head lightly. Get off. No. You're heavy. Don't wanna. Despite it being lunchtime, the clubroom was bustling. Since everyone had few friends, they spent their time here. That was the routine these days. Ignoring Gu Yuna's soft punches, Kim Bile, munching on snacks, asked me, "Did you find a studio near the school? In an office tel?" Yes. Just one traffic light away from the school. The land near our school is incredibly expensive. I shot a CF for children's desks and chairs. The editor in charge really liked it. Really? When will the ad be out? I have no idea. Kim Bile made a peculiar snorting sound and glanced at me slyly. There are a lot of weirdos in the advertising field. Didn't you have any problems? There were. They didn't care about anything just to cut down the advertising fees. Tell me more about it. Even though it's a big corporation, in the end, it's the department people who execute the budget, so they tried to cut down the advertising fees a lot. Instead of negotiating with the company, they insisted on having a dinner to build camaraderie. At first, they acted all friendly, but then suddenly turned serious, like they were giving a pressure interview to a kid, asking, "Do you really think you deserve all this money?" When I flipped the table on them, they ended up changing the person in charge. Kim Bile laughed uproariously, clutching her stomach. What? That's nothing. Do you know how many weirdos there are in this field? After a CF shoot, the client seriously tried to hit on me, saying he's not a weird person. Seriously. So, when I told him I was a middle school student, he freaked out and ran away. Do I look that old? Master of Gu Yuna psychology would not fall for such a simple trap question. If it was a CF, you probably had heavy makeup on, so you looked like you were in your early 20s. Personally, I don't like it when two young celebrities are made up to look like adults. Is that so? However, Gu Yuna, who had been displeased with Kim Bile's head on her lap the entire time, stirred up trouble. It's true that Uni doesn't quite look like a middle school student. An involuntary jolt from the direct hit. Kim Bile looked up at the interpreter with a bright smile. I tried to package Gu Unas statement. It's not about appearance, but because Kim Sunbae started social life from such a young age, the way she talks and her attitude, it's not like a middle school student but more like a dependable senior. Maybe that's what she meant? Bullshit. Kim Bile's retaliation struck Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna quickly slipped out of Kim Bile's grasp and started running away in short steps. A chase ensued out of nowhere in the cramped club room. Hey, catch her. Me? Are you asking me? The pink-haired senior named Min something, quietly playing a mobile game in the corner, got caught up in the chase. I took advantage of being out of their focus and started writing the novel I've been working on recently. If I tried writing in the first-year classroom of the Department of Creative Writing, I would be bombarded with countless requests for critique. However, just as I was about to start working, an unexpected phone call broke my concentration. It was Lim Yongwook. Yes, Chief Lim. Lim Yongwook's dejected voice came through the phone. Inseop. What's up? We're screwed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just as when there's trouble in world history, you can roughly guess it involves the UK. When a problem arises with Lim Yongwook, guessing it involves Bicak Publishing is usually correct. This time, too, the root of all evil was, of course, Bicak Publishing. Bicak Publishing suddenly sent this notification to Bicak Entertainment. The content of the message can be summarized as follows. Hello, this is Bicak Publishing. First, we wish your company endless prosperity. From now on, we will not print books by Author Moon. So what can you do about it? Haha. Thank you. We wish your company endless prosperity. Naturally, it was the handiwork of director Kim Sang-guk from the publishing division. Of course, Bicak Publishing doesn't overshadow Bicak Entertainment in market capitalization. But is the gaming industry more politically influential than the publishing industry just because it has more money? No. Money and power are separate resources, and Bicak Publishing had a lot of invisible assets. Despite the decline of the literary world, heavyweight novelists have a history. They played influential roles during critical periods in Korean political history. Naturally, connections from those times still remain, and novelists from that era are still alive and spread across various sectors. And director Kim Sang-guk was on brotherly terms with them. But that's not all. The trends and neologisms quoted in the media every year, the planning publications made in collaboration between trend analysts and Bicak Publishing's planning team, the enormous number of workbooks sold each year, the numerous newspapers published by Bicak Daily, etc., are all produced by Bicak Publishing. Publishing is a complex business that spans various fields, and the emperor of the publishing industry, who has dominated for decades, has an invisible authority. Adding to this the political position Bicak Publishing holds within the Bicak Group, the power of Bicak Publishing becomes so significant that it's difficult to measure lightly. That's why Yang Sung-joon, merely a director, could use the media to attack Lim Yongwook. Eventually, though he wielded his power recklessly and fell from grace. However, director Kim Sang-guk was different. Tricks are for the weak. The strong fight fair and square. Because the rules are made by the strong. Author Moon's novels are published by Bicak Publishing, but Bicak Entertainment's publishing management department intervenes in the distribution process, resulting in sales revenue flowing to Bicak Entertainment. Why should Bicak Publishing volunteer for Bicak Entertainment for free? Bicak Entertainment should immediately stop infringing on the territories of its affiliates. Upon hearing this message, CEO Baek Sung-won of Bicak Entertainment immediately sensed he was in a catch-22. The rationale was too clear. Of course, considering the full context, Bicak Entertainment had a lot to say, but from then on, it became a matter of politics rather than business. And in politics, Bicak Entertainment couldn't beat Bicak Publishing. There were many direct descendants in the group's top management who wanted to oust CEO Baek Sung-won, a collateral relative, and take his place. Director Kim Sang-guk had thrown his dagger knowing all these circumstances. Eventually, CEO Baek Sung-won informed Lim Yongwook as follows. Hey, I can't cover for you this time. Lim Yongwook felt as if the sky was falling. Of course, there's a simple solution to all problems. Just hand over the rights to distribute Author Moon's books to Bikak Publishing. Then it's all over. The publishing management department just needs to negotiate with publishers on behalf of Author Moon, get him on broadcasts, manage his condition, and essentially manage Author Moon. Bikak Publishing will receive Author Moon's books and pour in an enormous amount of promotion. So Author Moon's immediate royalty income will increase. However, Lim Yongwook's personal network of bookstore owners across various locations will be completely cut off. The trade relationship is broken, and the credit is gone, naturally. Now, without Bikak Publishing, the publishing management department cannot publish books. In other words, they lose business control, becoming a dog of Bikak Publishing. The problem doesn't end there. Bikak Entertainment has been using its resources to adapt Author Moon's books into movies and promoting Author Moon in the media because the money that should have gone to Bikak Publishing was being consumed by Bikak Entertainment. But if the business profits were to go to Bikak Publishing instead of Bikak Entertainment, there would be no reason for Bikak Entertainment to maintain a hybrid department like the Publishing Management Department. Wouldn't it be better to invest that money in nurturing idols? What follows is obvious. The Publishing Management Department, having become redundant, naturally faces disbandment. And the floating Author Moon naturally falls into the arms of Bikak Publishing. Kim Sang-guk, that damned old man. In essence, Bikak Publishing was orchestrating this scheme to completely dismantle the Publishing Management Department and snatch Author Moon into Bikak Publishing's fold. Realizing this, Lim Yongwook felt as if he was plunged into darkness. Lim Yongwook washed his face roughly in the bathroom and clenched his eyes shut. Then he looked in the mirror. Bloodshot eyes stared back at him. Damn it. He couldn't give up here. The initial downfall of the Publishing Management TF was also due to the covert schemes of director Kim Sang-guk and director Yang Sung-joon. He couldn't be beaten by the same guy twice. If it had come to this, he was ready to go all the way. Even if it meant making a deal with the devil. Hello? What the hell? Why are you calling? Director Yang Sung-joon? Let's meet for a moment. Asterisk. What to do? The second battle between Bikak Publishing versus Lim Yongwook had begun. It seemed publishing would be difficult for a while. Then, the novel I'm currently writing. As I sank into a gloomy state of complicated feelings, Kim Bile, who had failed to catch Gu Yuna and was now disheveled, approached me, fixing her messy hair. What's with that deathly look? Bikak Publishing is causing trouble, so I can't publish any new books for a while. What? What do you mean? As I shared my worries with the members of the Popular Culture and Art Study Club, they all showed concern for my situation. Kim Bile shook her head. That field is seriously tough too. Anything involving money is like that, I guess. Is art truly inseparable from money? Gu Yuna offered a solution. Should I talk to my dad? Your dad's a nuclear bomb. If we use him, we both die. Just stay put. Okay. It seemed neither Kim Bile nor Gu Yuna had any sharp suggestions. Then, someone whispered in my ear from behind. Why not just post it online? Jesus, you scared me. I turned around in surprise. The pink-haired Min something senior was there. How long have you been here? I've been in the club room from the start. Make some noise when you move. Min, what was it? Senior. Min Hyo-chan. The pink-haired senior said. Anyway, if you can't publish a physical book, why not write a web novel? Obviously. Why not? Let's just give it a shot. Moon Insip, a fresh attempt at web novels. Chapter 38. Imperial Calendar, Year 1415. Sirinoya Plains. A mountain of corpses. A sea of blood. Bodies piled up like mountains, blood-forming seas. Atop the hill, shrouded in the sound of crows, sat a man. His sword plunged into the ground. It was a demon sword, swirling with an eerie aura. Even the sky seemed to wail sorrowfully, the sunset as red as blood, and the man, whose eyes mirrored the crimson sun, looked up at the sky with a somber face. From beneath him, someone let out their last breath. He squeezed out a voice mixed with the sound of grinding metal. Demon Sword. A nameless soldier with bloodshot eyes was looking up at the man. The man looked down at the nameless soldier with an emotionless gaze. Originally, the nameless soldier was just one of the many who were effortlessly swept away by the man, not even daring to meet his eyes while alive. But life and death are equal to all. Only at the moment of death did the nameless soldier manage to boldly speak to the man holding the demon's sword. With the last of his life's energy, the nameless soldier sneered at the man with all his might. Someday you too will receive the retribution for the murders you've committed. You will gnaw on dirt at your father's grave, and you will be powerless even in the face of the death of your loved one. You, the dark elf wielding the demon's sword. Remember this well. The curse of those you've killed will eventually lead to your destruction. To this, the man holding the demon's sword replied, "It has already happened." But no response came back. The eyes of the nameless soldier had already become as murky as a corpse's. The man with the demon's sword gazed into the eyes of the soldier who had already died. He had seen such eyes before. It was around the time when all this had begun. A long, very long time ago. It was a story that began in the northern snowfields. EP3 Magic Sword Nim. Please control me. This isn't a web novel dash. Min Hyo-chan was engulfed in madness, as if he had seen something that shouldn't exist. This can't be. Web novels can't be like this dash. Web novels. A form of novel that started to become popular after the 2010s. Serialized on websites and read via smartphones or computers. They have their genre roots in the new martial arts novels that started to bloom in Korea, inheriting from the wuxia of the 20th century Chinese novels, and the Japanese light novels that were popularized in Korea through the opening up to Japanese mass culture at the end of the 20th century. However, if we consider it from the business model perspective, the direct ancestor of web novels is the book rental shop market, an offline business that rents out simple comics and novels for light reading. Thus, both in terms of genre and business model, web novels are a form of literature aimed at casual consumption. In other words, snack culture. So, at the end of his lengthy proclamation, Min Hyo-chan declared firmly, "This isn't a web novel." This wasn't his first attempt at writing a web novel. A web novel he had written back in the day still lingered in his mind. He had casually shown it to the club members, but he hadn't expected to face such fierce criticism. Not only Min Hyo-chan but Kim Bile and Gu Eun-ah also expressed their reservations. This is a bit suffocating right from the start. It's a cut from the year 1415 of the imperial calendar. Writers are not usually of the amiable sort, and I am no exception. Being criticized like this right from the beginning of the novel, I was starting to get irritated. And how well do you guys think you know web novels to say that? Gu Eun-ah and Kim Bile subtly avoided my sharp gaze. Even if I knew that Gu Eun-ah is secretly writing Japanese otaku manga fanfics behind her dad's back at this time. But what about Kim Bile? Kim Sunbae, do you read web novels? What? Kim Bile flinched, her shoulders shaking. Caught red-handed. Do you read them? Or not? Well, a bit. What do you read? Why would you ask something like that? 5-4-3-2. Eventually, Kim Bile shouted, her face turning red. Actor stuff novels. I sometimes read novels about becoming successful actors for vicarious satisfaction. Happy now. Such tastes. Although nobody had said anything, Kim Bile defended herself as if a thief who gets cold feet. I haven't read that much. It was just to kill time in the car while moving between shooting locations. There's no way I, Kim Bile, would use web novels as an escape from reality. I'm Kim Bile, an active actress. My life is more splendid than any web novel, so why would I? As everyone silently looked at her, Kim Bile's face became empty, as if she had lost something precious inside her heart. Then, she quietly hugged Gu Eun-ah like a comfort doll and slumped down on the sofa. Oh dear, she seemed completely devastated. That's when Min Hyo-chan stepped in. As if to demonstrate his point, he came out from the corner, performing a strange tap dance into the center of the clubroom, confidently stepping forward. Tap, tap. The web novel expert has arrived. Min Hyo-chan. Do you know a lot about web novels, Min Hyo-chan Sunbae? Of course. Min Hyo-chan began a lengthy introduction. Basically, he said he had been a web novel fanatic since he was young. If you don't know much about web novels, I can help. In return, just appear on Rapid Boy's YouTube once. Please. Are you saying you'll help me with my novel? Yes. Just collaborate with us once. Then, the pure literary scholar sleeping inside me shouted. Dare! How dare some idle main rapper, whose name I can barely remember, try to teach literature to me. However, Moon In-seop from New Light Spring Orphanage stepped forward to retort. Be quiet. You're just trash. The honor and benefits you're enjoying now are all because you traveled back in time. Do you think this is all because you're great? The inner pure literary scholar fell dramatically. He had collapsed before when money was tight, apparently a weakling. Maybe it's because he wasn't eating well. After a brief internal struggle, I declared, all right, I'll accept all advice. Given the situation, I'd rather try something new than be trapped in the past. I need everyone's help from our pop culture, whatever club this is. Gu Yuna tilted her head. Are you suggesting we publish a doujinshi? Min Hyo-chan flinched. Doujinshi? I clicked my tongue and explained. Not the adult stuff. I mean a literary doujinshi. A book made together by several people. I didn't think anything weird. Kim Bile gave Min Hyo-chan a disgusted look before speaking. Now that I think about it, I am the club president and I was called by the club advisor the other day. There's a club presentation in a month, and even though our club isn't much, we still need to produce something, they said. I should have told you earlier, but I forgot. This works out well then, Kim Sunbae. Let's publish a magazine under the club's name. We'll have 4 co-authors. Is that really okay? You're a star author. The quality of the writing is more important than the name. This opportunity will be a good experience, to learn and gain more experience, which will be beneficial for us. Kim Bile seemed pleased with my professionalism and nodded with a satisfied smile. Okay, let's do that. As things progressed, Min Hyo-chan, as if he had been waiting for this moment, rushed in with his pink hair fluttering and started to write. Academy, Academy, Academy. What's that supposed to mean? Start with a school story. Don't start with the year 1415 and all that nonsense. That's a bit harsh. The year 1415 was the time of the Battle of Agincourt, a period where the Middle Ages and the Renaissance intersected, a battle symbolizing the end of chivalry. It's a necessary device to metaphorically represent the disappearance of old values in the story. Shut up. Gu Yuna, pretending to be uninterested, sneakily approached and adjusted the structure of the writing. Starting with a framed narrative makes it too loose. Web novels, especially fantasy ones, should be an epic about one character, progressing step by step from their childhood. Don't you know that? So, you think the rest is okay? Yeah. Kim Bile also joined in the conversation, adding her insights. She was an expert in understanding the general tastes of the masses, a true scholar of common sense. A story where an ostracized protagonist encounters a special opportunity and succeeds. It never fails. How about setting the demon sword as a stroke of luck that comes to the protagonist? But the original theme of this novel, The Demon Sword, is about the protagonist's internal conflict as he gradually loses control over his life. Write a drama like that and you'll starve to death. Once the conversation started, the advice kept flowing. After all, middle schoolers tend to be fascinated by such extraordinary experiences. The title is also strange. The Demon Sword? Is that a web novel title? Change it to a sentence form. Just change it. Don't ask why. Make it so that the demon sword can speak. That way you can explain the setting through dialogue, not just narration. Starting with a school story is too kitsch. Include school violence. It's a safe start. Since it's obvious that they'll get their comeuppance later, it actually builds anticipation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Joseph, a failing student at Karasvane Academy, had another name. Yu Kamdungi. Eek. Joseph's mother was a dark elf slave, and he inherited his mother's ebony skin. That black skin had been the cause of bullying for Joseph ever since he entered Karasvane Academy at the age of 5. For a full 10 years. Haha. How pathetic. Get up. This is sparring. You're knocked out by just that? You Kamdungi. Every time he was subjected to a group beating disguised as sparring, the most resentful thing for him was his fate. If only he had inherited the white skin of his father, Count Ferdinand, none of this would have happened. If it weren't for my dark skin, I could have been friends with everyone. Of course, he knew it was an absurd thought. Kalen, is this Kamdungi pretending to be dead? Hey, did you die from a wooden sword hit? He'll get up. Please don't hit me. Curling up like a bug, Joseph looked around cautiously and stood up as Kalen and Sergil watched. Karasvane Academy, which gathers young talents to educate them until adulthood, had been the place where Kalen and Sergil bullied Joseph for 10 years. 10 years is enough time for a person to change, especially the 10 years of childhood, which form a person's character, determine everything about them. Now, Joseph had become a puppet, unable to refuse any demand from Kalen and Sergil. Hey, Joseph. Eek. Why are you trembling so much? We're friends, aren't we? As soon as Kalen's hand landed on his shoulder, Joseph trembled and crouched down. Fortunately, Kalen's hand only hit the back of Joseph's head before quickly retreating. Scaredy cat. Anyone would think we're bullying you. It's because you look like that you have no friends. You know? I am sorry. If it weren't for us, who else would spar with you? This is all to improve your skills. As Joseph bit his lip without responding, Kalen and Sergil's laughter turned malicious. Not grateful, huh? We even spared you a special sparring session. Hey, not going to answer? Thank you. Right. Kalen and Sergil casually threw their wooden swords at Joseph, who they were using, and left the sparring area. Joseph put away the wooden swords and protective gear in the storage room and then ran frantically to the classroom where his class was held, his white hair fluttering. He was just about to be late. Kalen and Sergil had timed their bullying so that Joseph would just make it. Students who saw Joseph running through the corridors covered in dust whispered disapprovingly. How undignified. I've never seen that dark elf keep clean. Senior, who is that person running in the corridor? Oh, him? He's the failing student known as Kamdungi in the night department. No need to treat him as a senior, just avoid him. From the sparring area to the main building 1 and 2, and even to the central magic tower stairs. The students who saw the half-dark elf running pell-mell sent him looks of ridicule, pity, or contempt. Joseph, who had been bullied for a full 10 years, was a well-known figure to everyone, albeit not in a good way. Naturally, the professors were aware of this situation too, but in a school where 3 to 4 students died every year due to dueling or magical experiments, bullying wasn't considered a major issue. After all, wasn't Karasvane Academy originally founded as a military academy during the times of the Great War? The weak were simply weeded out. Therefore, all Joseph got when he arrived late to class was the professor's cold glare. You're late. That's a deduction of points. And the quiet snickers of classmates he had known for 10 years since he was 5. TSK. Among them, what pained him the most was seeing Princess Endeliven of the Elf Kingdom, whom he once played with like childhood friends, quietly clicking her tongue at him. Princess Endeliven of the Elf Kingdom, with her noble lineage and corresponding talents, was the one who prevented Joseph from being called Elf Ears. Insulting a talent earmarked by the Emperor as the Crown Prince's future wife could jeopardize not only one's standing at Karasvane Academy but also one's very life. In the midst of his classmates' sneers, the look in Endeliven's eyes as she observed Joseph contained a raw emotion, as if looking at a stone once mistaken for a jewel. Joseph, staring blankly at her, remembered Princess Endeliven's cheerful voice when they first met at age 5. Hello? Are you an elf too? I'm an elf. Nice to meet you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That night, with moonlight seeping through the window and the sound of crickets filling the serene night air, Joseph lay in his dormitory bed, reminiscing about the past. When he first entered the academy, although he was ostracized for his black skin, his relationships with the other children weren't as twisted as they were now. Hey, Kamdungi, hurry up. If you're late, we're leaving without you. His classmates always mocked Joseph for lagging behind, but they waited for him to catch up, and even Kalen and Sergil, though mischievous, were considered friends. And then there was Endeliven, a political hostage from the Elf Kingdom and the future crown princess. Such political importance and the honor of her lineage had no effect on the friendships between the children. Feeling lonely in an empire filled with humans, Endeliven had welcomed Joseph, a half-dark elf, as a fellow elf as soon as she saw his long ears. Holding the soft hand of Endeliven and running around the academy grounds was one of Joseph's most cherished memories, shining brightly in his soul. However, as time passed, Joseph fell further behind, became isolated, and was bullied. Precious memories faded, and layers of dark pain accumulated in his heart. The agony turned into sorrow and flowed from his eyes. Sob. Every day was like hell. Tears flowed, but making any noise might wake up Kaelin and Sergil in the next bed, bringing even greater pain. What a miserable situation he was in. He wanted to go home. However, his mother's last instructions before managing to enroll him in the academy kept him there. Remember, Joseph, the safest place for you is Karasvane Academy. Never come back to the Count's territory even during vacations. Why is that, Mother? Because your many half-brothers and sisters are just waiting for a chance to kill a child of a concubine. He endured each day like hell just to survive. That was all there was to it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On days with practical training, Joseph would wake up early to prepare Kaelin and Sergil's gear. Treated worse than a servant by Kaelin and Sergil, Joseph would hurriedly finish his preparations and follow them. Are you ready, gentlemen? Yes. Fortunately, he wasn't late today. One-legged Sir Valdeman was a war hero, a sword master, and the head of the Knight Department at Karasvane Academy. Sir Valdeman stood before the students, his voice booming as he commanded the training. It's a mock battle. Split into teams and enter the forest. The more flags you capture from other teams, the more points you get, and you can also score by hunting monsters released in the forest. Yes, the forest is enchanted to jumble you up, so never stray from your teammates. Yes. Whenever there was a team-splitting exercise, Kaelin and Sergil would approach Joseph kindly. Joseph, we're in the same dorm, so you'll be with us, right? Yeah. Of course, as soon as they entered the forest, Kaelin and Sergil kicked Joseph in the behind, sending him tumbling forward. Oops, my mistake. Yik. Ha. He says Hayek that Kamdungi. This is all to make you stronger. With Kaelin, Sergil, and their friends' laughter echoing, the world turned upside down for Joseph. Tumbling down a sloped hill and crashing into a tree, Joseph realized he had somehow ended up isolated in some part of the forest. Huff, huff. Shivering, he barely managed to walk when he heard murmurs from beyond a tree. Joseph's elongated ears perked up. What happened to the Kamdungi now? Who knows? Probably got eaten by a monster. Guys, but what if he actually dies? Let him die. My dad was killed by a dark elf in the Great War. Why is a Kamdungi even attending the academy in the Empire? That's because his mom was a spoil of war. Upon catching the gist of the conversation, Joseph didn't join them but ran away without looking back. The saying that allies can be scarier than enemies isn't without reason. And from the moment Mom was mentioned, he was too afraid to continue listening. Sob. Suddenly, or rather as always, Joseph felt so pitiful about his situation that he lost all energy. He was so drained that he leaned against a tree and dozed off. The forest's breeze rustled the branches, and the leaves danced, singing a rustling song, accompanied by a chorus of birds chirping cheerfully. The sensitive hearing of a half-dark elf picked up the sounds of nature much more richly than humans could. The refreshment that came from these sounds was also doubled. Sigh. He couldn't remember when he last had such a break. At the academy, whether in the corridors, classrooms, or even the dorms where he should have been resting, nowhere was safe. The irony that he felt more at ease in a forest, a combat training ground with monsters roaming, than in an academy equipped with unimaginable defensive magic, brought tears to Joseph's eyes today as well. But he couldn't just stop here. Despite the bullying, he had to survive each day. If his failures increased, he might be expelled. With that resolve, Joseph gathered his strength in his legs and roamed the forest. Then he heard the sounds of battle from afar. Joseph approached with quiet steps. That bastard is using magic. Hey, you coward. If you're jealous, take a double major too. Over 10 students were fiercely fighting to snatch each other's flags. Ironically, Kalen and Sergil, who had kicked Joseph away, were also there. As Joseph pondered whether to join the fight, a sharp scream pierced the air. A dash! Endoliven! Endoliven's cheek was deeply cut, bleeding profusely. Joseph's eyes flipped, and he charged into the battlefield. Endel Dash! Joseph shouted Endoliven's childhood nickname as he burst out of the bushes, swiftly knocking down 2 who had surrounded Endoliven. Though they were teammates gathered by Kalen, he didn't have the mind to care about that. He needed to set off a flare as quickly as possible to stop the exercise and treat Endel's injury. Endel, are you okay? The moment Joseph turned to look at the deeply cut Endoliven, Endoliven shattered like glass struck by a hammer. It had been an illusion spell. The battle did not continue any further. Kalen's team was flustered by the sudden appearance of an enemy, and Endoliven's team had to identify who the unexpected ally was. And anyone could easily tell who had intruded into the battle just by looking at the dark skin. Joseph? The moment Endoliven, unharmed, called out Joseph's name in confusion, Kalen burst into laughter, having figured out the whole situation. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What's going on? Why are you laughing? That Kamdungi. He jumped out to protect Endoliven, betraying his own team in the process. Kalen jeered at Joseph with a snicker. Hey, you're a real knight, Joseph. Jumping in to betray your comrades for a lady? But what now? The one you tried to protect was just an illusion. As everyone grasped the situation, they erupted into laughter like Kalen, and Endoliven's face flushed with an indescribable mix of shame. Joseph, that was Princess Endoliven. Want you thank your dark knight? Amidst the pouring mockery, Joseph, trembling as if he had committed a crime, eventually ran away from there. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After running for a while, Joseph suddenly stopped, wondering what the point of it all was. Nearby, there was a lakeside, so Joseph washed his sweaty face and hair in the water. After washing up, the stilled lake surface reflected Joseph's face like a mirror, and for the first time in a long while, he truly looked at himself. Black skin and white hair, and a feminine face resembling his mother's. His body was twisted and malnourished from not eating properly since childhood. Worse than that were his eyes and expression, devoid of any self-esteem or courage. Truly, it was a day when he hated himself. That feeling turned into tears, dropping into the lake. A single tear from a half-dark elf created ripples on the lake's surface. That was the moment. Why do you weep? Joseph's reflection in the lake spoke to him. Hayek! Joseph let out a strange scream, but the lake's Joseph opened his mouth with a calm smile. Well, why you cry isn't what's important. What matters is that you're already crying. Who are you? Curious about who I am? Do you not want to cry helplessly anymore? Do you wish for the strength to prevent it? If Joseph had attended basic summoning magic lectures in the magic department, he would have known never to casually converse with a being from another dimension. But as the lake's face poured out curious questions, Joseph unwittingly nodded. Yes. Good. The contract was established. The dark elf reflected in the lake reached out towards reality. A being from another dimension interfered with reality. What is this? Thud. A black hand grabbed Joseph's hair and pulled him into the lake. Hayek! With a strange scream, Joseph fell into the lake. However, the place Joseph headed was not the lake's bottom but beyond dimensions. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An unfamiliar ceiling. Upon regaining consciousness, Joseph found himself lying on a hard stone floor. Strange. He was sure he was by the lakeside in the forest just before. He remembered. His own reflection reaching out to grab his hair was the second most terrifying experience of his life. He was even dragged into the water. But where was this place? It certainly didn't look like the bottom of a lake. Chach Holy Mother. Getting up, Joseph trembled as he drew his sword to scan the surroundings. The place looked like an ancient temple. Statues not described in the Holy Scriptures lined up, and on the walls, figures holding dark red swords were depicted slaughtering numerous people. In the center of the temple, there was a stone altar, and stuck in it was a black sword engraved with red runes along its blade. Joseph knew what this object was. Many legends sang of its bloodied history. The demonic sword. The moment he looked at the sword emitting a fiery red magical aura, a strange voice was heard. "Come to me. Eek. Draw me. Who are you?" The demon sword sealed in the rift between dimensions whispered. "I am power and truth. If you possess me, you will have the strength to cut down tens of thousands and the wisdom to rule over hundreds of thousands. But if you become intoxicated with that power, I will end up wielding you." "You would wield me? Do you desire power? If you offer a trivial sacrifice dash. Demonic sword Nim, please control me." "Ha! Asterisk asterisk asterisk." Pink-haired Min Hyochan clenched his fist and cheered. "That's it. Exactly. Wow." Even Gu Yuna, who normally had a stoic expression, showed a rare interest. However, Kim Bile crossed her arms and tilted her head in confusion. "I did say to include school violence, but isn't this too dark? The descriptions are disturbingly detailed." Min Hyochan immediately countered. "It's a crucial part. It's the sweet potato part that makes the refreshing cider moment stand out later." The writer was curious why suddenly there was talk of cider and sweet potatoes while discussing the novel but didn't dare to ask. TL note: if you are new to Korean novels, then sweet potato and cider are Korean slangs where sweet potato means something frustrating and cider means the opposite, i.e., something refreshing. If you want to know more, Google it, as otherwise it would turn into a lengthy explanation. Also, they are relatively new slangs, that is why Moon In-seop doesn't know about them but didn't dare to ask about them too. It felt as if all energy had drained from his body. His fingertips began to tremble slightly. It wasn't a physical issue, but a mental one. Good heavens. Even now, in the monitor, a farce between the dark elf and the demon sword was unfolding. "Please control me. Please live my life for me. Demon sword Nim. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Calm down. Treasure your body and soul more. With the power to cut down tens of thousands and the wisdom to rule over hundreds of thousands. Demon sword Nim. Please control me. Anyone would live my life better than I do. Please. I beg you." As a purveyor of pure literature, such a scene was utterly unacceptable, but the most painful thing was, this scene was born from his own fingertips. Good heavens! What kind of terrible hybrid have I created? Chapter 39. Everyone, stop. Kim Bile, Gu Yuna, and Min Hyochan, who were all excited, came to a sudden halt. The children looked at me with puzzled eyes, wondering why I had stopped them. I pleaded with them earnestly. Let's all regain our senses. However, the children seemed clueless about what was wrong. It appeared they were already engulfed in madness, beyond the point of return. I tore at my hair in anger over the myopic tendencies of the young generation these days. This isn't literature. What are you talking about, In-seop? Everything is wrong from start to finish. Kim Sunbae. I pointed at the demon manuscript on the laptop and pleaded. Why would there be a school in the medieval times in the first place? I could understand if it's like the University of Bologna, but why would children be wearing school uniforms and attending school in the medieval era? Well, because characters in uniforms look pretty? Min Hyochan answered as if it was the most obvious thing. He seemed to have no idea what was wrong. I was afraid to confront his madness, but as the last bastion of Korean pure literature, I stood up to him. Don't you find it strange that short skirts are allowed in a conservative Christian worldview? Isn't that obvious? And why do elves and humans speak the same language? Even among humans, people speak different languages if they live just a bit far from each other. Why should that be authenticated? And the timing of the demon sword's appearance is weird. According to the setting, it's extremely dangerous and was sealed, but the protagonist easily summons it by dropping a tear in the lake. Doesn't that sound too convenient for the protagonist? And why does the demon sword have a gender? Why does an object have a gender? So what? Damn, this kid is hopeless. I need to do something. How is this even interesting? This is driving me insane. The biggest problem, in my view, is this. There's no thematic consciousness in the novel. It's just a story about taking revenge on those who bully you. This is the same plot as The Count of Monte Cristo. Damn it! It's the same plot as a novel from 1844. I might be bad at math, but that's a theme from over 100 years ago. So, Demon Sword Nim or whatever, it has no novelty, no literary value, just peripheral pleasure. After finishing my rant, I gasped for breath. I had passionately argued my point. But Min Hyo-chan, the pink-haired main rapper of the boy band, and a web novel reader, he looked at me with the eyes of a Buddha looking at a foolish mortal. What exactly is making you wander so? If a novel only offers peripheral pleasure, is that so wrong? Unable to bear it any longer, Kim Bile shouted, "Stop picking on him," and slapped Min Hyo-chan on the back. Min Hyo-chan groaned from the pain on his back and took a few steps back. Then, dropping his playful tone, he said, "But really, does a novel have to have a moral lesson? Web novels are for healing. They're like an oasis for people tired of real life, seeking rest. It's not good if it's too complicated. Healing? Now, reading a novel, not to learn something, not to gain something, but solely for rest? Was that it? Was that the case?" Although Min Hyo-chan mentioned it in passing, his words left a big ripple in my heart. It felt like a huge rock had been dropped into a calm lake. What is artistry? What is popularity? How should I treat the masses who ignored me but now rave about me after seeing my surface? The continuous questions seemed to have found their answer. The answer was within me. Let's look at the essence. Raising the artistry of a work is the desire to create a masterpiece that everyone admires. This was my way. Instead of the insignificant me, I hoped that my creation would shine like a star and illuminate the whole world. In other words, it is the desire for people to admire and look up to me. Therefore, this is a selfish wish. However, raising the popularity of a work is the desire to create something that everyone can enjoy together. This is the way of web novels. Despite criticisms like, "I could write that," the hope is for as many people as possible to find a moment of rest and joy from this work. It's like the sorrow of a comedian, providing joy to many through ridiculous acts. Therefore, this is an altruistic wish. Who can assert there is no beauty in that? So, how can one say which art is superior and which is inferior? Pure literature and genre literature, fine art and popular art. Is there any basis to claim one is superior over the other? The answer was simple. None. Every art has its own beauty. After a long period of contemplation, a single enlightenment emerged from its shell. EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. That's strange. Kim Bile believed she knew author Moon, not as the human Moon in Siop, but as the artist, better than Gu Yuna or Min Hyo-chan did. She had studied author Moon's novel and transformed it into acting, engaging in deep discussions with the novelist in the process. There was an artistic empathy created through co-creation. And from Kim Bile's perspective, author Moon was a typical purist of pure literature. Specifically, an artist who unconsciously believes that fine arts hold a qualitative superiority over popular arts. It's not that rare. There were many such people around Kim Bile. Usually, a generation of disciples taught by very conservative theaters or masters holds such beliefs. Many of Kim Bile's peers were like that. But author Moon was a bit different. He resembled someone from the generation above those disciples. The lonely artists who relied solely on their own art after being ignored by the public for a long time. Rather than not seeking the public's attention, they often found it repulsive. They had become unable to forgive the masses who had caused them deep alienation and wounds. So, even if she didn't show it, Kim Bile was a bit anxious while author Moon was writing the web novel. In a way, he was directly confronting his wounds. But then, that atmosphere, it's gone. The aura surrounding author Moon had changed. The others might not have noticed, but Kim Bile, whose job was to artificially recreate and embody even invisible atmospheres, could tell. Something deep within the author Moon's heart had changed. The boy was still hanging his head low, muttering something. Art is for those who cannot live without accolades. What did you say? Nothing, it's nothing. After finishing his contemplation, author Moon threw off the blanket and lifted his head sharply. Something was burning in the boy's eyes. Kim Bile swallowed hard. However, Min Hyo-chan, unaware of author Moon's awakening, started speaking in a light tone. Anyway, now that the protagonist has obtained the demon sword, according to the cliché, he's a hidden power nerd now. A nerd hiding his power attending school. Tossing gag scenes in everyday life despite having tremendous power. That's the cliché, right? Gu Yuna also chimed in. A protagonist who is satisfied with trivial things despite having tremendous power, that's cute. The demon sword encourages mischief, but being so timid, the protagonist is satisfied just punishing those who bully him. That cliché isn't bad either. Then author Moon said, "Stop." Author Moon opened his mouth with eyes filled with a murderous intent that was suspicious. It doesn't make sense for him to remain at school even after obtaining the demon sword. The school is the most painful place for the protagonist, Joseph. Why would he stay there? If it were me, I'd quit school right away. What do we do if he leaves school in a school setting story? Having the power to suppress enemies but leaving the bullies alone just to maintain the genre of a school story, I don't like it. What do you think school violence is? This is what the young generation these days calls sweet potato, right? So what are you suggesting? At that moment, a runaway train started its course. He drops out and returns to his family. Then, he kills all his parents and siblings who treated him like dirt for being a dark elf and usurps the title of Earl. He rescues his mother, who lived as the Earl's concubine, and succeeds the earldom. And then all the surrounding forces that oppose that succession, author Moon said, clenching his fist, are slaughtered with the power of the demon sword. You, an elf princess? Now that the demon sword is in hand, is it time for leisurely romance? And logically, who in their right mind would fancy someone who goes around killing with a demon sword? What the protagonist should receive is not affection or friendship, but only overwhelming fear and awe. That's enough. Let's get rid of such characters before any romantic atmosphere develops. Min Hyo-chan admired with a genuinely impressed expression. Damn, is this the talent of a genius? Gu Yuna also trembled and muttered. Before becoming a heroine. Author Moon showed a confident smile. How about that? His eyes seemed slightly crazed, as if he was already engulfed in madness. Isn't this what you'd call cider these days? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yang Sung-jun, the former publishing planning department manager, entered a chicken restaurant near Bikehack bookstore. He dressed neatly and styled himself with effort to avoid being ignored. But his haggard and worn-out eyes unmistakably revealed that Yang Sung-jun was going through the most painful period of his life. A balding office worker sitting in a corner of the chicken restaurant called him over. It was Lim Yong-wook. Over here. As soon as Yang Sung-jun saw Lim Yong-wook's face, he clenched his teeth, but soon sat down with him without a word. Lim Yong-wook greeted him with an expressionless face. Long time no see. Why did you call me to a chicken place? To experience a different job? Cold response. Lim Yong-wook casually smiled and retorted. When I was a new employee, manager Yang Sung-jun bought me chicken to cheer me up. That's why we're here. It was samjitang, not chicken. It went out of business and became a chicken place. Though their conversation did not continue, Yang Sung-jun read Lim Yong-wook's true intentions in the silence. Once weren't we not on bad terms? To that question, Yang Sung-jun responded. If you hadn't immediately joined Director Kwan's line, this wouldn't have happened. I did it to survive. Deputy Yang at least took care of me a bit, but others didn't even treat me as a person. The publishing industry still has some vitality left. The point to note is, it's not that there is vitality, but that there is some vitality left. The publishing industry, like other old media, is a slowly declining industry that has lost its past glory. The passengers on this ship also know that the ship is gradually sinking. Yet, the reason they remain on the ship is exactly the same as the noble pride of a few who shared their fate with the Titanic as it sank. Pride. They are surviving on that alone. The pride of being the best in Korea. The pride of being the elite of Korea. The pride of being a noble scholar handling the medium of writing that has ruled this country for hundreds of years. Thus, in the publishing industry, academic elitism is the core ideology that maintains their pride and sense of camaraderie. So, the academic elitism of Baikak Bookstore, which prides itself as the head of the Korean publishing industry, goes without saying. Lim Yong-wook was ostracized at the company, and when the project with his university senior fell apart in the worst way, no one questioned it. And Yang Sung-joon was ultimately abandoned by director Kim Sang-guk. It was all because of academic elitism. Let's be honest. If you, Director Yang, had been from Seoul National University instead of Hanyang University, would Director Kim have sacrificed you? He wouldn't have. The moment he expelled someone from the same university, he wouldn't be respected by those below him. Damn, this is so childish. Looks childish when you step back. Doesn't it? But you know this isn't a joke. It all starts because the boss does the same thing when hiring. There's a peculiar custom in bureaucracy. It's the convention where someone naturally progresses to a certain position after holding another. That's how lines are created. The CEO of Baikak Publishing, the head of the publishing business division, and the manager of the publishing planning department. This was the promotion path at Baikak Bookstore. Therefore, the act of director Kim Sang-guk expelling manager Yang Sung-joon was a move that carried significant political risk, and the political burden could only be taken because Yang Sung-joon was from a slightly less prestigious university. When Lim Yong-wook reminded him of this fact, Yang Sung-joon eventually vented the frustration that had been boiling inside him. So what do you want me to do about it? Isn't that a mess? If I were you, I'd be furious. Look at me. Just because I was pushed out once doesn't mean it's over. Don't just endure it. Let's go for a refreshing revenge. You vicious bastard. It's not that I hold deep grudges. I'm doing this to survive too. Beyond money and job stability as a human being, if I just let this go, I feel like I'll have scars in my heart forever. Rather than that, I'd rather just go all out. For the dignity of my life. I believe you, manager Yang Sung-joon, feel the same way. Lim Yong-wook was now ready to present Yang Sung-joon with a gift. Naturally, the gift was reemployment. He had confidently promised CEO Baek Sung-won that if you bring Yang Sung-joon, you can beat Kim Sang-guk and secured a job offer. However, Yang Sung-joon laughed hollowly and said, "After resigning, I got this message from director Kim Sang-guk. Everything I've done at the company, it's all in the cabinet. Take a few months off, lay low, and then it'll help you get into another place as an experienced hire so you can make a living. Just keep quiet for a while." Yang Sung-joon had gotten his hands dirty with all sorts of filthy work. Not because he was corrupt as an individual, but because the role of the manager of the publishing planning department demanded it. To wield invisible power, one must satisfy all sorts of humans, and human desires cannot always be fulfilled in clean ways. So he tormented people, stole jobs, directed work, sabotaged others' work, took money and gave honor, turned a blind eye to corruption for money. These were the deeds he had done for director Kim Sang-guk, as the manager of the publishing planning department. But the urban jungle doesn't spare a thought for the plight of the weak. Weakness is a sin. So Yang Sung-joon surrendered. Kim Sang-guk, just surrender if you can. You're not fighting against that person alone, but against a group of dozens supporting him. Even if you win and return to Baikak Bookstore, do you think you can act proudly there? Author Moon. I'm not sure if it's the result of his efforts or luck. But even I can see that this young kid is the best opportunity of your life. Negotiate while you still have that card in your hand. And just live quietly like a dead mouse. Don't stir things up anymore. I too should have stopped at some point. With that, Yang Sung-joon stood up from his seat. Since he had already been forcefully recruited by Kim Sang-guk, negotiating with Lim Yong-wook was meaningless. Lim Yong-wook quickly realized this and stood up to ask Yang Sung-joon, Then why the hell did you agree to meet me in the first place? Why are you telling me all this? Lim Yong-wook asked why. After all the times he had tormented him, he was now showing him kindness. To that question, Yang Sung-jun answered, I met with Director Kwon. Had a drink with him. Director Kwon. Lim Yong-wook's university senior and the first team leader of the publishing management TF team. And the unfortunate figure who was brought down by the behind-the-scenes scheming of Kim Sang-guk and Yang Sung-jun. Leaving just that statement, Yang Sung-jun left without another word. And to Lim Yong-wook that was explanation enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Damn it. Having returned to the company, Lim Yong-wook was wringing his head. He was like a commander in a battlefield facing imminent defeat. Due to the betrayal of his allies, the supply lines had collapsed. With Baikak Bookstore's boycott causing all the printing presses producing Author Moon's books to halt, the soldiers and ammunition meant for the front line, the bookstore, had all dried up. Especially now, at the most critical moment. The time when they were worried whether Author Moon's book would sell 50,000 copies had long passed. Now, they needed to print 50,000 copies every fortnight and distribute them nationwide to continue the war. And in the midst of this, the printing presses had stopped. Publishing must continue. Under Lim Yong-wook's all-out command, the publishing management department shifted into a wartime footing. They immediately secured lines with printers out of Baikak Bookstore's reach and printed books, sending them nationwide through their distribution network. Fortunately, a secret deal with the head of Baikak Bookstore's distribution division prevented Author Moon's books from disappearing overnight from Baikak Bookstore branches nationwide. But it was impossible to maintain a wartime footing for long. They had to find a breakthrough somehow. However, with the alliance with Yang Sung-jun now impossible, a new strategy was needed. Lim Yong-wook felt like he was losing hair he didn't have, wringing his brain. But no matter how much he thought, there seemed to be no way out. Director Kim Sang-guk had started the war too perfectly, at just the right time with a fatally effective strategy. Hello? However, as always with war, unlike board games, there are always variables. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. From the office of the head of Baikak Publishing's Publishing Business Division, one could look down at the grounds of Baikak Publishing through the glass windows. One of the many privileges enjoyed by an executive at the vice president level and considered next in line for CEO. Bang dash! Someone burst into the office without knocking. Kim Sang-guk did not frown at this rudeness but turned around with a pleasant smile to greet the impolite visitor. Who might you be? An unimaginable answer came back. It's me, you bastard. A man with unkempt white hair and beard, a madman in modernized hanbok, invaded the office. A walking fossil, the close friend of Gu Hak-jun, the department head of literature and creative writing at Baikak Arts Middle School. It was the novelist Park Chang-woon. Ego, minister, what brings you here? Kim Sang-guk thought it was good. He hadn't shown irritation when the door opened and stood up to greet the distinguished guest. However, the guest did not possess the dignity befitting his status. Cut the crap. What minister? I got fired in a week. And I still have to hear about being a minister? I shouldn't have fallen for that guy's persuasion. Kim Sang-guk thought, no wonder you were fired in a week with that kind of talk. But he did not lose his respect for the literary elder. Once a minister, always a minister, haha. Kim Sang-guk, not wanting to spend too much time with Park Chang-woon, quickly steered the conversation towards the main topic. So what brings you here? Park Chang-woon resorted to the kind of rhetoric a superior uses to reprimand a subordinate. Do you know your name's coming up a lot in the literary circles these days? Is it about me? Look closely at what you've done. Visibly enraged, Park Chang-woon gritted his teeth and handed his phone to director Kim Sang-guk. Displayed on it was the ranking of a web novel site, and the title in the first place was a bit unusual. Title: Demonic Sword Nim? Please control me. Author: Moonin Kimbil Guyunamin. Kim Sang-guk froze for a moment, piecing together the situation in his head. And the moment he realized what had happened, he first checked to see if Park Chang-woon, who was glaring at him, had a gun in his hand. Chapter 40. The Baikak Arts Middle School's club presentation is not an event just for students. Parents and acquaintances can visit the school to watch the performances prepared by the students, and some performances are streamed on YouTube and made available to the public. Naturally, the departments of dance and music, where performances are possible, are the most lively. Even the art department, where exhibitions are possible, is relatively bustling. However, the festival for the creative writing department always had the atmosphere of a funeral home. Logically, if students in the next class are breakdancing and hear their reciting poetry, which place do you think people will visit? But this year was different. Celebrity novelist Gu Hak-jun appeared at the Bike-Hak Arts Middle School's creative writing department booth. Parents from other departments sneaked in to take pictures, and although they just snapped photos and then turned their backs on the creative writing department booth, the mere presence of people bustling about was festival enough for the creative writing department. However, neither the students nor the teachers had time to enjoy the rare success. Gu Hak-jun wasn't there to enjoy the festival atmosphere either. What in the world is going on here? Kids. The angel-like university professor Gu Hak-jun was no more. Only the godfather of pure literature, Gu Hak-jun, with his dead fish-like eyes, was there, looking at the children. Gu Yuna, Kim Bile, and Min Hyochan sweated as they avoided Gu Hak-jun's gaze. Moon In-seop had already fled. A mental age of 23 really is different in some way. Upon hearing that Gu Hak-jun had arrived, Kim Bile, a 16-year-old middle school girl, ended up representing and explaining because Moon In-seop, with a mental age of 23, had skipped school and run away. Well, actually, EP3 Magic Sword Nim, please control me. Initially, it was all in jest. How about we upload this to the internet? Weren't we supposed to reveal it during the club presentation? We were, but then we got curious about how others would react. Let's do it, it's not like we're making money off this. They half-jokingly decided on a pen name. What should we use for our pen name, guys? Just write down our names? The pen name needs to attract attention, so Moon In-seop's name should come first. Right? The rest of us can decide by rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. In the end, they uploaded the story under the pen name Moon In-seop Kim Bile Gu Yuna Min Hyochan. Due to an 8-character limit for the pen name, it ended up as Moon In-seop Kim Bile Gu Yuna Min, missing Hyochan, which was a minor mistake. TL note: 8 Korean character limit. Min Hyochan was frothing at the mouth, but soon a more significant issue arose. Why are we ranked first? It means we wrote it well. Being ranked first wasn't the issue. It wasn't even a perfect first place since the ranking fluctuated between first and fourth depending on the upload time. Still, success was celebrated with cheers, non-alcoholic, bought from the canteen, as a success. Looks like we did write it well. Yay! The problem started from here. Monetizing web novels is done through management companies. It's difficult for authors to contract directly with platforms. Between authors and platforms, there's management. Therefore, management companies want to sign as many authors as possible to maximize revenue. And their method of finding authors is through the site's best ranking. They send contract proposals to novels that make it into the rankings. Without needing to explain, you can imagine how many contract offers a non-affiliated novel that ranked first received. Hello, this is Yang Chan-young PD from KB Management. This is SHH. Not to bother you, but regarding your work. Hello, this is Jang Woo-hyung PD from Joeunjul Management. I really enjoyed Demonic Sword. Hello, this is Yang Chan-young from KB Management again. I know it's rude, but since there was no reply, I'm contacting you again. Dozens of companies sent emails. Each one was a burdensome praise and earnest proposal. Only now did the children realize the seriousness of the situation and sought help from the nearest publishing industry professional. That was Lim Yong-wook. What? A web novel? Moon In-seop's perplexed voice came through the phone. Yes, we wrote a web novel that ranked first on the site, and now our inbox is exploding with contract offers? We're just 4 minors, stomping our feet in frustration, unable to do much, so we'd like some advice. Plus, I can't just make a contract with someone else without talking to our company. That was the moment. A rather rough idea struck Lim Yong-wook's slick head. As Lim Yong-wook was pondering a full-on battle with Baikak Publishing, he chuckled evilly and said, "That management thing, it's essentially an ebook publisher, right? Yes, I think I could do it." What followed was predictable. After confirming that Lim Yong-wook had enticed the innocent Moon In-seop into this mess, Gu Hak-jun personally visited to protest, and in front of Gu Hak-jun, who was emitting a goblin-like aura, Lim Yong-wook pleaded like this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "It's unfair. You scoundrel. Speak the truth." In front of the great author Gu Hak-jun, who exuded a demon-like presence, Lim Yong-wook defended himself as best as he could, roughly as follows. Baikak Publishing's villainy has crossed the line, and in seeking a desperate measure, how can you blame the victim instead of the perpetrator? Lim Yong-wook's argument was as follows. Since Baikak Publishing had used its influence to prevent them from publishing books due to old grudges, how could writing on the internet possibly be a crime? Upon hearing this, the literary world's elders were greatly infuriated. It wasn't the fact that Baikak Publishing had used its influence to prevent books from being published that angered them. To survive in this field, one must not fall out of favor with Baikak Publishing. Those who didn't understand this died early. Their anger was focused on a slightly different point. How could that name come up here? Has Moon In-seop also been tainted by the devil? We cannot stand idly by. Do we lack money, or do we lack power? Web novels. Just hearing it makes one's chest tighten. There are various reasons for the decline of the literary world. The flood of new media, the growth of the OTT market, the marginalization of literature due to the global success of dramas and movies, etc. But there are those who are particularly loathsome, namely web novels. It's a natural law to hate those who were once subservient to us but have now outshone us, especially since both the literary and web novel communities are ultimately categorized as writers. The moment it became known on the internet that Moon In-seop's new work was a web novel, more than a few elders started foaming at the mouth and tearing into columns, discussing the future of Korean literature. Originally, web novels were but a derivative literature that grew by nibbling on the fertile soil cultivated by the Korean literary community. P.S. This opinion is that of the columnist alone and does not reflect the intentions of this literary magazine. While such statements caused literary magazines to go pale and cut ties, there was a place that was in a festive mood, contrary to the literary community. Namely, the web novel industry. Ha 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 ha. The web novel industry is not united like the literary community. Contrary to the literary community, despite its large market size, it almost lacks political power. The cultural power in the web novel industry lies with the major corporate platforms that have direct contact with readers, while authors and management, being closer to the production side, are relatively powerless. However, there is a subtle current shared among all authors and even some readers. That is the anti-pure literature spirit. It has been a long time of humiliation and oppression. Web novel authors and readers have suffered from long oppression. It's the oppression of the pure literature community, which lacks money but holds power. Web novel authors were treated as second-rate writers in public, and their readers were demeaned as popcorn brains who sought stimulation without any literary cultivation. But this has proven it. There is no future for Korean pure literature. Eventually, everyone will kneel before web novels. Everyone united in mocking the pure literature community. The most promising figure in the pure literature community switching to web novels. There could be no greater humiliation than that. Of course, this was merely a joke within the world of the internet. However, it was no joke for someone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Novelist Park Chong-woon. Former university professor and former Minister of Culture. He was fired from the ministerial position after a week due to a swearing scandal. He is currently the head of the creative writing department at Baikak Arts Middle School. And he was also the teacher in charge of the Popular Culture and Arts Research Club. For him to accept the web novel corruption of his beloved students Moon In-seop and Gu Yuna, he had to go through 5 stages. First stage. Denial. What the hell are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Why would In-seop write a web novel? What kind of work is our In-seop's? How could he? Didn't my wife sob after reading his novel? She's going through menopause and is as irritable as can be, but after reading that damn novel, she cried like a girl. Haha. Second stage. Anger. What the hell is this? Hey, you bastards. Did I tell you to run a club for this? Eek. Ego. How am I supposed to face our hack June? Get rid of it right now. This club is over. It's over. Third stage. Bargaining. Ego, our author Moon Insiep. I was a bit harsh last time, wasn't I? If you're upset, have this and cheer up. I've brought ice cream for everyone. Come and get one, kids. It's true that web novels can make good money. I admit it, but there's no real literary value there, kid. I'm not saying this out of ignorance. If you're serious, you're called a buzzkill. If your sentences are long, you're a long wind. And even people my age who tried web novels gave up after being insulted and beaten down. If you need pocket money, I'll give it to you. How much do you need? I have a lot of money. How much do you need? Huh? No, really, don't refuse. I'll really give you pocket money. How much? Fourth stage. Depression. I see then. I'll write my resignation and go to England. There's no future in this country, right? Don't write the resignation? Why? Why should I educate sons in a country without Moon Insiep? Huh? Why should I teach kids in a world without him? And the fifth stage is acceptance. This is known as the 5 stages of grief, Dabda. However, Park Chang-woon kept cycling back to the second stage from the fourth stage. Actually, thinking about it again makes me angry, so he still hasn't accepted it. He became violent, unable to accept the sudden change. That was why Park Chang-woon kicked open the door to the Bikehack Publishing's head office. Sang-guk, you out of money? What? Sudden verbal violence overwhelmed Kim Sang-guk, the head of the publishing division. Like, are you doing this because you're out of money trying to feed off the kids' money? Haha, that's quite out of place, Minister Nim. They'll give you money. How much do you need? How much for you to print author Moon Insiep's book again? Director Kim Sang-guk could not have Park Chang-woon expelled from the company. The fact that he was a former minister was not the main reason. The biggest reason was, as always, that Kim Sang-guk was a person who dealt with invisible things. Art, power, connections. Such things dictate the literary world. Money is secondary. This aberrant form of the arts community had been tightly knit for decades, and therefore relationships and connections took precedence over capitalist society's logic. Thus, every action needed a just cause. So, Kim Sang-guk picked a fight with Bikehack Entertainment under the pretext of normalizing the profit structure between affiliates, and it was very successful. But that karma came back to bite him. Park Chang-woon was confronting Kim Sang-guk with the justification of protecting junior novelists from dirty industry power struggles. If Kim Sang-guk called security to throw Park Chang-woon out at this moment, he would become a laughingstock. Essentially, he would be screwed. All the juniors would call Kim Sang-guk a bastard. So, Kim Sang-guk only smiled outwardly and calmly replied, "Haha, it seems there was some misunderstanding. Right? It's a misunderstanding? Yes. I will check again." Kim Sang-guk eventually stepped back, suggesting this all stemmed from the ignorance of those below us. Lim Yong-wook versus Bikehack Publishing Round 2. Victory for Park Chang-woon. *****. However, the showdown between the head of Bikehack Publishing's publishing division and the head of book distribution ended in victory for the head of the publishing division. The head of book distribution, who was in cahoots with Lim Yong-wook and kept author Moon Insiep's books in Bikehack Publishing stores because Kim Sang-guk was a bastard, suddenly received disciplinary action. The real reason was internal betrayal in the fight between Bikehack Publishing and Bikehack Entertainment. And that was a punishment dropped from the CEO level. It meant to write a resignation letter and get out quickly. Kim Sang-guk, this goddamn bastard. The head of book distribution lamented with a belated expression of emptiness. Could it be was he targeting me from the start? The head of book distribution, responsible for Bikehack Publishing's distribution line, had watched Kim Sang-guk struggle in his fight with Lim Yong-wook and treated it as watching a fire from across the river. Whether it was the Yang Sung-jun incident or being bitten by the mad dog Lim Yong-wook, he simply thought of it as Kim Sang-guk stepping on shit and laughed it off. That was his mistake. By just standing by in the fight between Baikak Publishing and Baikak Entertainment, he gave the Kim Sang-guk line a reason to attack him. Thus, the CEO of Baikak Publishing was promoted to an executive position at the headquarters, no longer having to deal with disloyal subordinates, and Kim Sang-guk, the head of the publishing division, eliminated a rival competing for the position of CEO of Baikak Publishing. In other words, Kim Sang-guk was designated as the next CEO of Baikak Publishing. In a private room of a Korean restaurant somewhere in Baikak Publishing, the soon-to-be promoted CEO of Baikak Publishing subtly smiled. It seems like the plan to take out Lim Yong-wook in one fell swoop didn't go too well. Haha. Kim Sang-guk awkwardly laughed in front of the CEO of Baikak Publishing. The CEO shrugged his shoulders leisurely. Well, since Professor Park Chong-woon stormed into the company, there was nothing that could be done. But I've supported you until I leave the company, so do well. How long do you plan to be pushed around by that demoted guy? My apologies, CEO Nim. Pretty soon you'll be a CEO and he'll be a CEO too. Why are we, fellow CEOs, bowing our heads like this? Haha, you joke too much. The clear hierarchical order between the subsidiary CEO and the headquarters CEO. The CEO, having firmly imprinted this on Kim Sang-guk, left the place first. Well, he'll be leaving now. Yes, CEO Nim. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to attend your inauguration. But you know my intentions, right? I will do my best to serve. Not long after, Lim Yong-wook heard the news that Kim Sang-guk, the director, had been appointed as the CEO of Baikak Publishing. And of course, Kim Sang-guk, now wielding overwhelmingly more power than before, sought revenge. Just as the third round was about to start, Baek Seol of Baikak Entertainment's publishing management division also received a certain notice. *****. On the way home, there aren't many office workers who wouldn't be startled if a limousine came for them and men in suits were looking for them. However, Baek Seol was an exception. Not because she was fearless, but because she had experienced it a few times before. What's the matter? We've come to pick you up. The men in suits who came to pick up Baek Seol, politely and forcibly, put her into the limousine. And before Baek Seol could even ask where they were going, they started the car and, likewise, informed her of the situation before she could ask what was happening. The chairman is on his deathbed.